Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me, man. We got ourselves a crazy discussion tonight, y'all. There's so much things going on in the realm of the NBA right now. LaMelo Ball, NB1, the one of one. So much happening, with the Charlotte Hornets. This second overall pick, in all actuality, it is the number one overall pick, because we all know the Wembanyama sweepstakes is all but wrapped up. The San Antonio Spurs, we know that. But listen, we know what's going on with LaMelo. Straight up, bottom line is it's winning time. You see what's going on. A lot of changes and things happening in the Queen City. Thank God, and change was needed. Sometimes we just got to freshen up the joint. And that's what the Charlotte Hornets have seemed to have done. And I'm very much pleased at what the Hornets have done so far. Now it's time to finish the deal. And if we want to just take a trip, a lot of people feel like no matter what, they're going to take this pick. And like I said, I'm not married to no decision. I just hope whatever decision that the front office makes is about winning. And I believe that a trade possibly is on the table. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but it's on the table. You understand? So, number one, who do they target? What player fits with LaMelo? What player fits with this core? What player fits with this roster? Who has to go? Who has to stay? All of these questions remain, as we await. We got the NBA draft coming up this week. We are days away. Make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be bringing more news updates and more surrounding the NBA draft and all things Charlotte Hornets and beyond, because there's so much things to talk about. I like the scenarios of Zion. We discussed that a whole lot, but are there some dark horses that possibly could be picked up by the Charlotte Hornets? Who knows? So many different obstacles and the sweepstakes that could take place. You got Zach LaVine. What do the Chicago Bulls do? We heard the recent news on Lonzo Ball. What happens now? You understand? These are the questions that, remain for Charlotte. How do they get involved? If any of these players become available, do they move this pick? How much do they value Scoot Henderson? How much do they value Brandon Miller? And we about to find out everybody's value in hours and minutes and seconds. It's Flight Sports TV. I got my man DJ Gemini in the building. What's the deal? It's Flight Sports.
What's up, Flight? Man, this has been wild. I told y'all the playoffs I wasn't worried about, because this is the wild time. This is story time and la la land for a lot of people.
So, and you talking about in terms of Charlotte, if you've been living under a rock, anybody, Bradley Beal has been dominating the headlines. I know that we've heard, all but two teams. We've heard that the Miami Heat and the Phoenix Suns have emerged as serious contenders for basically for Bradley Beal. So now how does Charlotte swoop in here? I believe that the Hornets could try to get in, in my humble opinion. They have to, they deserve it. Let's see what they could do. If there's any team that could swoop in right now, Charlotte is live. But it's all about what Bradley Beal would like to do.
Okay,
How can Charlotte fix it up? And it's not just Beal, it's more players, but I'm just discussing Beal right now. But go ahead, Gemini.
can let me ask you a quick question on Bill. Bill has been available for what, 26 games?
Yeah, he's had some injury concerns, but when he's on the floor, I mean, he's arguably what top two shooting guards, if not one the first. You see what happened with Harden; he's declined. Booker, outside of Booker, I mean, who else is the best shooting guard? Klay Thompson has took a dip. You know,
Oh, okay, but you will literally have to blow up your nucleus of your team in order to get a player that didn't even play half of the season. I mean, 26 games is 26 games. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's not a good shooting guard on the offensive side. I'm not saying that. But you're going to blow up your nucleus to get someone who hasn't been proven in the last two seasons. I mean, I wouldn't wish that on Charlotte. That would be a bad scenario, even with what Charlotte have at this sequence. So the then his contract is damn near going to be 50 mil. So you're going to
yeah, that's a lot of money.
blow up yours. You're paying him 50 mil. You're walking into another Hayward situation. You're just now
Nah,
about to
nah, I
come
can't.
from
Nah,
under
I
that.
think I think Bill is on a whole nother level than Hayward.
No, I'm talking about durability, sir. I'm only talking about durability. Hayward, when he
I'm
was
not sure.
healthy,
I think if hold on, wait a second. I don't mean to cut you off. I know
huh?
that Beal has had some issues, but remember, the Wizards were never in contention for postseason play. How about if the Wizards were closer to postseason play? I think Beal would have played a lot more coming down the stretch. But I mean, he has been out, like you said, but it's not to the level, in my opinion, of a
Hmm.
Gordon Hayward. I think that's a totally different situation. I think
Okay,
Hayward
I'll
has
give you that.
had some catastrophic injuries, and I think he was getting his groove, towards the tail end of this season, but it was on a losing team, no LaMelo. So, I mean, who's to say the judge of that? So let's see what they could do. It's all about what Washington wants at the end of the day. And remember, Bill has a no trade clause, so he has it's up to him. And it seemed like he wanted to get to himself a championship, situation.
And I think his contract also has a kicker.
I
If
believe.
if I remember correctly, his contract, what the kicker was added to his contract. So that Washington also has to look at that point too. So I don't know. They may ask heavy for him. Just saying.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Shout out to Rap Guy Reloaded. Salute the Thunder. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We got a lot of things to discuss today. We got Bradley Beal. The sweepstakes has begun. You already know what's going on. Kevin Durant is awaiting Bradley Beal. Jimmy Butler is awaiting Bradley Beal. But who's gonna swoop in like a thief in the night? That's what we discussing tonight. Also, Brandon Ingram. How does he fit with LaMelo Ball? Who is the ideal player via trade if they go down that road to pair with LaMelo, to pair with this basketball team? There's many decisions that have to be made. You got a lot of guys up for contract. You see what's going on with PJ Washington. I can't wait to see what the Hornets do with all of that because remember, ownership is not controlling free agency. You have Michael Jordan and Kupchak still running things throughout the draft and free agency. Then new ownership takes over. So, what the hell are they going to do about PJ Washington? Are they going to pay PJ Washington? That's the questions that I want to see. What do you think about that, DJ Gemini?
As far as paying PJ, I don't see him getting more than 40 mil. If you're giving PJ more than 40 mil for 4 years, there's a problem, and the math ain't mathing. His hunger is there, development is there. Me taking all emotional aside of it, is the new bargaining agreement, which a lot of the players are banking on for when they go to the table now to ask for their money. And some are asking to be overpaid because of that bargaining agreement. So that's going to create a total dilemma for the organization. If PJ asks for too high of a price tag, they, I I would sign the contract, but it would be more of a sign and trade. So his development is getting there, but they're running as of right now, especially if Bridges come back, they're going to be running a double small forward system. Just like if they get Scoop, Scoop will be a double point guard situation. So which which way would more benefit the fast paced development of the team? I feel would be Scoop because that would keep your fast breaks open and not being small forward heavy because they really do need a power forward.
No, I agree with that. The Hornets, they could use just a little bit of everything. I think they could upgrade just about every position. So power forward. I mean, who we don't know necessarily what's going on with Miles Bridges. I believe that he's going to be back, so that position could be filled. In my humble opinion.
He
But PJ, what'd you say?
he's not a power. Bridges not a power forward. He's a small forward.
I
At,
know, but but at times, he could go in that four role. Like I said, it all depends on how they want to play Miles Bridges, in my humble opinion. And also with PJ Washington, because I think with the resurgence of Miles Bridges, I think they could make PJ expendable. Who knows? I think this would give them an out to not pay him. Are they going to pay both of them? I just got to see what happens. New ownership is here, so maybe I need to think more optimistic.
PJ can be switched to the small forward position. He can work on his quickness. He's not so old. I'm sorry, he's not as old as he cannot do strengthening and conditioning for quickness. So he can be switched to the small forward position. Then they can concentrate on the other two positions that they need, which is power forward and center. So that dynamic is there as an outlook. Just that if Bridges don't come back, he's the starter. If Bridges do come back, he's not the starter. If that makes sense.
Hold on, wait a minute. You said that if Miles Bridges come back to the team right now, he won't be the starter.
Yeah, at small forward, not power. I'm talking
Listen,
about for PJ. PJ.
like I said, that's it. Yeah, it all depends on how they want to do it. Miles Bridges, in my opinion, I like him at the small ball four, but Miles was getting himself in shape. He was expanding his game to where he could, be at that three. I did notice that when he was playing with Melo. Now let's just see what he's gonna look like when he gets back. We got to understand something. You can't replicate NBA basketball. This guy Miles Bridges, has been out for some time. He's got to we got to see what he look like when he get back on the floor. Because he's missed the whole entire season. So it's crazy.
But I actually have confidence in him because he was putting in the work prior to. I when I look at any player, I look at how
I'm
much work.
confident in him too. I believe he's gonna perform.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. PJ is the one that I'm more concerned about. as far as on the conditioning side because I didn't see that work. I did see him working on his shot. I did see him working on his low block, but I did not see the conditioning side. All I seen was drills. Anybody can do drills, but when it came to the conditioning, that was the part that I did not see. Now, with the new ownership, just think, what if they come in with a almost Miami type mentality about conditioning? So that that's the aspect that I'm really trying to see what is the new owners mission statement going to be and their creed going to be because a lot of owners do not understand the ins and outs of basketball. They love being the owner, but they don't put in stone what is going to be this team from now on.
Well, we won't know until the press conference, and we get to know who the hell these people are. We know some faces and things of that nature, but we won't know yet until it's a transfer. But right now, Michael Jordan is still at the helm, and we just got to hope that he makes all of the right decisions. He hasn't made them in the past, but let's see what happens. And Cup check as well. Hopefully they could work it out together and not mess this up.
Yeah,
Who
because
knows?
this would
And who
be
knows what new ownership wants? They might want to star in there, so you never know.
yeah the new ownership may want to blow up the team to start to have a new foundation to start from.
Yeah, maybe not.
So
It could be a blow up, but I was talking about in terms of pairing another star with LaMelo. You don't know. That could be what new ownership will want. I mean, Zion is a long shot. I know we discussed that. Truth be told, we got to be honest. It would be a long shot, but let's see what happens. Pause. But it's gonna be crazy.
yeah, I think Dame will be a almost better look for them if they're going to do do a star, or I will actually go after a star power or center because right now there's so many centers that are free agents that are unrestricted free agents that could just walk onto the team and you don't lose none of your capital. Prime example, the center for the Bulls. He's an unrestricted free agent. You have Nas Reed, that's an unrestricted free agent, and he's actually a power forward that's being asked to play center, but his composition and speed makes up for the intangibles that he doesn't have in height, and he's only asking for 10 mil. I don't know what the center for the Bulls is asking for, but these I bring up those two players because they could easily walk on your team, and you don't lose no capital.
It makes sense. Who was those two players one more time for me?
Nas Reed
For the Hornets?
to play on the Hornets. To
Okay,
play
Nas
on the
Reed and
Hornets.
who else?
The center for the Bulls. He's an unrestricted free agent. The
Who
starting
Vooch?
center for yeah, he's an
Mm.
unrestricted free agent. So he
Hey,
could
I'll tell
just
you
walk
what.
onto a team.
I'll tell you what. I like what I'm seeing from what's going on with the center that they have now with Mark Williams. I think that he's improving. He's gonna be stable. Vucevic, I'm not sure. That could be a lot of money, and like I said, I don't know, with him,
Well,
but I don't know. I don't think that's
well
the center
to
that they
not
need. I think they need something else.
well that's why I brought up Nas
He's not
Reed.
trash. Vooch not trash, but I think the price and all of the kind of errors that he makes, coupled with the price, I don't think is worth it.
Well,
He's a liability. He can't switch. On the pick and rolls, there's a lot of problems dealing with
that's
Vooch
why I brought up
and the
Nas Reed.
inconsistent offensive, output.
Okay, once again, that's why I brought
He
up
be
Nas
cheaper.
Reed.
That guy could
He
be cheaper.
Nas Reed is only asking for 10. He's
I
only
understand. We
asking for
need, yeah,
10 a year.
they need to get somebody else. But I understand those names you saying. But they need a little bit more firepower down there in the Queen City, especially when we discussing $10 million and things of that nature. Especially, I mean, I think all Hornets fans and Melo fans will be lost. We find out they done signed this guy for $10 million. They need to go after bigger fish. Hopefully, they make themselves more attractive. Especially with this pick, whether they trade it or keep it.
Well,
So number one, bottom line is uh, firepower is coming to Charlotte. Is either coming through a young basketball player in the draft or they're going to trade
mm,
it for a top notch player. So all Melo fans everywhere should be excited because he's going to have a better basketball team next season. I hope so.
well, you're looking at the wrong aspect of the scenario that I brought up. I was bringing up not stalling out the development of the center that they have right now. So a Nas Reed is more of he c- I- he could either start, but he will be a shorter center, or he can play backup and not stun the development of the whole team and not mess up the team chemistry. When we look at these trades, we look at them only as fans, not as the team chemistry, or will it mess up the dynamic of the team. A Nasri has the intangibles, the speed, the rebounding, the defense to actually give you at least 18 to 20 points a game easy when he's put in a system that he can actually have playing time. You're not going to get playing time behind Cat and your boy. I mean, he's not going to get that. When they did play him, his numbers was through the roof. He averaged between 7 and 10 rebounds every time, and averaged over 15 points a game. And the if it wasn't a block, it was a steal. So the defense is his offense starts from defense, and that's more of the warehouse what the Hornets need for those fast breaks. Defense turning into offense. I mean, he is a fast individual. To say he has the intangibles that he have for 10 mil, that's actually cheap, flight.
Now I understand what you're saying. All these intangibles you're talking about, but I just think that the Hornets need to get some better firepower on this basketball team. They need to get some players that pair well with Lamelo. And like I said, just improve the roster. I don't think we need to get more role players and things of that nature. It's time to get guys that stand out. It's time to get guys like that. Salute to everybody in the chat. Shout out Fresh Prince of Belize. Salute to Basil Carpenter Jr. Shout out to All Access Decks. Shout out to Son of Will, CWE, Chuck Morris, Rap God. All y'all in the building, man. Appreciate y'all. Shout out Billy Shocker. Peace and love. Fresh Prince says Terry needs to go. A lot of people want them to get into the Bradley Beal sweepstakes. We always hit. Let me tell y'all something right now. Every time they put these reports out of teams, for the most part, sometimes it could go that way, but it's always a third team that just swoop in out of nowhere. And I'm telling you, before sometimes when we discuss Charlotte and big deals, it may have seemed like a big joke, but right now Charlotte is sitting on possibly one of the greatest assets in the NBA right now, so they could get in on some of these deals. But the problem with Beal is that no trade clause. But hypothetically speaking, let's say it was some situation where Bill could get down there to Charlotte, because he is the one of the top stars right now, or could be on the move more likely. How would that look? Obviously Terry Rozier. I mean, I think that would be irrelevant if they get him. But talk to me about Bradley Beal and the cost and what it would look like on the Charlotte Hornets.
Haywood, Rozier, for Bill, I think numbers wise that match. And I hate to say it, I'm spitballing on the Rozier dollar amount, but I think those prices match. But if Washington act, what compensation else what Washington asked for, because it just won't be for two players. So you're possibly looking at least two first round picks, and that will be for Haywood, Rozier, and Charlotte will get Bill, which
Uh,
solves Charlotte problem overall. That will be the 50 mil that is needed.
listen, I agree with that. Of course, Hayward, I do believe has to go. It all depends on what the Washington Wizards want. Do they want to just hit the reset button and just go through the draft? Because they might just want to bottom out. That sometimes that's better for them. They just want to just take minimal contracts. They want to go in the lottery and play that game, possibly get the number one pick. Go that route. So you don't
What
know. I think when you move Beal, it's time for the reset. I think Beal is the last thing left of the John Wall fiasco. They came in pretty much the parent. Wall left, he fell off, and Beal stepped into that role. He never really could get over the hump. It wasn't all his fault. They didn't really put the pieces around him. So I mean, it is what it is.
well no, well Washington, the situation is they're scared if Porzingis leave at this time. If the unicorn leave right now, that that's
He's
gonna
more
put them in
likely. He's more
rebuild
likely
mode.
leaving.
Oh, but that's the move that'll put them in rebuild mode. If the unicorn don't leave, they're still stable and they'll keep their core together. But if Porzingis leave, that's the sign of a rebuild.
I think Porzingis is good as gone. Somebody said if I'm Charlotte, I'll try to get Bradley Beal and Porzingis. Listen, I like Porzingis.
That dollar
I
amount,
with
I
Melo,
don't think.
that'll be
eh,
good.
Dollar amount, I don't think I don't see it happening because of Bradley Bill. I think it's 15% kicker that he has a part of his contract. But Zingas, I will have to double check and see if he's an unrestricted free agent. So I mean, really, they will have to empty their war chest now. But Porzingis have the same problem that Anthony Davis is going through. People are demanding that he play center, and he wants to play power forward only. So we run back into the same scenario of, because of the height, we're demanding that a player plays a position rather than the position that he wants and have the intangibles for.
Well, we gonna have to find out. I mean, there's a lot of good assets out there that the Charlotte Hornets could target if they go that route. Even though people do believe that they may hold on to the pick, is a long. I mean, it's pretty like kind of. I don't know if it's out the realm of possibility, but Zion Williamson is a. That's a tough call, to say that they're gonna come out somehow get him. But if they could get a guy like Porzingis, I mean, for the cheap, I think that would be good if you can get him for the low. Remember, this guy's 7 foot. So I mean, he's like a poor man's Victor Wembanyama,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, with him
That's the
being
truth.
with him being 7 foot, it it is something that you cannot coach. Height, it, the overall situation is you cannot coach height, and with that being there,
He might want to
it
play the four too. He might not even get in the way, even though it might be time to come off the bench. Who knows what he want to do? Do he want to win? You know, you never
yeah.
know. Might get a decent contract and try to win. Because you put him in Charlotte with Miles, he come off the bench. Oh man, or whatever, however way they do it.
hmm
You know, it'd be crazy.
Well, the overall thing, I was shocked that Charlotte didn't even look at nobody in the G League, and the G League was heavy. Washington even got Huff from the G League once the two-way contract ran out with the Lakers, and Huff is a decent 7 footer. Now I'm not
Oh, hold on.
saying
Who the hell are you talking about? Who's Huff?
Huff was the center for the Lakers that the Lakers was developing, and Huff wound up going to back up Porzingis in Washington.
Man, you coming up with some names.
No, Huff Huff
Man.
Huff is on Washington roster right now, but he proved his defensive and offensive capabilities in the G League. Then when the Lakers couldn't keep him because of you can't keep three two-way contracts, Huff then was Washington called him up, and now he's a Wizard.
No, that's facts. Shout out Unstoppable. You know, the Charlotte Hornets could target some people down there in the Windy City too. You know, your guy's not safe. This guy was talking about Vucevic coming down to Charlotte. I mean, I ain't like that.
Who said that? DJ.
Yeah, well, Gemini. Yeah, that's what he said.
I mean, shit. I mean, go ahead, sign and trade. Yeah,
No, I gotta look at his bird rights. I don't know if he's an unrestricted free agent or a restricted free agent
he's
because
on. I think he's unrestricted.
no, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about a different player. Y'all center is an unrestricted free agent who could just walk in. So then if the price tag is right, I mean, why would I lose anything and have a decent center?
Because he would, you can get his bird rights, and it
Some
wouldn't
not,
count against you.
that's right. Somebody know who Huff is. Did you know who this guy was? Unstoppable
Who?
Huff. Who he was just talking
It
about.
sound. He sound familiar. He sound like
Yo,
that
I
point
didn't.
guard.
Yeah, I swear to God, I didn't know who the hell he was talking about.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
usually when you hear Huff, you usually hear when somebody say,
But
"Yo,
well, he
that
had me
dude Huff."
lost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
I gotta
right.
get. I gotta step my game up.
You
I
said he
don't
on the
follow
Wizards now, right?
Washington.
well, with
I would
following the
not know who.
Lakers,
I would
that's
not
how I
know
know
who the
about
hell's in the
Huff.
depths of hell in Washington. I'm sorry.
You said Huff, right?
Yeah, Huff.
Yeah, I think that's that point guard. Let
No,
me
Huff
check.
was the center. Huff was the center at
Jay, you
at,
talking about Jay Huff?
I think that's his first name. He was with
7-1.
the summer league. Yeah, he
Uh,
was with
Yeah, keep it real,
the summer
chat. Yeah, I didn't
league.
know who Huff was.
yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
But Huff is actually a decent backup. He's really a decent backup. Not a starter, but he's also just coming out of college too. He can shoot. He can rebound. He he has to develop more heart down low to me, but the for development, yes, he's there. I will put him as a backup. And he like running the floor. So that's why my eyes was on him. We're watching him and Scottie Pippen Jr. actually playing together. It, it it turned out better than what I thought it would. Really did.
How
That's why
much?
the Wizards called him.
How much cap space does Charlotte has right now?
That is the overall question.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, reason I asked you that because I was thinking, shoot, if Cal Kuzma opt out, if I was Charlotte, I'd try to get him.
I'm
Yeah.
about to check out the facts right now.
Is he? But is it time for Kuzma to sign a contract?
Yeah, he can opt out. He can opt out, bro.
Ooh, now that's a dynamic I could see in Charlotte. I can see Kuzma in Charlotte
Uh,
because Kuzma needs somewhere where basketball isn't the full focus. Because his full focus isn't on basketball. But
oh
when
no, I think well,
he's a
I
designer, he really wants to be a designer.
he want to be a designer. He want to be a what you call a runway model.
No, no, he actually want to design clothes. He
Well,
he did his company just like Russ did.
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, they both
I
have
ain't know he
designer
had a
companies.
I ain't know he had a company.
Yeah, they want to be clothing designers. I mean,
I mean, if
but
you ain't being focused on basketball, then man, you either need to retire. But if you feel like Charlotte not
It
focused on
said,
basketball,
one of the reports that I just got, it said that they're gonna have over 32 million in cap space.
oh yeah, they can get him
It
if
says
they
that,
want him.
but it said if it's cap space is good, but you got to have free agents to spend it on. So I mean, you got to figure out who the hell is gonna take it.
Shit, Kuzma would take that. Kuzma would definitely take it. Or they like I said, they could trade for Bradley Beal. Um, I don't know, man. If
no, Brandon Bell, the money not matching because 32 isn't 50.
oh, he getting 50.
Well, Bradley Bill, you're gonna have to trade for him.
Uh,
Yeah, trade, but the money, his salary is down there 50. So you have to have
I
50 on
got
the
you.
side. And
so they're
and
gonna have to
32 is
trade for first.
a long way from 50.
Man, I just get Kuzma, man. If that's the case.
And
I
then
get
bring
Nah,
back
I
listen,
pick
listen.
up.
Don't worry about the bill and the cap space. They're gonna trade for him. You know, so I mean, they're gonna let go of some of these players.
What about what about Chris Stapps?
Shit, who
What was
knows?
he making?
He's a free agent. So I mean,
Oh
if they was to
yeah,
go that route, I mean, this is all hypothetically speaking. We got to understand, Bill has a no trade clause. So who's to say that he wants to come to Charlotte? You know, so I mean,
right.
that's the problem. Some of these other players, they have no say so. They
Well,
just wherever.
what do you think would be a better fit, Kuzma or KP?
I mean, I'm gonna take Porzingis due to the size. Pause.
Right,
You understand?
right, right,
Like I said, because you can, like I said, you can't, like Deck said, you can't teach height. You know, this dude gonna be blocking shots by accident. You telling me you could get the second overall pick? Well, you're gonna try. It depends what you're gonna do with him, but let's say you get the poor man's Victor Wembanyama plus maybe a scoot or flip him. You know, so I mean, you might make out perfect. You know, it's time for the Hornets to start winning anyway. You don't know what's happening.
if I was in, a part of me say I'd trade that pick for an All Star if they can do it.
Well,
Yeah.
that will be more than one pick. That will be at least two first rounders. So you
Well,
Shout,
trading
shit.
two
With
first
two first
rounders.
rounders, do
shout
it. Because
purple baby.
the reason why I say that is like, bro, until they change the culture and everything, bro, ain't no superstars lining up to sign and no, or even the All Stars lining up to sign no damn Charlotte. So I try to
Well,
get
we
one
don't know
that's under
that.
contract. Man, come on, man. Let's be real. Let's be real. Right now, there's no All Star, no superstar coming to sign to no damn Charlotte. Right now, just right now. Now with
Right,
new ownership,
right.
things could change. Just like I said, same thing with Chicago. No superstar or All Star was lining up to come there. The culture has to change first, and they got to, get in the playoffs or whatnot. Then that could very well change. So if they can
Shut.
get, let's just say hypothetically, Zion,
Mm.
which I doubt, but if they can get Zion, you got him locked for 5 years. So you can change the culture, and a lot of things can change.
Well, yeah, the problem Charlotte had was they had a double-edged sword in MJ. They had the greatest player ever with the intimidating factor. So you're about to play for the one of the greatest players in the world, but you had the intimidating factor because you are about to play for one of the greatest players in the world. So that was pressure, even though it didn't seem like it to a player. That is pressure.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can kind of see what you coming from that.
Then the
But
other problem was Charlotte was trading players as soon as they score over 16 points a game at one time. At one
oh,
time,
come on, man.
they was
Stop
trading
it.
players.
Stop it,
So
bro.
now it's time to win, and that's what we come back to. Of now, yes, it's hard to get players there, but with the
It's a
players that
small
they had.
market too. You gotta look at it. That's another thing that's kind of hurting them
But
too.
but we can look over the small market only because look at what OKC was able to do.
Well, I'm talking about as far as getting the players. I'm building through the draft. That's something they can do before
No,
getting
I'm
it.
talking about after KD, after Harden, after Ibaka.
I mean, they did
Okay,
all that through the
OKC
draft,
had
bro. Nobody
but
came there. They did it through the draft.
with trading for the picks is basically what I'm getting at. Traded for the picks. That's how they was able to build during the draft. But OKC was doing the same thing that like I just stated. If you scored over 16 and you wasn't a Harden, a Westbrook, a KD, you was out of there.
Nah, OKC didn't do that, bro.
To they back up to their bench.
Who? Who did they trade that was scoring over 16 points to OKC?
This the small forward that was behind KD. Why can't I think of these
I know you
guys'
ain't talking about
name?
Green, Jeff Green. I know you ain't talking about
No,
Martin.
Green was averaging 14.
Then
Green
what's
was
my
averaging 14.
then?
Hold on, y'all. We
Uh,
got Purple Baby in the building. What's the deal, Purple Baby? What's your thoughts on this situation? No, you
So
got a lot to
y'all talking
talk about.
about Bill, right? Y'all talking about Bill?
Yes, we talking about everything.
Oh, okay. So
Hmm.
with Bill, like I said the other day, I wish a team luck. Whoever gets him, I wish them luck. I think he's a good player. He's just not a winning one. Like he can put up his points, but he's not a winning player. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, but he's not a winning player. So
Okay, so are you talking about durability, or are you talking about with his motor and hunger?
both, really. I think he got great skill. It's just that, which I'm gonna say something really quickly, because
Hmm.
Bill, people are talking about the money, and I need everybody to understand these players are most of them are playing underneath billionaires, and whatever. They're
Hmm.
supposed to take the money. I don't get mad at people taking the money. It's just that Bill got what he got because it was like, yeah, we ain't trying to really put anything around you. And you the best. I don't know what they ticket sales was looking like out there in Washington. Was he able to sell it out and everything? Because Washington wasn't winning really at all. Even prior to John Wall getting injured, they was okay. They was decent,
Hmm.
but it was just like some owners will give players money, and it's like smaller markets. I see it a lot with the smaller markets of, well, thank you for staying, and here go this absorbent amount of money and stuff like that. And so they get, and that's what happened with Bill. Did he deserve to get paid? Yes. But that amount in which he got paid, that's what I question. But he absolutely was supposed to take the money. You are not supposed to leave it. So I'm not mad about him, taking the money or anything, but it's just sometimes you can stay in a market too long and then get to another market and you're not as good as what you thought you were.
Well, Dame, Levine, and him all have the same scenario. Yes, they was paid for their loyalty. I have no qualms with that myself.
Right.
It
Mhm.
is this now at this point. Now the team put them a part of these rumors,
Mhm.
and I'll say rumors because they're under contract. Until a trade is official, it's a rumor. So the team is doing that to try to get younger blood in, but they the team put themselves with their back against the wall because they did put the money out there and the price tag is high. So now even if they was to trade them to a different team, the other team would have to damn near gut themselves,
Yep.
certain teams, to literally acquire the person that they're bringing to the table,
Right.
regardless of all three, because all three of them right now are a part of the trade rumor board.
Mm-hmm.
And Levine just signed his. Dame had just signed his, and I mean, so Bill Bill on the court, I'll honestly give it to him. He plays defense. His offense is there. I have no problems with his intangibles and chemistry because he's been the main vocal person trying to keep the team afloat, even when Wall was there, because Wall is more quiet until he hits a dynamic shot. Bill was more pointing out to people where to be and communicating with other players, especially on the defensive side. So he will be a good pickup for whoever get him. I just like Flight just bought up the 32 mil in cap space, but he's damn near getting 50. Okay, that will be Rozier.
And Hayward.
No, I'll say okay, Rozier in that trade,
It's
but then
reportedly
you
that
will
amount of reportedly that amount of cap space. Somebody could verify that. I'm not 100% sure. I got that off a line.
okay.
I didn't know the exact number. So I don't
Oh,
want to be held to that number.
n-
Uh,
n-
but that's
I,
just what I said. That is around that number. But go ahead.
okay, I appreciate that. Then you will have to literally give up your war chest of draft picks
Who they ain't
for
developing?
Bill,
Oh yeah, you said draft
for
picks. Yeah.
Bill, and Bill has not been durable. That's I think that's asking a lot of Bill
Yes, a
because
lot. Yeah.
not only to blow up your war chest, but then we're going to put the pressure on him, regardless on if it's a small market or not, because he was just traded there. We're going to put the pressure on him, and Bill going to sit back laughing because he's also going to have a 15% trade kicker, so he's going to
Yep.
be laughing with the money regardless.
Yep. And that's gonna
So
hit books.
I would just go
it's
for
going to hurt
KP
Charlotte,
or
Oh,
Kyle
it hurts
Kuzma.
that's trading him.
huh?
Oh, it will hurt Washington, which is why Bill, before they left, Bill, I think his trade kicker was 15% too. And if he didn't waive it before Washington traded it, it would have fell back on Washington because that's the team that gave him the money. It don't
Right.
go to the team that they going to. It stays with the team they leaving from.
No, I'm talking about Washington. I'm saying
Oh,
it will hurt Washington
yeah.
because you're still paying them, but as fans of the NBA, we're going to demand Bill play like he have played over the years, and that's the part that's going to be somewhat disrespectful because we know he have had durability issues, and that's why I wouldn't wish that for LaMelo.
But I don't care too much for Bill. I don't think it makes sense. It ain't even just about the money. He's not like I like him and I think he's talented, but he's not. Nah, I'm not moving. I'm not doing that. That's all I can say. And they would also have to remove Gordon Hayward out that situation, and Gordon Hayward also has a 15% trade kicker. So Charlotte cannot afford Bill regardless.
I would
Yeah,
try to
cause
give up a pick off to get rid of Gordon Hayward. Open it up them books. They don't have to, huh?
Let me see. Let me see. Charlotte got what? Terry, Gordon, LaMelo, Martin, um, McGowan's, Book Knight. I'm missing somebody. It's somebody else that's still Thor.
PJ.
Jones. No, PJ is not. PJ don't have a cap hold. Uh,
Okay, okay.
I think that's everybody. I feel like I'm missing one more person, but they got 8 active on their roster, and I think McGowan's too. So 9 players, and you don't take pass on that 50 million. You shouldn't do that. That's bad business. They was
When
talking.
is
Depends how
Hayward
bad they
contract
want
up? Purple.
Uh,
next season. I think
yeah,
next season.
Next?
yes.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's why I see. Just would it hurt him? They just try to trade him, just give up a pick, second round pick, maybe if they can. Try to get him out of there quicker.
To me, you having the same conversation with Bill as you are with Hayward. When they're healthy, what does it look like? What's their effectiveness on winning? What do they contribute? That's the conversation you have to have. I would say yes, regardless for Hayward, that you have to give up a first round pick because he's unathletic, and I don't know how he would look as a four, honestly, because I think when he goes to his next team, they'll probably try to put him as a four. I'm unsure about how good he can rebound. I know he can rebound,
Mm-mm.
They
but
not gonna care though. They want that
Mm-mm.
pick. They'll eat that contract for that pick.
so I see Dex in the chat. You think a team like the Lakers would eat his contract just because
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I think
Mm-mm.
a
Mm-mm.
Warriors wouldn't do that. Uh,
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
the
They would
Mavericks,
sign Kaminga first. The
yep,
Warriors would re-sign Kaminga first, and
yep,
Dallas will work it out with Wood.
yep,
Nah, Wood out
Because
of there, bro.
uh,
Wood is out of there.
be, be,
Nigga, that was my
before
next thing I was
Haywood.
gonna go to. I was gonna go. They can go for Christian Wood. He out of there, bro. Dallas. I don't see that happening at all.
yeah.
So he that mad with Luca?
Yeah, I mean, not well, I guess, but I know from what I'm saying, but they just rumors that they have no interest in signing him back, Christian Wood. That the
Okay,
Mavs don't.
now that is a actual young player who's hungry, who can also be a stretch four that definitely will fit into Charlotte's system.
Now, this is my thing with that. 'Cause
Uh,
I just thought about it. You got Bridges, and Bridges play that four. Is he willing to go over to the small four?
He,
no, Rich, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, I didn't say no. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. To me, Bridges is at his best at the three. I don't get people's fascination with putting him at the four. He's at his best at the three. He was only at the four mainly to me because they went and signed Gordon Hayward at that time, and Gordon Hayward, along with his money,
yes,
granted him a starter. But he's more productive and more active and stuff at that three position. So.
yes. Now, if Gordon Hayward really want to save his career, to be honest, he
Mhm.
would switch to the shooting guard position. If Hayward really want to save his career, because he has been playing small forward. As far as when he's
But
healthy
how the
on the
hell? Wait a
court,
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But how the hell he gonna keep up with these? Come on, but you come on, man.
the
Come on,
intangibles of
Gemini.
height. No, hold on. The
Come on,
intangibles
man.
of height around the NBA right now. The average height of a shooting guard is basically 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, I
Hayward,
understand, but I don't know about Hayward in
Hayward
that
with being
position.
taller. Hayward with being taller.
It's
He
not
he.
prime Hayward.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying prime. I'm not saying prime. I said if he wants to save his career, if he
Shit, if
wants
you
to
want to
save
save
it,
it, he got to stay healthy, man. That's his issue.
I don't
It ain't
disagree with
about the
that.
position he playing in. It's just about he's always hurt and he got to figure it out.
I'm not disagreeing with the durability issue. The only reason why I bring that up is how is he going to get on the floor now, and how is Charlotte going to justify paying him the dollar amount to come off of the bench? It is basically what I'm hinting at. To get on the floor right now with Haywood, Miles come back. Miles is the small forward. So
All right.
where's Haywood gonna go?
Shit, they
To the
gonna probably
bench
bring him off
or
the bench.
shooting
They don't
guard?
got no choice but to put him off the bench.
Okay, then just say Wood walk in there. Where's PJ?
On the bench. They was benching PJ for Miles. Last season, Miles played at the four and took
Right.
PJ. So
But I'm saying Wood come there. Wood is now going to be your starting power forward. So then you're going to have a disgruntled PJ. He's going to be disgruntled. We could think what we want to think. The young man is going to be disgruntled because now he's going to think he can finally start and now
But
you have Wood.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm gonna look at
Hmm.
productivity and stuff like that, and I know Woods can be productive, but only thing
Hmm.
about with Woods is we seen, well, not we. I don't know what went wrong in Houston and what's going wrong because they said it's between him and Kid and whatever. The reason why he don't like being in Dallas, but Kid, what's going on with Christian Woods that when he's getting on these teams, he's putting the points up, but it's not attributing to winning. If that makes sense, that's the only question I got with him because the talent
Okay.
there.
Houston didn't have the pieces. I'll do a brief on that. Houston didn't have the pieces, and Woods and one other player was trying to win it all.
Hmm.
Houston did not have the pieces. They did not even have the bench development together.
Hmm.
So they starting five was average, and you you Wood is I want to say star, but not
Oh,
all
he
star.
definitely a star. Yeah.
He's a star, but not an all star,
He,
and he does do the dirty work and stretch the floor on the offensive side that most teams need. But with Dallas, that situation I would really have to see because he did do a decent job for Dallas. So it wasn't him with Dallas because Luca has been a problem there. And actually I'm shocked that Dallas has kept um Tim Hardaway Jr. there as long as they have because I'm shocked he didn't leave.
Me too. Me too.
So I cannot put the Dallas situation on Wood. I I I gotta put that in the lap of Luca because that's who they was basically saying without a shadow of a doubt that is the organization. Everybody else is expendable. So I'm gonna put that on Luca because he is a ball dominant player and he does not want to be in shape.
Yeah. Regardless of his season workouts. I mean, the premise is well. But like to switch to Golden State real quickly, I heard something today.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm not, but I didn't know who it was. But I'm very shocked. But Golden State made a very grave mistake. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe you
he,
get one bottle.
I, I,
hold on.
are you talking about letting Kaminga walk?
Oh no, it's not Kaminga. What I heard about him today, I'm not surprised that I heard it. And
Hmm.
I forgot who went over him, but now I understand why. Because I think he was supposed to go higher than when he went. He still went within the lottery, but I see now why he didn't, and so now I have no questions why he's on the trading block because of what I heard. But it's something pertaining to LaMelo and the Warriors that I'm like, my mouth is. When I heard it today, I sat up and I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" They,
What you hear?
y'all, hey, listen, I'm not. Just know just know they messed up expedition.
I want to hear. You said it's a rumor, but I'm just curious what it is. What you hear?
It, it's okay. If you look at that current situation and the new CBA rules,
Mm-hmm.
literally, in order to get Bill, by the way, both, well, yeah, because here's the thing: we know they Clay and Draymond want to come back, but they want a certain amount of money. The Warriors, with the new CBA rules, cannot give both of them that money without moving one of them, and then
Right.
you
Hmm.
got to account for Jordan Poole and what Wiggins got. So
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
let's just say Steph is going to still be effective. And we know that team would have been in a better position if they would have gotten LaMelo
LaMelo, right?
a future, but it's a particular player that I'm like, yo, that's corny, dog. Like,
Are you talking about this particular player being Draymond
oh no,
or
it's
or
Draymond.
Poole?
Oh, it had nothing to do with Draymond.
Or was it
I was
Poole?
thinking that it was somebody else. I was shocked. Like I said, my mouth dropped today.
So who is it? 'Cause
I
Poole, what?
don't know.
Who?
I'm telling you. I just talked about the two players. It's only one of them.
Oh, okay. You said so. All right.
Yeah. But they fucked up expeditiously. Like they gonna be. I don't know. I don't even think Bill saves them. That's what I'm gonna say. I have faith in Dunleavy that he'll do as good as he can, but they messed up
I
bad.
think they might be fine. I for sure I wouldn't bring Draymond back. I don't think they need him anymore. Plus, he just he was moving a certain way. I was it was iffy for me. It's like, bro, you trying to do this, you trying to do that, you punch Pool out, and it's just nah, bro. It's like if
No,
you ain't
no,
trying
hold
to take
on.
a
Wait,
if you
wait,
ain't trying to
wait.
take a
Nope.
hometown discount,
No, no, hold on. I'm sorry.
I
I
ain't
call
trying to
flag on the play.
hold on, let me finish my thought. If
Flag
you ain't
on
trying to take a hometown discount, I don't want you. And I understand because I said it before that players then fought other players in practice before. It's just the only difference with this one is it got out, but still he been moving a certain way, just kind of iffy to me. So I wouldn't bring
Okay.
him back.
Okay. I'm only going to talk about the situation that you brought up. Who been talking that way, talking that talk, talking heavy since he became a warrior.
I mean,
Veterans
everybody
was trying
trash
to
talk,
wait,
bro.
wait, hold on. They was telling Poole to calm down because he wasn't proven yet.
exactly.
He was still talking. So they had internal conflict, and I'm glad we didn't know about it. I'm glad that we did not know about it. But then this time it got to a head because they was asking Draymond back then, hey man, talk to Buddy. Draymond say, I like what he's doing. He bringing the energy and fire to the team like I'm doing. It didn't change until he tried to badmouth Green, and he said something to Green, and Green said, all right, hold on. At first you wasn't talking to me, pimp. Now you're talking to me. So since you talking to me, talk to me and catch these pause while you at it. So on that situation, that's the part I'm disagreeing because Draymond wasn't moving weird. It has been Poole moving weird from the beginning.
Nah, you know what I mean by moving weird is Buddy trying to leave and just the team to go see the celebration or whatnot. And it's like, bro, like, nah. I honestly think they said they had if I remember right, you know, an informant in a camp or whatever. I really think it's him. Really, I'm just saying he just to me he been moving iffy. I don't care about no player talking trash, man. That's part of the game, fam. You can't
Right.
if you can't take somebody talking trash, you in the wrong sport, bro. Like point blank.
No,
You know,
Poole been talking heavy.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it's
And
part of the
Draymond said
game.
it
It's
his
trash.
no, not in the game to the team.
Yep. Yeah.
The same situation, and I really want to put this in perspective. The same a similar situation happened with Butler, Cat, and Wiggins. Can we all
Yep.
remember when that
Yeah.
situation happened?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
Butler is a proven player. That is the only difference between this whole scenario. Cat and Wiggins were not. Well, I mean, Wiggins was not at all. Cat Cat was showing signs of life and that he can be that star. But Wiggins was not. And Wiggins did not have a J at that time. He was only known as a fast break on runner. Okay. Poole was talking like he was Steph or the um Thompson, the Splash Brothers, and he just got drafted.
But
That's how heavy he was talking to his
that's
team.
that's different, bro. You talking about the I mean, not the Anthony, the Jimmy Butler and Wiggins and Cat thing. What happened with them? Jimmy didn't like they work ethics, man. Now, if you saying his work ethics not
I'm
good,
s- no, no,
then
no, no,
yeah.
no. I'm saying the energy and the tone that he was talking, because you can see it in the video. Poole was talking that talk. Poole
I
was talking
mean,
that talk like it's
you
time to
can
take it
talk
outside.
so.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Poole was talking that talk like it was time to take it outside. Look at the video, fam.
I mean,
Please
I
look
seen
at
the
it.
video. I didn't get that out of that video, man. I seen
You
him.
didn't get.
Yeah, I
Wow.
seen him on the side saying whatever the hell he said, and Draymond came over there, got in his face, and stole off of him. That's what I seen. I don't know what was said. I don't know what they was arguing about or whatnot. So,
I I'm not worried about the conversation. I'm saying
but you
if you
said he
look
was
at
talking
his
that talk.
face, look
So
at his face. Look
I
at his
remember, bro. I remember what his face was. He looked like he wasn't trying to hear shit. Draymond was really trying to say to him, which
and
is
and
cool.
and
To
the
me,
way
it's
he
like,
look on that video is like it's time to take it outside. It's
yeah,
either time to break it up
that's
or
what
take it outside.
That's what Draymond looked like. He was trying to take it outside. I didn't get
No,
that from
Poole
Poole.
did too.
Nah, bro. I'm gonna look at that again. I didn't
Oh
get that
man,
from
please
Draymond.
look at
I
that
mean from
video again.
Poole.
Please look at that video again.
And that shit was so damn far, bro. I don't know. You acting like it was a damn close up on that jump.
They did show the close up. How
Well,
you think I seen his face?
I need to see this. You talking about you seen it close up? It wasn't that close to me for what I seen. But I'm about to look at that right now. Hold on.
Yeah, because Poole was talking that talk, and that's what made Draymond click. Cause think about it, even on the court, and until Draymond stopped playing like Dennis Rodman, Draymond be the nicest person on the court. Believe it or not, he be the nicest person on the court. Then something in him clicked. Then he turned into Dennis Rodman. I like that about his game. I won't lie, but he turns into Dennis Rodman when he clicks. So that's why I say back to the original subject. I would prefer Wood as a Hornet because Purple. I think he can help y'all tremendously.
Who are you talking about?
Wood, Woods,
I think he's a good
Woods.
great temporary fix for this team.
If y'all able to get Woods, I bought up Nas Reed. Now I know Flight was against it, but if you look at Nas Reed game,
All right.
if you honestly look at Nas Reed game, I say y'all bring in Woods, Nas Reed, Dex said draft Scoop. Y'all run a double point guard situation, bring Miles back. I think y'all really have something. I think y'all really have something. Y'all can figure out about Rosier and Haywood at that point. But I personally think, and I'm not talking about no video game metaphor. I'm talking about what people have done on the court and what the chemistry can be. I think y'all will have some. Then I could see y'all going to the playoffs, figuring out the bench part. But I would look at playoffs from that point.
Yo,
Yeah.
now I just looked at that, fam. I didn't get that out of that, bro.
Man.
They both was barking at each other. The only difference is Draymond came in there and got in his face. Cause we already know when somebody come you close to that, it's time to fight. But anyway, he got in his face, Poole pushed him off him, and then Draymond stole off his ass, bro. But they both was talking trash to each other.
Yep, that's
Was
true.
Poole talking heavy? Yes or no?
No, I didn't get that out of that.
They
Okay.
They both was talking to each other.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
it
I
wasn't
humbly disagree.
they wasn't talking to each other like it's like a fight about to break out. or whatnot. Because I'm looking at the TMZ video right now. It looked like normal talk in a basketball court or whatnot, in the gym, in the wild, whatever you at. Dude, Draymond Green, like I said, came over there, got his personal space. Poole pushed him off of him. Then Green stole off his ass, bro. I don't know where you get this heavy talk. If there's another clear video that's other than TMZ, because this is the only one I done found. You need to put it in a chat or tell me to look at. I'll look at it. But I just see two brothers just barking at each other, normal basketball stuff. The only difference is, like I
Okay,
said,
I
he
humbly
came in his
disagree.
face and stole off his ass.
Okay, I humbly disagree.
Hmm.
And what's the next topic? I humbly disagree. Just move on. I disagree because Draymond said himself out his own mouth. This haven't even been just this year. So I I humbly disagree. Yes, move on. Who the purple? Can I ask you a question? Why y'all don't see Miller being a part of y'all team?
Chuck, you crazy. Right. uh,
Because I think Miller would be a good player for the Hornets. I'm okay. I'm gonna answer you, Mr. Chuck.
yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Since
bro. It's part of the game now.
I wasn't gonna address it because one thing I always try to do is keep the keep the topic so we don't lose topics, sir. But to answer your question, this isn't the first time. This isn't the second time. This isn't the third time. Poole been talking like this for a long time. With his neck jerking, and I hate to say this, his neck was jerking like a female with the way that he was talking, like he was about that street life. And he got his wig not clean off for
Oh
talking
my
heavy.
god, bro.
So he don't see it. Hey,
I'm
I,
looking at it right
I,
now. What neck jerking are you talking
Mr.
about,
Chuck.
bro?
Now hold on.
I'm just saying
I'm
they
Yeah,
addressing
man,
Mr. Chuck.
pause, man. That wildin'.
what
Hold on.
they
Hold
moving the
on. I'm
same
talking
way.
to Mr.
They
Chuck.
moving the
Hold on.
same way, bro.
Wait. Hold on. I'm talking to Mr. Chuck.
Oh
That
man, yo, this dude,
Mr.
bro.
Chuck, Poole been talking and jerking his neck like he was ready for the street. Draymond brought him to the street. Actually, he knocked him into the street. And that's the part that if the other brother don't see it, he can act like Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles all he
This
want,
ain't
Mr.
no
Chuck.
act, bro. I
I'm
keep it
not gonna
100,
help him.
fam.
I'm not gonna help him see what I seen in the video. I have no point on I have no problem with his outlook because everybody's gonna have a different
Well,
perspective or of a situation.
I'll
That
put it like this.
situation there, Poole have been talking heavy for a while. Like he put himself on the throne before he earned it, Mr. Chuck. So as the veteran, everybody's been going to green. What I do, I listen to what the person says. I listen to what's on the video with their body, and then I draw my conclusion. Poole been talking heavy, like he's about it, like we said with Master P.
When you
And
say when he like that, are you talking about talking basketball like he like that? Or you talking about some street
no,
stuff like he like that?
he been talking heavy since he got there.
Are
That's
are
been
you
the
saying
problem.
basketball or are you talking about street?
No, it's about basketball, but he's okay.
It's part of
Poole
the
been
game,
talking,
fam.
big brother. Hold on, big brother. Hold on. Poole been talking like he's a all-star since he got on the Warriors, and that has been the problem. Now,
Oh,
when Draymond
oh my
addressed it,
God.
when Draymond addressed it, Draymond addressed it out his own mouth. I didn't ask him to say nothing. I didn't even ask him to speak on it because I thought the Warriors was gonna sweep that under the rug. I really did, and fully not address it because it was time for him to get paid. So when Poole came with it after signing his money, and then the dollar amount, his mouth wrote a check that his ass couldn't cash.
Oh my God.
So
So
so literally, I humbly disagree with you. This is my outlook. You have yours. I'm not going
so
against it. I'm
So
not
to
going
get
against
clarity,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
no. I know we don't have to agree, fam. I'm not even tripping off that because, like I said, I'm even asking people in the chat if you watch that video, do you see any neck jerking? Because I don't see no neck jerking. But to hear what just to go back to what you said, he been talking like he
Mhm.
he he like that. I mean,
Mhm.
it's basketball. Folks gonna talk that talk regardless. You know what I'm saying? And Poole is a very good player. They compared this man game to damn Stephen Curry. So hey, is it their fault they done pumped this man head up? One can say yeah, one can say no. But go back to what you said. He was talking that stuff, and Draymond came over there and checked it. So he talking that like he like that. And we ain't talking about streetwise. We talking about like he really nice like that in basketball. So what I take it is Draymond got his feelings, came over there, and then when he pushed him because he ain't want him in his space, he rocked his ass. So at the end of the day,
No,
this happened because Draymond got in his feelings because Poole was talking that talk when he ain't proved himself. That's what it sounds like you saying to me, bro.
no. What I'm honestly saying is, even if you play park ball, you know most people, and now this part I'm assuming, and that and I'm I'm gonna leave it at this. Most people, especially when they think they nice, they start being disrespectful. And when they be disrespectful, that's the part where I'm talking about they write a check that they ass can't cash. So that's the part I'm standing on because Draymond is not really known. Even though I compare his game to Dennis Rodman, he's not disrespectful like Dennis Rodman. He will give you a hard foul like the Detroit Pistons would, but he don't be disrespectful like Rodman would be. So that is the part where I'm saying know the mannerism of the players that you're talking, and then this been going on. This been a cycle. Some people get used to it, and some people just be like, "Man, shut up and show us on the court. Shut up, show us on the court." Poole, if you really want to be technical, before Poole got paid, Kaminga was the better player. Honestly, on the Warriors, Kaminga was the better player because they was also asking him to play the guard three positions. They was asking him to go at the point guard from sometime, the shooting guard to the small forward, and he was the backup power forward. So Kaminga was the better player. Poole was acting like this, and Poole don't even play defense. Poole defense sucks. It's trash, like Ed Reed would say. It's trash. So you talking heavy like you that dude, and your game is lacking, and you be disrespectful to veterans that are proven, man, say what you want to say. And that's why I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm
This
not
is my
disagreeing with you either,
th-
bro.
th-
You just
th-
give me your
th-
opinion, which is cool.
th-
You
th-
know,
th- this right here, I cannot walk on a team as a rookie and be very disrespectful to veterans that have rings. I have none, and I'm disrespectful to them, and I have not really proven myself. And then expect a veteran not to lash back at me. So that that that, that right there, we, we, we can really look at how he viewed the team that he was drafted to, or we can look at the talent that he was literally talking over, because Thompson was still better than him. We all know Curry was better than him. Green is their facilitator, so no matter what he want to say, he's the point forward. He's better than him as far as moving the offense and everything. I
You said who
mean,
better than him?
Green was better than him because he's the facilitator of the offense. You wouldn't keep the
I
ball in
mean,
his
yeah,
hand if you
yeah.
trusted Poole. If you trusted Poole, you wouldn't use Green as the facilitator. The Warriors' whole backup offense is a facilitator through Green. So if you're going to be disrespectful to Green, if you're going to be disrespectful to Green, you're saying you're better than Green, but you're not the facilitator. What sense does that make? There's still a chain of command,
I
regardless
mean,
on
it's
what
just
you want to say.
it's
I,
basketball,
I,
bro.
I,
I
I,
don't I
you
look at that
you
shit
say
differently, bro.
basketball, but then when people become disrespectful with it, it's past basketball. Then you write a check that your ass got to
I
cash.
mean,
So
this
you
this
talk
style.
heavy.
Everybody look at
No,
disrespect
you
differently,
talk
bro.
heavy. You talk heavy. Oh, I'm glad, and I'm glad
If
you
I say
worded that.
yo, let me ask you this: if
I'm
I say
I'm
you
glad
can't
you
f,
worded that the
if
way
I
you
say
worded it.
you can't
I'm
f with
glad
me,
you
you
worded
take
that
that
the
as
way you worded it.
disrespect?
Hold up. I'm glad you worded that the way you
Hmm.
worded it, because um if you don't mind me asking, what area are you from, sir, in the United States?
Chicago, fam.
Okay, you're in Chicago. I'm in New Orleans. I have also been to New York. I have also been to LA. I've also been to Miami. The reason why I bring this up is I've been to y'all festival. I've been to y'all areas. And
Well as
trust
I've been
me,
over there too. I
so
got
so
fam. I
so
had
so
family over there. Excuse me.
so when so when I bring this up, it's a lot of times in different areas. I have to watch what I say because they may take it as disrespect, and I'm not taking it. I didn't mean it as disrespect. Prime example, I'm gonna use New York because I spent more time there than I did in Chicago, and I'm only gonna use them as a quick metaphor. When someone called me kid, as far as me being from New Orleans, that was pure disrespectful, and they didn't mean to be. They they meant it as a partner friend type scenario, but I took it as disrespectful. So they mount wrote a check that they ass didn't cash. We can clarify it later. We we can clarify till the cows come home. But at that point in time, they mount wrote a check that they ass couldn't cash. So that's why I'm I I'm really talking to Mr. Chuck. That's why I don't want to harp on it, because Poole been talking heavy. So what you may not see as disrespect, just like your word said, the other veterans did see as disrespectful. So everybody's wrong, but Poole, okay, I disagree. Yes, move on.
Somebody shit messing up. Nah,
I'm 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 on a headset, so but
it's very
so
cool.
so we're bringing it back to the to the original trades that that we was discussing. I I just don't see Bradley Bill being in Charlotte, and it is honestly gonna be somebody, whoever wants to give up a war chest for Bill. Could I see Wood there? Could I see Nas Reed there? I give those players because of the price tag. The center for the Bulls can pretty much walk wherever he wants, just like prime example. I could honestly, and I know Purple gonna bite my head off. I know she's gonna bite my head off for this, but Irvin could actually walk into whatever team he wants to also. So you could have a Kyrie Irving sighting.
I doubt.
because he can walk wherever he wants to.
Well, he said he want to win, so
He okay, but here's my pushback on that purple. Honestly, he says he wants to win, right?
yeah,
Can we go over this? uh, and this is going to be brief. Can we go over since he said he wanted to be the man and leave Cleveland? Can we go over the resume in
yep,
Boston? Eastern Conference Finals. Is that a ring?
no,
Same team, Boston. Eastern Conference Finals. Is that a ring?
no,
Goes to the Nets. After finishing the contract that was first from Cleveland, he finished that with Boston. He became a Net. It was
no,
durability issues, but what year did Kyrie win a ring as a Net?
none.
Okay, it was always about the bag. Just like me and you stated before, we have no problem with players asking for the bag. But when they ask for the bag, know that you cannot ask for help when you ask for the bag. Then you had Katie, Kyrie, and Harden all on the same team. The science experiment that everybody was saying should win it all blew up like napalm. Can we both agree on that?
Yes,
So it's not about winning with Kyrie, it's about the bag.
I mean that Kyrie, as far as what he does on the court when he is on the court, is good, but I
Hmm.
don't know. I don't know.
I mean, he's someone that you will not lose a war chest behind. He can freely walk into your team. I mean, since they saying LaMelo need another star, and I'm only going off of the star scenario when I bring up Irving. Please don't get me wrong. I don't see him being uh um with Charlotte, but I this is star, but I'm looking at a star that can freely walk
Right.
when when I bring him up.
Right. You know what? I was thinking about something with this new CBA. I'm back to because I know it's a loophole, but like
Hmm.
when well, we know Draymond and them is coming up, but when we talking about like what I would think people like John Morant and them, like anybody after Steph, all those people, the Jazz, the Jaren Jackson Juniors, I can't think, the others. Uh,
Right.
I wouldn't put Booker in them others because I think Booker will leave if they ain't doing well. I can see that. But I was thinking about something. I was like, they back to find. I don't think it has anything to do with taking less money, but them players are sitting together right now. Like, oh, they think they got us. Like, these 3-star teams ain't gonna happen. We got to do such and such and such and such. We're gonna do what we want to do. We're gonna find a way to do what has been done. What these past 10 years, I would say, what LeBron and stuff has done. And, well, the Warriors really drafted they people. So I'm not going to say what the Warriors have done. Outside of the Kevin Durant thing, you know, they, Clay, Draymond, and Steph, they drafted them. But it's
Mark
about,
Jackson did well with drafting them. Yes, Mark Jackson did
and I,
very well with drafting them.
So what that tell y'all, right? We already got it, man. Yeah, that super team not working, man. It never been working. They ain't never been.
That I disagree with.
No,
I
they ain't never been working, man. We got to be honest, man. They ain't
did
that
Boston win?
when.
Did uh, uh, did the Boston Celtics win with the so-called super team? Yes or no?
No, no,
KG, Ray Allen, and Paul
yeah,
Pierce. They
they
don't
did.
have a
man.
ring.
We ain't talking about them. I'm talking about now, not back then. Now, that's not working now.
Oh, okay,
Not
okay,
back
Sky.
then. Back
Okay,
then,
because I
back then
also
that
was
worked.
about to throw I
No,
really
no,
was
no,
about
no,
to
no,
throw
no,
Chicago at you, Sky.
no. I'm
Bruh, I
talking
was
about
about to get
today's
you,
game.
bruh. I
No,
was
I'm
about to
talking
get
about
you, bruh.
no, I'm talking about today's game. Today's game. That's not working. Today's game.
Okay, well, on that point of view, I can agree. I can agree somewhat. It just depends on how they're spacing the star. You you cannot the Splash Brothers
Now we can't
are
count them. I
no
don't
no hold
look,
on hold
look,
on
look, 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 look. I don't
no
count
no
them.
I'm no
I
no
don't
no
count them as
I'm not
stacking the
counting them.
deck.
Hold on. No,
No.
hold on. I'm not counting them, Sky. Hold on. Let me finish the thought. The Splash Brothers is only different because they, it, their situation their defense isn't ran by those two players. So when we normally say star or superstar, we're talking about a two-way player. Normally, we're talking about what they do on the offensive side and the defensive side. So by by that premise, what you're saying, yes, Guy, I fully agree with you
And this what I mean
because
by that. Everybody be bashing the Lakers, right? We can't flip.
mhm,
We can't sit there and act like the Nets and just the Lakers had a star roster. You can't forget the Clippers too. They was
yeah,
packed. I'm
the
talking about
Clippers
one
and the
through 50,
76ers.
1 through 15, not just no one through 15.
Oh
They
yeah, 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 yeah,
they
yeah.
they bench was better than some teams starters. That's
Yeah,
why I say,
and
man,
Toronto had a strong bench too. Toronto had a strong bench too
yeah, they don't
when they
work no
won.
more, man. That's over with, man. To me, right now, it's back to the big boy ball. You don't got a center. It's over with. You ain't winning no championship off no guards.
But,
You need
but
a center.
with that being said, Sky, the people that are here, they need to step up their game drastically. Because I don't care how you feel about Embiid and how he plays and what he's not doing when it comes to the playoffs. Between him, nobody touches them.
To me,
Well,
to me, Embiid, overrated. That's just me. To me, he overrated. If you pay
not
attention, cause,
now that
'cause-
I've
no,
been
no, no, no,
said.
no, 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 no. I gotta say
What?
it. I gotta
Why?
call it.
Why?
I got
Why?
No,
Why
I've
you
been
feel
said
like
that. I
Embiid?
agree with
Why
you.
you feel like he overrated?
why I
Please
say he
explain.
overrated because
Yeah,
most of his points come from free throws. I'm about to tell you now. Most of his points come
I
from
ain't say
free
nothing.
throws. Most of his points, no, 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 no. Most of his points come from free throws, and then when they get in the playoffs, they don't call the calls like that. That's why he can't never come through.
I
Can't
mean,
never
That
come through.
but shit, that's the NBA fault because shoot,
Not
if
dominant, man.
but no, I would say
He's
this:
not dominant, man.
if he getting his points from the free throw, that mean the people fouling him because they can't stop him.
Man, this
So
what
how
I'm
you
trying
gonna
to tell you.
call them the regular,
Nah, nah.
and then when the playoff comes, it's like, nah, we ain't gonna. They
This what
put
I
it
don't
like this: they pick and choose when they gonna call it when it
know.
come in the playoffs, bro.
I'm telling you, it is with him, man. I see it. He have 30 points, but look at his rebounds. He
What
not no
about his rebound?
what? He don't get them. He don't even hustle for them.
What is you know what his
Man, you
rebounds
not
is?
look, look, look.
Hold on, just ask before you say that. You know what his rebounds is?
What it is?
I'm not. I don't know yet. I'm going to it. But let me ask you this then. What you feel like his rebound should be if you were to take a guess?
He should get over 10 a game. He play the most minutes.
Okay. Let me see where they at.
He
Okay.
play most of the minutes.
Hold on.
and
Just hold that thought. Now, DJ, I got to go to you. Why you feel like
okay,
he overrated?
because he has a up and down motor. His
Uh,
motor has been his whole problem, and he's 15 to 20 pounds overweight. If he lighten up, he wouldn't have the knee problems, which will give him, which would take him off the durability watch list. When Embiid plays, I'm more on the tip of my seat is if he's gonna continue to play the game, or if he's gonna play the next game. Worse than when Anthony Davis played.
that's
Okay.
all he is. That's all he is.
Okay, so hold on.
Bigger and
Let me get to you right quick, Scott. Now, for Joel Embiid career rebounds, it's 11.2.
but
What he
this is what I'm trying to tell you.
hold
That's
on,
that's
huh?
manipulation. Look, hold on. Let me get you. Let me
How
hit
many
you with
minutes
that.
a
Well,
game?
hold on before you answer that. I'm gonna get to that. That's just his career. I just wanted to
How
let
many
that
minutes
know.
a game? How many minutes a
I'm
game average?
thir- okay, 31.4.
All right,
He
this the point
as
I'm
a
getting at.
7-footer, as a
What?
7-footer,
No.
that
Let's
should
see.
be
I
at
think I
least
was. No.
14
I'm
rebounds.
looking at the wrong stuff. Hold on. Let me go back. But I want to say this because that was just his career. But what he did this season, because you say he should at least get 10. Now, when I name it, you can't be like, okay, nah, it should be this. But for this season, he did 10.2. So he got the number you
But
say he should be
this
getting.
the point I'm getting at.
But you
That's
can't change it. You
no
can't
no
say,
no no
yeah,
no no.
but bro, come on,
Saying he
man. You
should
can't
get at
do
least
that.
no. That's based off of what he got this year, right? 10, right? But that's
Yeah.
easy to get 10 when you gotta understand. We talking about the MVP, bro. So 10 is really bad.
How was that?
10, no, 10 isn't bad. 10 is average, guy. Yeah,
No no
how
no
many
no no no.
minutes a game did he play,
I'm
sir?
I'm
Like
I'm, I'm going to it right now. Hold on, bro, because I stopped. 'Cause I was listening to Scott. Let's see.
10 is average. 10 is
look,
average for
no.
Minutes.
This why I say is let me tell you
Yeah,
why I
what
say
the hell the damn
that's
minutes
bad for
played?
him.
I can't
Let me tell
find
you
it.
why I
Hold
say
on.
that's bad for him though. Name all the elite centers in the East, and he played more East teams than he played West teams.
Hold on, bro. I gotta look at that. I can't name it off the top. So
He
you said elite. Elite
outside
ain't many elite centers in the East.
Exactly. Now you see what I'm
Uh,
saying. Exactly.
which
10, I
which
gave him
is a
10.
motor problem.
I gave him 10 based off of the whole league. He should have more than that. In the East, he should
I
have
mean,
more than that.
but with all,
What you say, Purple?
even with his
hold on. I ain't forget about you, Jim, and I'm still trying to find it. Hold on.
okay,
No. Go ahead, Purple.
his motor issues, I'm telling
Hmm.
you right now, nobody, like nobody, and that's the problem. So it can go back to how it was what
What? Why I can't find the minutes?
about.
It can go back to what? You went out, Purple.
I'm sorry, you can start like it was years ago and still pick up speed, but they gotta have the talent to do it. A lot of these,
Purple,
Hold
you
on,
going
Purple.
in and out.
Hold on, Purple. Let me you going in and out. While you fix that, let me answer the Gemini question right quick. He's getting
okay,
34.6 minutes.
That's bad.
34.6 minutes. He should
Uh,
be averaging between 14 and 16 rebounds if his motor was right.
And he the elite.
Now,
Any considered
oh,
one of the elite
okay,
centers in the
okay.
East.
Hold on. So,
He's
I'm
considered one of the elite centers in the East. Listen to what
right.
I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful with Embiid. I'm actually giving him his flowers now, but I'm actually pointing out what has been the whole problem with him because he's seen Ben Simmons get away with murder. He said he was also going to get away with murder, especially if he watching somebody in front of him do it. Then they're playing Harris in the wrong position, so Harris not getting the
what do you think
quality
he should be
shots
at the
that
two
he should
guard?
be getting. No, Harris should be the small forward. They're using him at power forward. Even with having PJ Tucker this year, they still use him as the power, and he's
I'm gonna
not
tell
a
you what.
power.
And look,
He's
and
a small forward.
this something else that's manipulating too that most people, because I bet on the game, so I pay attention to it. How
Yeah,
you think?
crazy
How you
man.
think? How you think James Harden get all those assists? All of them come from Embiid. If Embiid don't play, he don't have that.
Don't explain how he was doing it in Houston then.
No, I'm talking about now the team
But I'm
base now.
saying he always been
No,
getting
no,
a
no,
lot of
no, no, no,
assists
no,
though,
no, no,
bro.
no, 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 no. I'm talking about based off of him, he weak. That's the same way I say Andy Davis. This is why I say that, not to get off the dog. How Drew Holiday could play with Giannis and go over there and get a ring, and he played with Anthony Davis, and Anthony Davis is supposed to be more better than Giannis.
Okay,
That don't
I
make
can answer
sense
I
to
that
don't think
me.
one.
Anthony
No,
Davis
no.
better than Giannis.
I
No, I'm
I
saying, I'm
cannot.
saying, no,
I cannot.
I'm saying from what the media see. We can't forget Andy Davis is a top 75. Giannis not.
Okay, quick question. You think Jokic is an elite center?
Yup,
What would you
yup.
say? How many rebounds he should get?
Would he be getting?
I
About,
said,
about 12 a game, 12, 13. He be getting
okay.
more than that. I didn't watch that dude get like 2, 3, 20 point rebounds and still have the assists and still like he an all around player.
Yeah, he is most definitely. So
He an all around player.
his rebounds is 11.8. So because he ain't hitting that number, that means he ain't elite. Or
No, no, but you
okay,
got to understand. Look, hands
no,
11.8,
okay,
right? Look,
yeah.
check it out. Hands 11.8, right? But I
Mhm.
guarantee you, he don't play the amount of minutes on Embiid play. I
They
guarantee. I didn't watch
not
them sit that
well.
dude down the whole quarter.
I would say yeah, but they kind of close because let me go back to it so I can get it. Embiid
But
is getting
go
what'd you
ahead.
say, Purple?
No, you can go ahead and go.
31.4, and Jokic is getting 31.5.
31
Okay,
point.
it's
Yeah.
the same issue. It's the same. I'm sorry, Scott. It's the same issue with both players, and I I can honestly say this: both of them need to lose between 15 to 20 pounds. Then you could really see what their peak is. At this point, neither one of them have peaked.
But that's
I'm
not
saying that
that's
I'm
this
saying
why I
that
don't
about
agree with you.
Joker.
This why I don't agree with you because
Hmm.
the Joker don't have to do that. He got a team. He don't have to go down there and get every rebound. He got
No,
Aaron
no,
Gordon out there gonna
I'm
get him.
not. I'm not talking about
But
rebounds, Scott.
what you
I'm
talking
not talking
about?
about rebound. I say peak, meaning the player peak. If when we really start really comparing these players is at the peak time, really showing what the actual player can do. We're putting the team on their back.
We saw
Now,
that though. That's not true.
wait.
That's not true. You can't forget. You can't
Embiid
forget.
has put uh, Embiid has put the team on his back,
Hold on.
even with being overweight. He has put the team on his back and got them. If you want to say this is his peak, okay, I'm gonna give you that. He has put them on his back and carried them. Joker has done the same, just that he has two 6'10" walls prior to him, and he got a dynamic
And not just that.
star
Check this out.
of a point guard.
That's not
So
true because he carried them to number
he,
one when he ain't have no team. You can't forget when they was
And
they
hurt.
was
This the first year they was
average.
healthy. This the first year they was healthy and they
They
won the
was
championship.
average before this year. They was average, bruh.
How they was average.
Wody. They was
Man,
average.
what I
You
mean by
you
that, look,
you had Porter. You had Porter
he
not
was hurt.
there.
He was hurt.
You had
Porter,
Murray that
no,
was
no, no,
not
no, no, no,
there.
no, 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 no.
KCP was not hitting. You had Gordon who had a
Hold on,
low
fellas.
motor.
Before we go into that, because I don't want Purple to forget what she was gonna say, and I don't want to make it
Yeah,
seem like we
please.
just
Yeah,
cutting her
yeah,
off or whatnot.
yeah.
I
Cause
was
she was going in and out.
Yeah,
am I good now?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
yeah,
you
you
good.
good
good.
now.
Okay. Now what I was gonna tell y'all is, I think, and that's sad about Embiid though. For him to have so much talent and stuff like that, it's the same thing with Towns. Like I just don't get it. I think a lot of it though too is Steph came in and just it changed basically. He changed a lot, and this every sports league they look at when teams start to become successful, they start looking and saying, "Well, I need to build it like this." And so a lot of teams started to try to build their teams like the Warriors and went away from what we would call traditional building of a team and stuff like that, or dated to some people, a dated way of building a team and whatever. But I, it's difficult. Do I think teams will start building their teams like the Nuggets? Absolutely. But you're going to have to take the proper amount of time to properly develop your center with whatever skill set is best for your center. Don't
But
look at Jokic.
But the
Okay,
Nuggets built their
I mean,
team like the Nuggets built their team like the Warriors though.
not to me, they didn't.
How they
No,
didn't?
they
Tell me
no.
did.
how they didn't.
Uh,
Tell me how.
They did. They
I
did.
don't
What you
think they
talking
did.
about? They built them like that.
Three,
not
th-
the
by
Warriors.
3 point percentage, yes, they did. With Philly, no, I have pushed back on that because
They gonna come in
because
here.
Philly should not have drafted Ben Simmons
Wait,
in the beginning.
shut up.
I stated that with his game that he was showing here in Louisiana at LSU
Hmm.
that he didn't want to put in the work. He is not concentrated the way he want to. Then he got hit with the Kardashian curse on top of that. So no, Philly bought a dream that Ben Simmons was selling, and B was watching the murders happen, watching them bury the bodies, and then said, "I'm gonna get away with murder too."
Yeah.
So that's the
Well,
part that's
Ben
my
Simmons was
pushback
the
on that.
Ben Simmons was the reason LSU ain't hit their peak when they was down here. He wasn't the one carrying them.
I
Exactly.
don't know,
He had
man.
the
It,
name.
It's
no,
easy to shit on Ben Simmons now,
Man,
man,
no,
because
no, no.
how he
I've
is.
no,
been told y'all that before he even
I've
got
been
on the
shitting on
screen.
Ben Simmons. What
Well,
is
let
you
me ask you this:
talking about?
was you shitting on him? He was putting up these crazy
He
numbers,
been
ranking first pick.
trash.
Man, we
Bro,
been
He
knew he
been
hold on.
trash.
Yeah, we
I
been
never
knew he
wanted him
look.
as
Hold
a
on.
Laker.
They
He been trash.
look
Hold on.
they don't
Just
they don't
quick
look at it
question.
like we look at it
What
down here.
was
They go
you?
off the names. We been watching that boy since LSU the year he played.
Well,
That
okay,
boy been trash, man.
what I'm saying is, okay, you say he been trash, but the man was balling when he was playing them first couple of
If
seasons
it's
for the
not a layup, not a
76ers.
dunk, what we talking about? If
Yup,
it's not a layup,
I
not a
mean,
dunk, what we talking about? He's
yup.
6'10", guarding 6'4" people. Of course he's supposed to get a steal. Come on, bro. Let's be logical.
oh my
He's
God, bro.
6'10", guarding someone who's 6'4"
So,
and below.
They
Of
go off
course
the
he's
name.
supposed
I
to
told
steal.
them that already. They go off their name.
Well,
They
may
don't
I
know.
chime in right quick?
Yes,
Yeah,
Thing
go
about
ahead.
please.
Simmons, when Simmons and Ingram came out, I always, because see, it was a trap. You know that LeBron comparison with Simmons, that was nothing but a trap. But I had always said Ingram over because I listened and I paid careful attention, and I'm like, nah, like even if I don't like LeBron that much, I can, honor his game. I kept saying like, nah, I don't care what nobody say. I feel like if Ingram, LA was good for Ingram, but it was really they wanted to, you know, and compete for rings. If Ingram would have went to another team, I think all this Ingram stuff would have never been a conversation. But I remember how toxic it was during the draft process and during that season. I always
Hmm.
thought
Well, but
that.
purple. The main situation was the Lakers did want the honestly the Lakers did want him to shoot more.
Mm-hmm.
Ingram did not have the confidence at the time, which is a part of development, and we all can attest to that. That is a part of development. And after the trade, he then got his motor right because Ingram also had a up and down motor. I don't disagree with that. But but the media with the media pushing the comparison of Ben Simmons, his body type was never there. That's why he could never go from 3 to 1. He could only go from 2 to 1, and that's the problem. He never wanted to bank. He didn't even want to bank in college. So that
yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear
now we can. So
Okay,
so
I didn't hear nothing you said, bro. My phone was tripping.
okay. What I was saying about Ben Simmons is that his intangibles, what they was trying to compare him to, was just the height and passing ability with LeBron and fast break ability. It has never been on a jumper or his rebounds because he really didn't want to do it here, even at LSU. So in that instance, that's where the comparisons end. Ingram, yes, is a better prospect than Ben, because Ingram only had to work on confidence. When it comes across those intangibles, that's what I mean about trash. Because you're at the point guard position. It's not just passing. It's not just being taller than the other player. It's about shooting and directing the flow of traffic. Ben has never really been a traffic director.
Man, Dyson Daniels better than that boy, man, right now.
Nah, you tripping,
Man,
bro.
Dyson
Hell nah.
Daniels. Man, Dyson
Well,
Daniels will hit some shots.
No,
if you
he
gonna
said
compare
right
Ben,
now. Right
I'm
if you,
now,
talking
that's
he
what
about
I'm
is.
right
saying,
now.
right?
Dyson
No,
Daniels
no,
is
no,
better
no.
than him.
I was getting ready to say, if you gonna compare to Ben Simmons right now, then that's the obvious,
No,
bro. But you talking about Philly, Dyson Daniels? Hell no.
But see, even with the Philly stuff, unstoppable. I'm gonna have to. When I tell you, I'm sorry, yo. I don't think like
Oh,
in
speak your
I,
opinion. Go ahead.
like I don't think he was ever like nobody really wants to get to the bottom of that Ben Simmons. And you allowed to be wrong, but people was so wrong on Simmons. It's crazy. Like I'm sorry, dog. Like nah.
Simmons didn't want to put in the work. Purple, say it. Say it with your chest, baby. He don't want to
I
put
don't.
in the work. That was the
man,
problem.
I
I
hate to
don't. I
say
Work
don't.
this, and
ethic was the
I'm,
issue.
I'm
Work
not
This is
saying.
ethic
my
was
thing.
the issue.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell going on with Ben Simmons because this is what I normally say. When people say he can't shoot, I say that's not true. He
Man, that
can
boy
shoot.
can't
Hold
shoot,
on,
bro.
I'm gonna
Show
I
tell
me a
you
watched that
why.
number.
Hold
boy
on, hold on,
shoot an
hold
air
on. Listen,
ball with
listen,
the Nets
listen, listen.
too.
I'm gonna
He
tell you why.
can't
I'm gonna tell
shoot,
you.
bro.
Let me explain. Let me explain why I say that. Let me explain why I say that because you might agree and again you might disagree. The reason why I say I feel like people are wrong that he can't shoot because I'm like, well, damn. If you look at his 5v5, his workout, the man is shooting threes, going in the post, fadeaways. He's doing
Man, I'm
everything.
not trying to hear
Let
that,
me
man.
Scott,
finish. Let
Look
me
at his
finish.
Scott,
Hold on,
videos,
let me
wait,
man.
finish.
wait,
Hold on, let me
Scott,
finish. Let me finish.
Scott.
Let me
He's
finish.
showing
Let me
practice
finish.
videos
Hold on,
as a
hold on, hold on.
jumper.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. So it's like this. Hold on. Let me say this. So it's like this. So it's like, well, damn. I'm seeing you doing this in 5v5, your practice, your training and like that. What the hell is going on with you that you can't put it, you can't do it on the court? And it's not like he's shooting and missing. He's just choosing not to. So it's like, man, what the hell is going on with you? Because before I said, man, I think he's doing that because he just don't want to be there. He never wanted to be a 76er, and he's trying to get traded from out the organization. Then he go to the damn Nets, and it's like he's doing the same thing. So I don't know what the hell is going on with him, and I can't say if when he say it's a mental. Believe me, when I say everybody can say he's faking or whatnot, that it's not a mental. And I'm gonna tell you this: you can't say he's faking is a mental or not because you never know what somebody mental is, fam. So I'm not gonna judge somebody and say, oh, he's faking that or not. So I'm gonna just leave it there like I don't know what the hell it is with
Man,
him.
he
If it's
just never was that
Unstoppable.
good, man.
A Kardashian curse, or whatever. But like I said, I done seen a man do the shit in his workout, but
And you
not
can edit,
translated to the
you can edit
NBA.
videos.
No, 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 no,
We don't see how
no,
many
Scott.
shots he take before he hit it though.
No,
Yeah,
Scott.
that
What?
is true.
No, Scott.
I
Scott.
would agree with
Scott.
that. I would
No,
agree
no,
with
no,
that. Yeah.
no, no, no. Scott, hold on, bro. Hold on.
Man, you will hit a shot.
He 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 is talking about what Philly had shown to their fan base the whole time of trusting the process thing was going on. Every summer, every off season, they always had a workout tape of Ben Simmons shooting threes, shooting mid range, hitting, and every year that it was time for the season, he would every jumper he would shoot in the game would be a miss. So just like
Not necessarily, bro.
I'm gonna give you two
That
slices.
boy do.
No,
He do
no,
No,
shoot a miss.
no. I would
I'm gonna
say
give
because
you
he
two
don't see a lot.
slices
So
of two pies. First one, AI. We're talking about practice. That's my first slice. Second slice, the Kardashian curse. Because he hasn't been worth a damn in
I
my
mean,
Ed
like,
Reed voice. He's
like
trash.
I said, I agree with that. Like I said, if you want to say Kardashian curse or whatnot, I would be like, yeah. And like I said, as far as like I said earlier, yeah, it's practice, but it's like he can. It's when you see him, it's like he got the confidence. It's there. He hitting the shots. But and I agree with Scott said too when he said you can't edit that junk. But when it's time
Right.
for the real thing, he don't take a shot at all.
Okay,
Not
so
one
what we talking
time.
about?
So it's what we talking about is that if you can do it in
So
practice,
no
why?
jumper.
What I'm saying is you can do it in practice, bro. Why the hell you can't translate it on the court? So my thing
Don't
is
ask me, ask
what the
him.
I
No
know that
jumper.
I know that. So what I'm saying is this. So what the hell is really going on with you? We talking about that they will leave him open. He still won't shoot the fucking ball. If
Okay,
I'm the,
so
I
no
was like,
jumper, no
bro, I
confidence.
rather you take the shot and miss it than totally don't take the shot at all. So it's like,
But
man,
that
what the hell is going on
so
with you,
but
bro?
no, and the shots he
I'm
take
gonna
he
throw this out
miss.
there. Is it that your heart just ain't in basketball no more? Wait, what the hell is going on with you, fam? Because
No, but
even look, check this out.
you
Even
disagree
before
with
then,
Sky, but you're agreeing with him by what you're saying right now.
no, I said I agree with him with the practice shit that you can edit it. But what I'm
No,
saying is
no,
him saying he's
your
trash.
answer, your answer.
He's trash now. But I'm talking about he didn't even go back to his old self. When I mean by to his old self, not shooting, just still was able to dominate without even shooting. That's what make him so damn crazy. He wasn't shooting and was still putting up numbers. He not
But
doing any of that shit now.
he's was guarding people that he's 6 inches
Even
taller
though if he did,
than.
it don't matter, Joe. He still was. He's not doing it now, bro. I don't care if he's 6 inches
He,
taller than him
but
now.
they're
He was
not using him at the point guard position right now. Because what did the Nets coach put him as? The
power forward
coach
player.
said, "You're 6'10, you're gonna play power forward." Ben got instantly in his feelings and started saying, "Oh, oh my back, oh, oh my back, my back, my back, my back." So so
It
once
might be his
again,
back,
bruh,
bro.
Sky in purple has showed.
Oh man.
He doesn't have a jumper, dog. That's what we're saying. With no faith in a jumper, even if you go at pole ball, if you don't have no faith in your jumper, the whole team could be shoo, and you're so scared that you pass the ball. Why? Because you have no confidence in your jumper because you don't have one. My brother, this understand he don't have one.
Mm.
And it is what it is, but he don't have one. Sky and Purple are pointing that out, and you're disagreeing with him. But then
I
in
ain't
the
even here with
premise of
purple.
your answer, you're agreeing with them. When you give your answer, you're agreeing with them, but openly you're saying, "I disagree with you." Even with the answer that you just gave, you said in practice, "Man, he hitting them. Man, he banging them. Bam, he's shooting them out the gym. Bam." Okay, we talking about practice. Do he get paid to practice or do he get paid for the court
Yeah,
acting
obviously a
live?
court. Yeah.
All right then. So I can't talk about practice if he's not producing on the court. The only reason why it became a real mental issue is because he was let down, that everybody pointed out his weaknesses live in front of reporters, and finally stood up and hold him accountable. You can't get mad at people finally holding him accountable, right? You can't. Even if you want to, you can't, because he's finally being held accountable. We tried to hold him accountable at LSU. We even told him, "Don't go into the draft this year, work on your game." He said, "Nah, I'm out here. I can get a bag." Okay, fine, not a problem. We don't have a problem with you going to get the bag. We just please don't put us on your resume. Please don't do that to us.
And I wanted to talk about something too. I don't know how
What you
many
got, Perp?
years that time. How long had LeBron been in the league when Simmons came? Because I forgot.
About 15 years. About at that time, about
Yeah.
14, 15 years at that time.
Here's what I noticed too. I don't know. Well, I understand from a marketing perspective, But I never got with Wiggins, even with Zion and Simmons, why even if LeBron was the top tier of the top tier, it was LeBron and then it was everybody else. I never understood because I don't remember it happening with Shaq at all, with other bigs that came after him, or even Tim Duncan, because Tim Duncan was really good too. I never understood, with those three guys where they were like, yeah, they're gonna be like LeBron. I said, dang, like, what? They can't be like nobody else. Like I remember that, and that's what made me hate. And I was like, you know what? Let me just look at these guys for myself and see what it was. And I was like, why do they? Oh, he's gonna be like LeBron, and I was like, that's aggravating, dog. They can't be like Paul Pierce or Ron Artest. Like, come on, bro. Like, they couldn't be like
Well,
nobody
they was
else.
talking about star power, purple.
Mm,
Honestly, they're
mm.
talking about star power and star impact. That that part I can attest to, and that part I will give Simmons because within the community, just like Zion, Simmons is a better person with what he's willing to do for the community.
Absolutely.
That part I have no beef with him. So star power, yes, I agree with the media on that point. As far as playing, I cannot put neither one of them in the same category because LeBron plays small forward, Zion plays power, and Ben played point.
No, but say something to you. From my perspective,
Hmm?
100% honest. I never, if they did say star power, it was something that I never caught. I like as far as Wiggins, I kind of don't remember his game. I knew he was like in Canada or something, and I wasn't really paying attention to his highlights and stuff. But with Simmons and Zion, like they was everywhere. But I remember, to me in general, I think a lot of people will be with me when they say they were talking about their game and stuff, like how they was coming out of high school and college, especially Zion. How it was for them coming out of making them transitions to the pro league. And to be honest, only player that kind of lived up to it to an extent was Zion. Like he came in and replicate what he did from high school to college to the pros, like as far as the production and stuff. Simmons just outside of being coddled by the Philadelphia franchise, it was never there. And I felt like they went the extra mile. He earned things and got things that I think he shouldn't have.
I
And
Be-
don't
and
know. I don't know.
and that part is right. But when you talk about Wiggins, no, Wiggins actually technically Wiggins was a bust.
yes, I would
Until he became the fourth option as a Warrior.
correct.
Wiggins was a bust as a number one player. Wiggins is 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 not a total bust, but he is a bust. He was the one that they really compared to LeBron, like total game, court vision, and that was the closest comparison. When it came to Ben Simmons, it was only court vision and tangibles of height. Um, when it came to Zion, they compared him and LeBron when it came to power. And that part I agree with them on power, be, but because who has really stopped Zion bumping him to the goal? Yeah,
Nobody.
yeah, 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 yeah. Just be honest and put it in perspective. Going downhill, only LeBron or Dwight Howard has really stopped Zion. Embiid hasn't even stopped Zion from going to dunk.
Nobody can.
So they really only based that on power.
Brooke
Other
Lopez
people
stopped
took it,
that.
power and star power, but other than for that, the intangible stop, the comparison stop.
It's just wow. I feel like that was a setup, like a
No,
setup.
is it is not a setup if Zion take care of himself. We we also have to put it in this into perspective. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James all have put other money into recovery and durability. Michael had bad habits, which was steaks and cigars. I'll give him that. But he did pay for his trainer, he did pay for his chef, not just to cook family meals, to give him meals that he so he could cheat. You dig what I'm saying? Even though, yes, we all know he ate McDonald's before games. We all know that. But he had a chef still that would cook him healthy meals so he could cheat like that. Kobe. Kobe did pay, he paid more for a trainer to help build up strength rather than recovery. LeBron pays for both. That's why his price tag is 1.3 to 1.5 mil a season since he came in the league. That is the ultimate difference. Most players do not look at that aspect of their game. They look at, okay, I could get all this at the team facility or
Right.
worry about it there. I shouldn't have to pay for it.
With
Regardless
right.
on if they a starter or a bench player. That's not the that's they don't look at it the same. Prime example, I'm gonna bring up Draymond. Draymond was about to get too heavy. He was about to get too heavy. Right before KD got there, Draymond Green was about to get too heavy. Then what did Draymond do? He finally got a chef, got a trainer, and he started seeing, oh, I can really stretch my career. Oh, I'm feeling better. Oh, it takes less time for me to recover. So
Correct.
when you point this out, that th- these are the intangibles most players do not look at. Now, trust me, I'm not saying that Zion is washed. I'm really not saying Ben is washed because they can bounce back from their situations. And trust me, I do have faith in them. That's why I'm really not bad mouthing them like I could be because I do have faith that they can rebound, even with the dynamics of the storylines that's going on with them, because they have the intangibles to change their career. The question is, do they really want to change their careers? And no, I will not answer for them. They have to prove it to me or us. I will never answer for them. They want the bag, you got to take the criticism. Just
Hmm.
like prime example, um, Butler. What Butler did with the Timberwolves, you do know he was helping up for the coach, right? And a lot of people don't look at that. That was the old Chicago coach that asked him to come there
Tom Thibodeau,
to help get these guys
Tommy
together
T.
and get their head together, and literally they was mad that their player on their team was pushing them to peak. So you're mad that I'm pushing you to peak and perform, will be mad. Now, when I talk about Cat, I did not know Cat mom had all those health issues. So
Correct.
Cat has been emotional because of his mother. I totally understand that. I will not take that away. But sir, you also gotta understand, I pay you over $100 million for a service.
Right.
So in that aspect, I cannot feel bad for you. When
But
it
you
comes to Wiggins, he was supposed to be the first option of that team. That's why I say he was a bust because all he could do was average like 16 points a game. Yes, he had up and down games, but hell, at 6'9", you're taller than most of the small forwards in the league.
Shit, he was average more than that. He took a dip for a little bit though.
Yeah, but it's just one thing, and I don't know why these players, that is concerning to me, because you shouldn't depend on your team to get you in a proper shape. In a not in the off season, but when the season starts back over and whatever, you should always take the necessary steps when it comes to your body, um to do what's right. I feel like Brandon Ingram takes those steps. It's just that he must have a real, I know he has a blood clotting issue, but he must have a really, really high metabolism. Same thing with KD. I think their metabolism is so high that it's hard for them to keep weight on, and to keep the muscle up and whatever. But
No, does not strength train. Ingram does strength train.
yeah,
Ingram locks in the Pelicans. He didn't lock in as a Laker with the trainers, but does lock in with the trainers here, meaning that rather than pay for it, he go to the facility and concentrate, do what put the work in. Where that's why it's not the same, because the players that don't want to pay for it, they can do like a Chad Ochocinco situation, like Kobe and Ingram does. But Zion could do that because they do have a kitchen at the Pelicans organization. They do have a kitchen, but you have to be there for the meals. And you have to let the staff know that you're there working out, because they cook for the regular staff. But then if the players want something, the players have to be there to get it. You can't just order something to go and you still sitting on your couch and you're not in there working.
yeah. I mean,
So I mean,
so I don't get. Do I think KD do be in the gym. It's just that he don't. But
You breaking up, purple.
uh,
I think you go to the gym. Somebody here.
you the the the, the main thing about it is in most cities, the way the practice facilities are set up, it's is harder on the players, and that part I could kind of give them. But when you're being paid for a job and you know you can eat there, why are you crying? It's not like you really got to pay for your food.
But to be honest, how many teams do that? Because I'm thinking like not that everybody medical staff is top tier.
Practically all of the teams.
No, I thought that too, and then I found
They
out
got
some.
they got state of the art. They got state of the art
Not,
stuff.
I'm telling you, Dex. Not every team has that because it's what the owners themselves can pay for.
Okay, what team you think don't have it? Who's so
I don't. I
impoverished?
know because I'm not working for them, but like I'm telling you, I thought that too, and then I found out they was like, nah, like when it comes to like the medical staffs and the training staff, it was like what I said the other day. With all coaches go out to scout, but some teams have people that don't coach and literally are staff. It's about what the teams can afford to pay their staff and stuff.
Trust me, you
Like
in
like
the NBA,
and stuff like that.
in most collegiate, they have state of the art.
Like some college teams got better facilities and stuff like that than NBA teams. Like the top tier schools in college got really good. It's some lower tier teams that got some
That
really
I can't.
good.
I gotta give you your kudos on that, Purple. Yes, you're right. Yeah, facility wise, yeah, I gotta give you that. Okay, okay.
What you been doing, Dex? You came up in here for a reason.
Yeah,
Nursing the
he was
toothache.
trying to sneak in the Thibodeau. That I ain't worried about Thibodeau. That's why I didn't bring him up. I brought up the players.
But
Well,
you
when you said that Butler was hinged to the coach, people want to know what coach because everybody's not so.
No, I dig it. I'm being facetious, man. Being
But you
facetious.
know the key thing that I've noticed that we brought up when we're talking about a lot of these players is their motive. it's like they get to the NBA and they say, "Well, hey, I'm here," and it'll be a while before some.
It's
The way the NBA set up is so hilarious to me because when you look at football, I think the way players get cut so quick in football is it's hilarious because it's not tolerable. They got 53 million. Even if they're so they gon' I didn't see some stuff over the years where I'm like, you thought you was gonna be playing? Nah, wait till this draft come around. Basketball, because it's only 2 rounds and you have so much money heavily invested, and it's costly with both sports to cut a player, but I think it's really costly, more costly in in basketball to cut guys, and it harms you more over time than it ever does with football. Like so, it's a lot of guys, if they ran their system how the NFL ran theirs, as far as how quickly they can cut a guy and stuff like that, I think you'll stop seeing these lazy motors and guys that think, oh well, they not gonna do nothing with me. They're not going to, get rid of me, so easily. I think you'll stop seeing that because it doesn't. It's a shame that you get here and you just waste your talent away. You don't do
Okay,
what you're supposed to
but
do.
but but purple. I honestly have to give a little pushback to that
Hmm.
because mainly pre-draft situation, right?
Right.
I'm gonna use Miller for prime example.
Okay.
The NBA normally use NBA teams normally use two different investigators to investigate a player, a potential player. So that's normally like 10,000 per investigator to actually look at these players. All right, so
Hmm.
that's 10,000 already in the hole. Then yes, say they fly them out, hotel, they give a little bit of a workout. Yes, say that's about another 5 racks. So already we only at 25, right? At
Right.
25. So now then you may pay for them to be in the media a little bit. I say may. So just throw another 5 on that. So
Hmm.
already we're at 30, right?
Right.
We're at 30. The normal cutoff during that time span, I'm going to double it, is normally 60. If they go to 80, that means they really want that player and they see a potential starter within their system with that player. But you also got to look at this. Most coaches and most office staff get into it with the players
Yep.
rather than looking at what can that player actually do on the court. We we could say whatever we want, and I'm gonna use the Warriors as prime example, and I'm gonna use Green as the poster child of this statement. When it comes to Boston, I'm gonna use Marcus Smart. We could say whatever we want about these two players as fans. Yes, they foul. Yes, they need to be called more for fouls. But do it help their organization? Yes.
Yeah.
So no matter what we feel as fans, it helps their organization. Because we all can agree Marcus Smart should not be starting.
Yes. Definitely.
At this point of the career, we can agree that Draymond Green should not be a starter. He should be the sixth man, but not a starter.
But
Because yes, what you got?
no, mentioning. See, what about Rondo? Because Rondo came, I think, 10, 10 years, I think, or 8 years, somewhere in there before Draymond even stepped on the floor. Derek players like Derek Fisher, I mean, they had starting roles.
No, not foul. I brought them up as the poster child because we can say they are a disruptor,
Hmm.
but they are proven to help their organizations on the court. When you bring, and I'm glad you brought up Rondo. Rondo was always educating them about his basketball IQ and people felt intimidated by Rondo, but Rondo gained had in his IQ has always been there. There hasn't been one team that Rondo hasn't went to that he hasn't improved. Not even the Pelicans.
Hmm.
That there's not one team he hasn't went to and improved. We could say that okay, him and Doc fell out, but no, that's not true. He fell out with Paul Pierce and Ray Allen because Paul Pierce and Ray Allen said stop dribbling the ball so much. You need to pass the ball. Then KG was the one who spoke up for Rondo and say, no, y'all need to look at the whole play. He's actually developing the play where the play was actually broken down. Okay, then Paul Pierce said, oh, all right, I didn't know. Ray Allen was like, nah, but I still don't like that shit. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So, in that aspect of it, Rondo point was proven, but you had a star player saying who was on the decline that was saying, no, bruh, he need to get the ball out of his hands so we have more time to develop the play. But Rondo was developing the play. And Rondo plays defense hard. Even
Yeah.
this is late in his career. He plays hard. So that's the overall difference. It isn't a decline in abilities other than we can't load him with minutes like we did before. Hell, Rondo could give you 18, maybe 20 if you stretch it. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
And you're gonna get production out of him. That's the difference. So when it comes to that's why I use the first two as a metaphor because they're on the court and they're starters. But we can agree that both of them shouldn't be starters. But they, with the way the organizational offense is,
Hmm.
and defense, it helps the organization on the court. So in that case, you have to literally start them because you telling me you're going to bench Brogdon and start Smart. That's
Backwards.
asinine.
Yeah.
It so. I mean, it was a whole reason why you got him from Indiana. What you see from his court vision, what his production is on the court. I mean, it's a reason why you went after him. And you're going to put him behind Marcus Smart.
That. Yeah.
So, in that aspect, it doesn't compute.
But in general though, with I don't know why. Well, I kind of know why because you had a plethora of like Derrick Rose, Wall, and Westbrook come in, but I never understood. I understood Curry's impact, but I never understood why they went away from guards like Rondo, like a Beal like Rondo for it. I don't understand the disdain. Like, oh, we can't have that. Like, I just it's confusing.
Okay,
Thank Gilbert
I,
Arenas.
I,
yeah,
I, it's not just Gilbert. It's Gilbert AI went against the roadmap of the traditional point guard. That is where it started at. Honestly, that is where it started at.
Yep.
Then you bring in Clay, who can actually, I mean, Steph, who can actually shoot. And
right.
a lot of those shots are prayers. I don't care what nobody say. He's the
Not playing.
most prayers man I have ever seen with
Right.
some of these throw
Three.
ups. It's not even a shot. Some of them are actually throw ups, but he makes them. So I got to give the man his flowers.
You're
But
right.
when you add that dynamic to it and the offense that Mark Jackson had created for Golden State, I don't care who doesn't want to give Mark his flowers. Mark Jackson deserves his whole flowers, not just for drafting them guys, for still believing in Steph because the Warriors office staff wanted to get rid of Steph at one time. Mark was the one who fought for him to stay. and said, no, let him get his ankles together. He's the player we need. And then look at it. They became the Splash Brothers. They got mad at Monk because of a comment. It is what it is. They they got a new coach, but notice the core of the team has not
It was a little
changed.
more than a comment, but
No, it was the comment and that he would not apologize for it. But he follows that book and live by that book hard. So there's
no,
nothing to
no, no.
apologize for
Gemini,
with
Gemini,
that.
my brother,
Yes,
was
sir.
cooking all night. Now, starting to reveal fast.
Huh? You're going in and out. You're going in and out. I need you to step by the window. I want to hear you.
Not
Can you
step
hear
by
me?
the way.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
Like the
can.
Verizon man. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I
I just heard what you just said, but you went right back out after you said what you said.
I
Mic
just
check, mic check.
Okay, that's a little better. Now,
Okay,
what are you
yeah.
saying?
What happened with Mike? What happened with? So he was cooking all night, but kind of fell in the pocket of fallacy. Mark Jackson, yes, he did make that homophobic remark, right? Okay, we know he's a holy roller, Bible thumper, but he displayed a horrific hypocrisy when it came to his sexual power, and he was being blackmailed, and he paid off the blackmail instead of going to the police initially. Once the
Yes, I
blackmail
know about the
continued,
blackmail.
yeah, once it
Mm.
continued, he knew he had to nip it in the bud. But the NBA, now listen close.
excuse me, Dex. Rico said he trying to get on the panel.
You do
I don't,
realize
I don't,
that
I don't have, I don't have the link. Light got the link.
Okay.
but you do realize during the
But let me
time of
finish. Let
that
me finish. Let me
statement.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So now this is a hard pressed issue with the
Uh-huh.
NBA. Yes, you can make those type. You can make a remark, and you can walk it back. You can retract it. You know what I'm saying? It's no big deal. We all make mistakes. We all have a slippage of a tongue.
But Dex,
But
that's not the
what
issue.
you can't
That
listen. Let me finish.
What?
What happens is what you can't take back
Am I
if
supposed
you pay out a black man in a private organization like the
to?
NBA who harkens down on their bottom line and try to keep the game in a, within the frame of integrity. Mark Jackson broke that.
Dex,
Dex,
How did he break it?
that's not that no that is not the premise
Yes.
why the NBA got rid of
what?
him, because at that time the Bay Area was the number
Yeah.
one spot for that community, and that petition got him out of being the coach of the organization. Now
This is what I'm telling you. You can you can
top of
fight you
that,
can fight back against
Dex,
that.
hold on, Dex, on top of that, the main community that runs entertainment is that community,
We're not worried.
and
Listen,
and that's the
Mark.
and that's the
This
main
hold
reason
on,
why he's
hold
out.
on. See, no, you got to go back to the chronological timeline. The Me Too movement wasn't strong back then like that, like they are
He's
now.
not a Me Too movement type situation. He's
It is a
not.
Me Too movement.
No, he's not. The LGBT community is not a part of the Me Too. The Me Too is
Since
for
when?
women only, for straight women. The Me Too is meant for
Huh?
straight women.
Well, how did Jesse Smollett get caught up there?
The just the Justice Smollett situation is a totally false statement situation. That's how he got caught in it. He's not a Me Too situation.
No,
The
but
Me
he's
Too
part of that
situation is
community,
for
right?
straight women that are either being harassed or that have been raped.
I
That is the
I
Me
don't know
Too
if it's just for
situation.
straight women,
It
because they
is
done
for
counseled
straight
some women
women.
out there.
It is for straight women. It is not for the LGBT community. It was never based for the LGBT
Okay,
community.
okay.
The
Say for
the
instance
the
that's the
Bay
case.
Area, the Bay Area at that time of Mark Jackson's situation was the nation capital of the LGBT community. It was the primary landmark to be for that community because it
I,
was more
I,
effective
un-
and,
Dex,
I
and
can I ask
everything
you a
understand the
quick
else.
question,
backlash.
Dex?
That is the reason
Okay,
why he
hold
got
on. Let
from
him
out
finish.
over there.
Uh,
That is
Okay,
the
but
point why he
I
got
didn't
from
ever get
over
a
there.
chance to finish, but I'm gonna let him finish. No, that is not the prime reason. That was an issue. The prime reason was Mark Jackson was caught up in a sexual scandal and he was being blackmailed because he was perpetrating like he just had this holier than thou image, right?
and,
So Mark Jackson had a lot of strikes against him. He was apostolizing the team. He made the comment about the same-sex marriage, and when his owner was was a homosexual, right? And
Hmm.
but what got him put out the NBA, that's just the Golden State team. He could have got fined. He could have got suspended for the comment, stuff like that. That don't get you put out. That's bullshit. You can
No,
sue.
they got a petition against him, and half of the
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
sponsors was from the LGBT community for the Golden
Please
State
let me finish.
Warriors.
I understand all that. I understand that whirlwind of controversy. That was a team
Hmm.
issue. That was
Hmm.
that team issue. But when it
Hmm.
became an NBA issue is when
Hmm.
he paid out on the blackmail. Right there, right there was a major blow because that shows a lack of integrity. If you play out on a blackmail, then how we know that if you don't get into something down the line that you will fix games?
You can't say that about Mark and then not say the same thing about MJ when it came to gambling.
I know that. You're right. I'm not disagreeing about that. That's very cooperable. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why Mike had to depart for a little bit and get a clean slate and come back. But with one thing about
Hmm.
Mike went out there playing a holy roller. Mike went out there preaching the gospel, and y'all are all sinners. So what
Hmm.
happened was when he made that statement against that community, the alphabet community,
Hmm.
then all that shit, preponderance
The
of all
promotional
that.
sponsorship.
No, not promotion. No, not that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about his body of evidence.
Hmm.
The,
Okay.
predom-
I.
the preponderance of all of that culminated into him being shadowly blackballed because he still is a part of the NBA, but he's only doing speaking engagements. If it was just based on that LGBT that community, he wouldn't even be on TV at all. So, but what happened was, in order for Mark Jackson to have a severance package, because that's what he got a large severance package.
That
And
part
in
I
that
know.
severance package, he said he would not sue, and the NBA still allow him to be a part of the community, but not amongst the coaching. He wouldn't yield that kind of influence because he's around young men and he could be very impressionable. Mm, mm, mm. So he had an integrity issue, and that's what frightened the NBA. It wasn't because he's conservative, holy roller or whatever. That's a team issue. He can get fined, he gets suspended for the team for making irreconcilable remarks that's detrimental to the team and the sponsorship or whatever. However they want to word it. That's a team thing. But the NBA got involved when he paid out that freaking blackmail, and they was continuing to try to blackmail him until they ran him into the po house, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm calling the FBI."
Well, I I humbly disagree with you because of the WNBA, and I'll just leave it as that. I
I
humbly
don't know what you mean by the
disagree.
WNBA.
All right, I'll leave it as that. I humbly disagree
Okay,
because
that's
of the
cool. We get
WNBA.
okay.
Dex, what I was trying to ask you is I never heard that he got blackmailed. I was trying
Oh
to ask, did he
yeah,
get
he was
blackmailed?
in
What
a
did he get
sex scandal.
blackmailed for?
Cause he was
She
Oh,
was
he
in
was
a sex
freaking he was
scandal.
he was freaking with them things out there, man. Shit, Mark
oh
Jackson getting
shit!
it
I ain't
down.
know. I
and
ain't
and
know.
he paid. See, when they because the lady was actually being pimped, and she had a key in her back.
Oh wow.
Once dude found out it was Mark Jackson, it was on and crack.
Right.
He like run it. He was like run it up. Mark, he tried to pay for his sins. Cash, try to cash her out for his sins, and then she coming back for more. We got tapes, we got videos. You know what I'm saying? You done, dude. And when the
That
NBA found out that he made that payment, that was the integrity issue. Instead of just going to the FBI initially, so that's saying that if you pay for that, if you're getting something else, how we know you won't try to fix games and manipulate the scores? Mm, mm-mm. Can't do it, Marky. We love you, but we just put you behind the booth and let you just commentate. You know what I'm saying?
So
Because you're vulnerable.
you think it was more so because of the black because of what they found out
Hell
because of what
yeah,
he
that's
said.
money.
Uh,
Can you imagine if you have a coach on the string? You know what I'm saying? You know how much money you can win? You go bet and say, hey, man, keep it under this. Keep this player under this number. You know what I mean? If he start getting close, take him out. All kind of stuff goes on, man. And that
right,
stuff,
right.
man. You'd be
the
surprised.
referees are already doing that,
Are already doing that.
and that's why I humbly disagree. And I brought up the WNBA for that reason, because that's the that's the real partner that wanted him gone. That's the real
I
partner that
understand that
wanted him
part. That's
gone.
what I'm saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. I'm just saying that didn't lead to his demise. What led to his because you can always make a statement, go do some charity work for the WNBA. You can always
No,
what
that
they
that
call that
commissioner
shit.
of the WNBA wanted him gone. Like literally, she was the
But the
loudest
WNBA
speaking
commissioner
person.
don't run shit. They can barely run their own league. If David Stern don't want you
It's
gone,
not
you ain't
about the
gone.
league. They are the sister of the NBA, which has that bigger community, and that's why he was gone. The
The
scandal came
WNBA
up
do not wield
later,
that much
and
influence
yes,
when it
that
comes to NBA.
scandal did come up, and I do acknowledge that scandal. I know about that scandal. I'm not discrediting that scandal. But when it came to the sister company, they was the loudest ones talking, which literally made him
But we all know
have to go.
The WNBA is owned by the NBA. We all know that.
Yes,
They're not no
yes.
separate entity. So if the NBA say, listen,
Uh,
calm down,
th-
we'll take care of it. Don't worry about nothing. Don't talk to the
and
press.
and that
We got it. And
and that's
WNBA
why
gonna
they
listen
got rid of him.
because all
Because
the
even
WNBA teams
the
are
soccer medalists even spoke
subsidiaries
up.
of NBA teams.
But even the soccer gold medalist even spoke up.
Uh huh.
She
I understand
she
that. You're gonna get that.
she was
Yeah,
on the
you're gonna get that.
news bashing him for that statement for at least about 2 weeks, and that's when the petition started. When that petition got over 1 million signatures, that's when the NBA really became a part because the signatures came in within 72 hours. Then
I
that's when the
understand all
NBA
that.
got
All the
involved. The
controversy.
the,
Yeah, I
the
understand all the
sex
controversy.
scandal came. The sex scandal came during the time of the NBA trying to evaluate what they was gonna do. That's when the sex scandal came up.
And
And
that was
and
the straw that broke the camel's back because once they found out this man paid out to an extortion, now he can be trusted with the power of being a coach. How can you?
mm, that I disagree with. But okay, all right. So Dex, that these
Mhm.
past few nights we done gave you what you wanted with 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 the Charlotte trades and these Zion trades that you want. Why don't you bring a trade to the table now? We didn't gave you what you want. Give us what we
Okay.
need.
Now, if I was able to, I mean, if I put on my GM hat and I got the
Hold on,
number
hold
two
on.
overall,
Hold on, Dex. Before you start, Purple, are you there? Cause I want Purple to be a part of this. Purple, are you there? Please answer, Purple. Purple, please be there. Purple, Purple, Purple. Don't leave me, baby. Purple, Purple, don't leave me. I want you to be here. Damn. Okay.
you sound you get ready to sing an R&B song.
Purple may have us on timeout. All right. Dex, you got the floor. I'm sorry.
No, I have
Yeah.
been.
Oh, okay. All right. Cause
Now,
cause
now
every time we
I'm
done did
nursing the
this,
toothache,
Purple
so you
haven't
gotta
been
bear
here.
with me a little bit.
Come on with it.
Toothache is
Come
killing me.
on with it.
Get you
Now, if I
some green wheatgrass and put in some water and goggle.
breathe wheatgrass,
That's the first time I heard of that
Yeah,
one.
where, where'd
green
I find that
wheat.
shit at? And he
It,
from New Orleans.
it,
He don't even know that voodoo trick.
I don't
you can
know.
get
I
that
don't
at
know
like
no
a
green
vitamin
weed.
store or a health food store. It's good. It's good for your teeth.
All right.
Or you can just oil pull, but the wheatgrass would be better.
I never heard of it, so maybe you could
Oh,
send me something
coconut
in my
oil.
DM.
I got you. I said it to you.
Gemini.
Oh,
Okay, now back to the matter
hold
at
up.
hand.
That. One last point before you start, Dex. Cam, yes, you're right. Collins was the center that Mark Jackson did not want on the team. That was the other part of that situation also. So Cam, yes, you are 100% correct. I just wanted to
Uh,
point that out.
he is. He. Can I mean, ooh, Cam Gemini.
Hmm?
What is something, or what is your observation on LaMelo's game, and what do you think he needs to work on?
Hold on. Who game? I'm sorry.
LaMelo's game.
He said, "What is your observation?"
On it, and what do he need to work on?
Me, I say from what I see, I would say defense, and I would honestly say the speed of the game. There are sometimes in a game where it needs to be a faster pace, and there's times in the game where it needs to be a slower pace, and he hasn't figured out the right formula of that as a point guard. That that's what I see. Other than for that, um, the last thing I would say slightly is choose better shots, and that's it. I mean, I I actually enjoy his game, believe it or not. I even with the mistakes, I enjoy his game. I don't have no qualms with him as a player. I have none. If you ask me would I put him on my team, yes I would. So I'm honestly not hating against LaMelo. I actually enjoy his game.
So
Just hmm
go ahead, go ahead, because I'll ask you one more thing.
so I mean those are the only three things that I see. I mean this is a part of development. He's still on his rookie contract. I until we get out that rookie contract, be on the second contract, at least the middle of that second contract. I I can't be real judgmental on him. I know the family is a friend of the channel. I have no qualms with that. But as far as what I'm saying from him in the beginning, I'm enjoying it.
Okay. What I'm about to say? Uh, oh my God. I know what I'm trying to say. He
Ju- ju-
okay.
Let me
What?
figure it out. Just go ahead and say it.
No,
Di-
no,
di-
what I was about to say. What do you think? His price tag is. He's up for. What would you offer him personally, Electric?
As of right now,
Yes.
he gotta get he gotta get 193. 194.
So close to the max. From everything
Close to the
you
max. Close to the max. From what I'm seeing and what he brings to the team, he got to get that 193. No more than 196. I got to give it to him.
okay. We wish
Now he would be dumb to take a hometown discount pay cut because if the organization don't fully honor their word about building around him, he will be the laughing stock of the NBA Players Association for giving a discount for no reason.
those are facts. I don't think he'll take a hometown discount either. But I just because I think that's another thing we got to see too. It goes it's not so much off of the class that these players are coming out of as far as how they're getting paid. They're gonna start at the end of these contracts of evaluating them along with whatever free agent classes, whoever's available at their well, it's positionless, just in the general sense of things now. But I'm interested to see what he gonna get because the talk around it that I've been hearing, people ain't even in the 190s. They talking about like 160, 170 at max for him.
Well, they're saying that because he's a small market star, and that's the justification I would give for that because he's a small market star. To try to still have money in your war chest for that next star, the team leader would have to take a pay cut. Think about it. To get LeBron James to Miami, Dwayne Wade took a pay cut. Bosh took a pay cut.
Yeah,
They, I mean, even though it wasn't max, they did take a pay cut, and really they did it to keep Unc Haslam. They did it to keep Haslam. They didn't have to do that to keep him. They did that just so he could have 20 on the 20 mil. So to make all these cards fit, I mean, at this point, please don't get me wrong. I know they are an NBA team, but they do not have the gold bricks in their vault right now. They got between silver and bronze. They don't
yeah,
have gold bars. They have technically they really have two gold bars, and that's LaMelo and that's Bridges. Regardless on what people feel about Bridges, is a beginning star, a rising star. If he have stayed in shape and put in the work that he should have this whole season that he's been gone, that he really shouldn't have been gone for the whole season.
uh,
But that's neither here nor there. But
yeah,
that's neither here nor there.
yeah, right,
Well, you
But
better be careful on that one because that's a hot potato.
yeah.
um, uh,
But
um,
and
uh,
I need Dex to answer this question
how's
too.
that a hot potato? I'm sorry. How's that a hot potato?
Domestic violence,
All they had to do was classes.
domestic violence. You think that's a hot potato since 1994? Are you kidding me?
All they had to do was classes.
Yeah, because you played no contract.
So how's that a hot potato? Help, help, help me see the logic. Dex is if all they
Well,
had to do was
I mean,
classes.
we beat that dead horse. You know what I'm saying? To nothing.
He didn't
So
physically
to,
touch her. He didn't physically harm her. This was a verbal argument. Don't
I
give
don't
me
know.
white
That ain't what
tears
she
right
said.
now. No, that is what she said. She said it was a
Oh, she
verbal
took it back.
altercation. She
She
said
must have
that in
took
the
it back.
beginning. She
No,
said
no,
that in
no,
the
no, no.
beginning. It was
She didn't
not
say that.
physical.
Uh-uh.
It's in the
No,
police
no.
report. It was not
She didn't
physical.
say that.
That's why they gave him the plea.
No, we was all on her Instagram. She put it on Instagram first.
Her saying it on Instagram and being in the police report is two different things, sir. The police report goes to court.
But it's not a no. What's official is the affidavit because the police report can be changed at any given time. You can go and change the police report. You know that, right?
After the
I
14
remember
days,
this.
no, it's in the
I remember
system.
this.
After the
Well, it
14
could. I mean,
days,
different states have. Hold on. Different states have different codes that come in. Unless it's federal, then it takes over all 48 states.
and all 50
But
states, it's 10 to 14 days for that report to be approved. By that 14 day, it has to be in the system approved. Now, if they go back in the system, they got to show the court what they went into the system by the metadata and literally show the court and justify why they changed that police report. It's
and
10 to
also,
14 days.
and
I'm a
listen,
former
and also,
MD.
okay, hold on one second. And also, to alleviate all that,
Hmm.
you don't have to really be accountable until you what?
Go to court.
Exactly. Till you go to court and you under oath. So anything when the police report, the affidavit, the complaint, once you go to court and get sworn in, that's when everything is actual. Everything else is circumstantial, correct?
It is. And I'm going off of her words. She took it back.
Hmm.
When she found out he wasn't getting that contract,
Hey,
that's
there
when
you
she
go.
cried because it was
Hello.
all about the money. Every
Hello.
time
There
he
you
told
go.
her no, she considered that as domestic violence and being deprived. And that's what their
Hello.
full argument was about. So everything has
I
only
tell.
been verbal. And that's why I said when you say hot potato, his situation was never physical. If it was physical, trust me, I would stand on a different plateau. But with
But
his
but the
only
thing,
being verbal of being
but Gemini,
denied certain
hold on one second. Hold on a second, Gemini. We know how it
uh
ended. But in the beginning, when she went in to the hospital, they took pictures. And in the beginning, they was using those pictures and took them down to the grand jury to indict Mouse.
hmm
Now, what did she? I don't know because I didn't follow the case that thoroughly. What she say? How she got that way? Going to the hospital, getting pictures, and leaving the hospital. I don't know how she got up under that. I don't know. But there was pictures taken. It was all
it
over
was.
TMZ, all over her
hmm
Instagram, and she tried to
hmm
use that kid, and that's where people start didn't support her. When she put that kid involved and put that kid on video and using him as a video testimony, that's where she was wrong at. And people start to
Oh,
lose support for her.
but then that's when the truth actually came out. The only time, because that's when the actual, even the friends and everything started going on Instagram and saying, no, the only time you can play is when he turned you down from your wants. And then that's when the truth really came out. This was a vindictive person that seen he
Yeah,
was about to
vindictive.
sign
That's
that
right.
money, and then she messed up the bag, and she found out how much she messed up the bag, and
Yep.
then that's when she came with, "Oh, I'm
She
sorry. Oh,
she tried to
I just
retract. Yeah,
wanted
she
some
tried to
stuff.
retract.
I wanted some stuff."
That's true.
So
Yep.
that's why I said with the fan base of Charlotte, the only thing they was trying to do was shed white tears at that time. That's why I don't look at that as a hot potato because his situation hasn't been physical.
Uh,
Physical, then I agree with you. What you got, Purple?
Oh,
no, I was just gonna ask because I want this to be hit in the head.
Uh huh.
I don't. I hope Deck's been listening around when it comes to Tuda and LaMelo playing together, right? The primary, like, when the reason why I asked you what he needed to improve on, because the primary thing I keep hearing about when people want to pair LaMelo and Scoot together is we need a guy that can come in and be our number one scorer, our number one face of our franchise.
I
And
disagree.
I do too, trust me.
Listen, I vehemently disagree.
But it's
I
the
don't know who the hell
scoring.
said that.
It's the
You're not listening to him no more.
it's the I told you it's people that listen to this show, and they've been they've been a little too happy about the school stuff. But when I heard them say, "Oh well, I don't care about the franchise stuff because to each his own.
Hmm.
Everybody views stuff differently." But it was the
Right.
scoring thing to me. I feel like, and I'm so glad. I hope they don't carry. I don't know if it was Jordan or Mitch. I don't know who was responsible, but I hope they do not carry. If, like, let's say they take Scoop, I hope they do not carry and put LaMelo in a box and say, "You need to be our best floor general, play initiator, all of that, and our best defender." Even though we know you have a gravity to score and the ability to score and be impactful when doing so, we don't really need you to do that. That's what Scoot's for. And what's the word I'm looking
Purple. Let me stop you, Purple.
Well,
Let me
but
stop you. You don't gotta say no more. You ain't
for.
gotta say no more. Because that sounds like a bunch of scrambled eggs.
that,
Listen,
that was the reason
first
to
of all,
bring Kelly there.
Yeah.
first of all, well, I don't even know about that. First of all, listen, the Mellow have accolades. How you gonna bring somebody that don't have no accolades and has yet to be acclimated in an NBA arena, and you're gonna tell your all-star to move out the way and let this unbounded potential take over? Come on.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm telling you what is being like, even prior
That's
to
why I'm saying that's scrambled eggs.
I don't
How
know.
do you
Well,
even listen
It
to that? It
wasn't
doesn't even
okay.
it doesn't even make sense
It
because
wasn't
Melo shirt. Hold on one second. The Melo is the number one jersey sale in the Charlotte Hornets, and I think he's top 10 in the NBA. And
yeah.
you talking about somebody ain't sold now one jersey to move LaMelo out the way and take over the ring. That doesn't even make sense. That's just LaMelo hate.
that
And I agree.
that
But
part I agree with Dex with, but then you also have this to look at too. If you draft school, you
Gemini, you low.
oh, I'm sorry. Here's the thing: if you draft in school, are you drafting for a double point guard situation, or are you drafting him as a backup? Regardless on what pick he is, I
I,
don't want to
I
hear
think they
about the pick.
I think they drafted him as a dynamic pair to have a dynamic backcourt. That's what I believe they drafted him. Because
Okay,
if you
so
if they draft, that's if they draft him, they don't take. Because if you look at the Charlotte Hornets, if everybody stays, because you ain't got to pay school. What you gonna pay school? The number two pick, which school makes about 9 to 11 million.
I know
So
it's
that's
going
a rookie.
to be more than that. I think they
No,
asked.
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It should be about 11 million right now for a
Yeah,
number
that's
two pick.
my fault. I meant to say 11 million, but I know it's going up every year.
okay, so a double point guard situation.
Mm-hmm.
So you're already going to change. You're already going to have to change the system,
Mm-hmm.
and both of them can switch out as shooting guard because Scoop is
Interchangeable.
a
Interchangeable.
yeah interchangeable slasher. But Scoop is a better slasher. Okay, if you do get Miller, you're running a double small forward situation. So your offense is going to change regardless, and this is why the draft is
No,
actually going to
no.
start
See.
with their
Listen. Hold on for a
picks.
second. Scoop is already designed and framed to put in a Charlotte Hornets.
All I said is
You don't even
it
need to know about them. You don't even look past school. Let
But
somebody else.
Dex, I'm trying to tell you, I this situation is very sticky to me with him and Scoop. I don't say that they can't play together and that they're not getting along. I'm not around either one of them every
Okay,
day.
Purple
I'm
Babe.
saying
Let me
general rule.
interject. Let me interject. Let me calm you down. You sound very anxious. Listen, you still got Miles Bridges, right? Because I don't think Miles Bridges is going nowhere unless they're trying to really get Zion. If that Zion stuff is just hyperbole, then Miles Bridges ain't going nowhere. They're going to pay PJ Washington. He's going to stay. The only person that might be on the skates could be Gordon Hayward because they might keep Oubre and they might even keep Terry Rozier with that type of a team because they want to be rabbits. They want to be rabbits. Mark Williams, we have seen Mark Williams run the court.
I don't think they're keeping Terry.
They could if they want to. They don't
Not
have
if
to
they
get rid of
draft Scoop. That wouldn't be smart. They need to get bigger.
I don't think they're keeping Terry because Terry has always been a defensive liability for real.
Basically, everybody on the Charlotte Hornets is basically a defensive liability.
He is not a floor general.
They have the worst defense in the league. You know that, right? I think it's Houston, and then right after Houston is Charlotte. I think Charlotte gets 29th worst rated defense.
Yeah, but Terry is a scoring point. He is not a floor general point.
If you want to get rid of Terry, go ahead. But I'm just saying, if you want to just wait and see how this works out and stay pat until the All-Star break, and then want to move pieces, you can do that. Will be no problem.
But
financially, I wouldn't because that then you may wind up with the same situation as the Lakers, and Purple can attest to that. To get half of a team because you didn't move a contract to get half of a team and half of the year, you can't demand the chemistry you could if they begin the season together. And then right now, I would rather try to get people that can freely walk in than trade for it. I will keep my war chest. I will do what I'm doing, but I will look at the undrafted players and I will go for the full unrestricted free agents. But
you just said get rid of Terry.
Come with their bird rights.
But you said get rid of Terry.
I will get
okay,
rid
you
of Terry.
trading. That's trading. That's not walking in.
Terry could be a player for player type contract. Haywood would not be a player for player contract. I would have to give up draft capital, which is giving up part of my war chest. I would not do that.
But even if you do that, okay,
right now.
Say for instance, okay, Gemini, even if you do that, that's cool. Everything you just said, that's cool. But they have options, and that's good for Charlotte. That they have multiple options that they can weigh and make sure they make the right decision. It's not like it's a one-way street with Charlotte right now. So they're in a really good position, and they should be happy.
Drafting-wise, they're in a good position, but trading-wise, they're not.
They show not.
Trading-wise, who can they really trade where another team will be calling them rather than them calling the other team?
But you can't talk with a forked tongue now because I just said they don't have to do anything, and then you're like, no, they got to get rid of Terry. Okay, what is it going to be? Get rid of Terry?
Get rid of Terry and Howard.
Okay, that's an option. Isn't that an option? Because they don't have to. It's optional if they want to do that or not. So if they go your way, cool, they can do that, no problem. They want to do Purple Baby way, cool, no problem. Or if they wanted to stay pat and run it to the All-Star break, cool. That's all I'm saying. They have options now. When's the last time that the dummy Charlotte Hornets had options? I mean, these are bottom teams.
They run it to the All-Star break. They're going to be the draft lottery for next year.
They're not winning no championship this year.
No, they're going to be in the draft lottery next year.
That's cool. If they be in the draft lottery next year, hold on 1 second. Slow down. If they be in the draft lottery next year, good for Charlotte. They do that. And if they don't, good for Charlotte. They're in a win-win situation because they're not winning shit. They're not beating Boston. They're not beating Miami. They're not beating Milwaukee. They're not beating Philly. They're not beating nobody in the East.
So
if they want to go to a draft lottery, cool, they can win. Or if they want to go to a play-in just to feel good about themselves, cool too.
Okay, so that's why I said earlier, put Haywood at shoot, and Flight cut me off at the knees. But I was like, they're not. They what can they win at this point? Either give up your war chest. Either give up your war chest. I brought up getting Nas Reed as a good backup to help to not stagger the development of the center that they have now. Who is that noise?
That's Dex.
Oh, okay. To not break up the center development that they have at this point, and Flight shot that down because Nas Reed won $10 million, but the intangibles that he brings to the court is actually worth that 10. Actually, hell, I
Okay,
feel he worth
hold on one
15.
second. Hold on one second, Gemini. Is Nas Reed better than Mason Plumlee?
Yeah.
I would say their energy, motor, yes. They're actually about what
You
and what,
just
but
say
he's
yes.
more
Just say
athletic.
yes, please. Just say
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
God, yes, please.
All right. Yes.
Then he's worth
No,
it, right? Because they gave Mason Plumlee $9 million.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
That's what
That's
he
and
had, right? Purple. He
listen,
had $9 million contract, $9 million a year.
and I'm gonna tell
yeah.
you this. Shout out to the room. I'm just checking in. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to the audience. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the hegemony and ball information. And listen,
Oh,
listen.
wow.
If Nas Reed signs with Charlotte, he's not signing to be a backup. I guarantee you that.
I,
I disagree.
He's not coming to Charlotte to be a backup to Mark Williams. He's not doing that.
I disagree. I'm gonna tell you why. Because for Not Reed right now, it stops him from being the third center on a team, and he gets the money that he wants. So that's my pushback to that. He gets the 10 million that he's requesting, and he's getting more minutes than he would as a Timberwolves, sir. I mean, he's already behind Rudy Gobert and Cat. He's behind both of them. He has in the limited playing time that he has had 20-point games, 18-point games. He didn't even had a 25-point game, even as a backup. With the limited minutes that he get, and the rebounder has been bananas. The defense has been on
No,
par.
listen, I know Nas Reed is a player. I know that. But
Okay,
he's right now he's playing behind Cat and Rudy. He's
right.
not coming to Charlotte to play behind Mark Williams. He's not doing that. If he comes to Charlotte, the agreement is gonna be he's gonna be the starter.
I agree.
I I I I, I humbly disagree.
He could go to Milwaukee if he want to be a backup. He goes somewhere. He could go to a
He
good
could go
team.
to the Lakers and
He
start.
go to
The
Lakers. He go to a
Yeah,
good team if he
Mavericks
wants to be a
start.
backup. He's not going to come to Charlotte, who ain't won like damn thing, and say, yeah, I'll back up to Mark Williams, the guy who's a sophomore. That's not happening.
mm,
And plus, in Minnesota, those are two all-stars.
Right.
no, that's not what I'm saying, Dex. I said that he will get more minutes in Charlotte, and he will get the money that he wants. So he will be a fat cat purring in a corner.
He can go to it's another team that I was thinking about to start too.
Or Charlotte can make a run for the Chicago center that is also a unrestricted free agent.
Oh man, here we go
I
with this
No,
mean,
again.
not
I
Boots, not Boots. No,
mean,
Boots don't fit that. Boots don't fit
I
that.
mean, you need a big man. Need a big
Yeah,
man.
but Boots don't fit that because Charlotte wants to run. Cliffy wants to get out and run. He want to turn his players into gazelles.
He's not
Look, Charlotte is most likely going to be running it back with Mark Williams at the starting center.
I
Of
agree.
course, why not? I would do that in an instant.
He showed a lot
He's
of
good.
promise.
He's
He showed a lot of
reliable.
promise,
Yep,
and he's cheap as hell.
and he's cheap. There you go, man. You on point.
Can I
Hey, you know me, Dex. Hey,
Ooh, right quick.
we locked in.
Spike Lee.
The hegemony of ball information. Right?
Okay, what you got, Purple?
No, I was just saying, like, I from the beginning, what I'm alluding to with LaMelo basically and Scoop, I just feel like all the write ups and stuff that I've seen, the commentary I've heard, if you don't have people putting LaMelo into a particular box, which that's not, when you look at his game, really, the box that they're put him in, that's, he shouldn't even be in that box. But Scoop is meant to be, for the lack of a better term, if I can compare this to two other players, they view Scoop coming in as Damian Lillard and LaMelo as CJ McCollum. And although those comparisons are not bad, it doesn't, like, it just doesn't make sense if you know what I'm saying.
Is I'll say this. First of all, we as fans have to stop letting the media dictate who we will actually compare a player to, because they are paid to create a story and then build upon that story a false narrative. We need to eyeball, like Nelly would say, you see better than you hear, right? So look, open your eyes, look at his game. He is a big guard. I will give him that. But past being a big guard, hell, before about 3 years ago, Dame actually played defense. Dame just stopped playing defense recently. I mean, so it's not
I
like
disagree
Dame.
with you on that
eh,
too.
okay, Dame
Not
was playing more for the screen. He would be under the screens, but he will play more defense. And I mean, but now he doesn't. So I mean,
but
the, what you say?
I just think it's troubling. And I don't think that new ownership coming in, her how we seen the stuff Damian
Well, first of all,
Well,
they're going to need
that's
three
it.
seasons. They're going to need 3 seasons. 3 seasons to do a rebuild. Even e-
that's
even regardless of the fact of the matter, as soon as they get a new ownership, as soon as that ink is dry on that paper, their timeline is 3 years. It is honestly 3 years. They got a free. It's not free because they still got to pay people, but they have 3 years to build something. As far as in the
Why
blue
you
sky,
why you think Mike wants to remain on board to pick this draft?
because
Because
he.
of Scoop.
But I'm telling you that I'm just being honest.
He
That
want to go out with a bang. I'm telling you, man. I can feel it.
I,
Mike want to go out with a bang. He don't want to, because normally when you sell your team, okay, I'm done. Go ahead, do you guys do what you're gonna do? I'm done.
I don't
I'm going
trust
to the
Mike
golf course.
Eyeball as being a GM. I don't trust Mike Eyeball as being a GM.
Well,
So
he ain't the
Well,
GM no
he's
more.
an
mean,
owner. He's not a GM.
he draft picks like a GM. He is the GM, like y'all say.
How do you know Mitch is not picking
GM,
those draft picks?
oh,
huh?
he ain't. And all them players from North Carolina or
Wait.
that's
Do
in.
you know Michael Jordan personality? Wait.
See,
Do
now
you
we
know Michael Jordan
now we getting
personality?
into assumptions. Now we getting into
No.
assumptions.
It ain't no damn assumption.
It
Do
is
you
an
know Michael
assumption.
Jordan
You just called
personality?
him a GM, and he's not a GM. So I don't know
He,
where you're about to go
bruh,
now.
he drafts like the GM. Every player that he has went after, he has been the one to go after them. When they was told by the
But Mike haven't been a GM in a long time though.
they told him not to get Chef from Wisconsin. I mean Frank
Frank,
the tank
Frank, yeah, Frank, yeah,
from Wisconsin,
Frank Kaminsky.
and they begged him not to get him. Mike said that's who they want. Who did they draft? So if we're going to say GM LeBron, we have to say Mike GM. Don't
But but
don't
but but
don't be
Gemini,
a
but
half-ass
Gemini,
person. Call a
but
spade a
Gemini,
spade.
but Gemini. Mike hasn't been in the GM seat in a long time.
No,
Prior to
just
Mitch,
two
they had some
seasons,
Asian
sir.
cat.
Just two
No, no,
seasons.
no. They had some Asian cat there.
regardless
Asian dude.
person did what Mike wanted though.
Exactly. He's the GM.
Okay. So you said Mike is micromanaging.
Yes.
Yes. That's why I say, do you not know Michael Jordan's personality? Ain't no damn assumption. Mike been the same way since he was a player. So Mike been the
Michael
same
Jordan
way.
is puppet master.
So since he been the same way, if you did or did not look at the last dance, or you heard about the last
So
dance,
what are you getting at? What are you getting at?
the GM does what Mike wants. So he is Mike
Right. Okay.
MJ GM.
Okay.
Just
So
like
what's the
everybody
point?
say is the GM
Okay.
with
What's the point?
LeBron. You just said I was wrong for saying they do what Mike
No,
wanted.
I didn't say you. I said you were wrong for
Oh
saying Mike's
my
a GM.
God.
If you gonna quote me, you gotta quote me right, man. That's all.
We all know
rip in
he's
what I
the
say.
owner. He's also acts as the GM.
Okay,
He
so
also
what is
acts as the
your point with
GM.
that? What is your point with saying Mike chooses the draft picks? What is your point with that?
Mike is acting
So
as
are you
the
saying you're gonna choose Scoot or
GM.
not? Are you
Right,
Gemini?
right.
Is he choosing Scoot or not? I'm saying he choosing Scoot. That's why he want to remain on until after the draft.
I
I
think
don't
It's only
know who
obvious.
he's going to choose.
I think he's choosing
I
Scoot
just
or
gave the
Zion.
two scenarios. I gave the two scenarios of if he chooses Scoop, he's running a double point guard situation, which is interchangeable between
We
cycles.
understand that part, but
If if
we just want to get you on
I
record.
don't
Where do
know
you
who
stand?
he's
Put
I
your
don't
stick in
know
the sand.
who
Right, right. I
Put your
need you to
stick
put
in
your
the
swords
sand.
down.
I don't know who because I gotta look at if we're just coming back in for how much. Yes, I heard he was on the phone with him. I don't I could be on the phone with my cousin. That don't mean my cousin coming to my house.
Nah,
So
come on now, don't do that. You on the
no,
phone with the owner? Come on,
how
man.
much
Mike don't gotta
is he
call that
coming
dude,
back?
man. You know doggone well,
Hey,
Mike. You gotta talk to him.
hey, you know Mike's personality. Why would he be FaceTiming with him?
To try to see what the price tag is.
Mike don't do that. Mike don't negotiate that. That's somebody else's job.
You think Miles Bridges has the leverage in this situation?
Is he an
Uh-oh.
unrestricted free agent this
Do you
offseason?
think he has the leverage in this situation with coming back to Charlotte?
If he if
He's
he
unrestricted.
is an
He's unrestricted.
unrestricted free agent, he can walk into anywhere. Charlotte called them first for hometown rights, but he can walk anywhere because I don't
Yeah,
think
but I
Charlotte
think
paused
after
this contract. I don't think they
after
paused this contract.
Hey,
after,
hold on, real quick. Does the front office talk to the players about numbers, about prices, or do they talk to the agent?
Not when it comes to stars. And with
Hold
Mike
on,
mentality, he want to talk to him.
hold on. Doesn't the front office have to go through your agent to talk money?
No,
So the player is negotiating his price with the front office.
he can. He can negotiate everything himself. All he has to do is pay the agent their commission. That that's why most players don't even need a
You think
agent.
Miles Bridges is negotiating his contract with the Hornets, not his agent?
He can see what the window is.
Gemini, stop
He
while
can
you
see,
here.
no,
He
he
is
can see
not.
what the window
It's
is
an
No,
alley, Gemini. It's
because
a
no
dark alley
player,
right now.
no
It's a dark alley,
player,
Gemini.
no player
It's a dark
actually
alley
needs
and there's
a
one light.
agent. No player in any sport
We
actually
talking
need
Miles
a
Bridges.
agent.
Stop making general
Miles Bridges
statements.
don't even need
Stay
a
focused.
agent.
He
Is
has
Miles
an
Miles
agent.
Bridges don't need.
He has
He
an
doesn't
agent.
need one. He
He has an
doesn't
agent,
need one.
so why does he have an
and he
agent?
has one of the
All he
top
has.
agents in the game.
So all he has to do is pay the agent their commission. He
Mm-mm,
can negotiate his own price and then pay the
mm-mm.
agent their commission.
We ain't saying what he coulda, shoulda, woulda. We saying what he's going to do.
But
Rich
that's what
Paul
we're
is
asking.
already. Rich Paul is already in the mix. It ain't like that.
Wait.
Yeah, it ain't like that.
Hold on, Gemini.
MJ don't even
Miles
like.
Bridges. Hold on. So Miles Bridges is telling Rich Paul You sit this one out. Sit this one out, big dog. I'm gonna negotiate with Mike myself. Is that
If
what?
I
Is that what's
remember
happening?
correctly, MJ doesn't like LeBron. No, the posse, as Phil said, and Rich
What
Paul
that got to
is
do with
who?
business?
Wait.
What-
See, y'all tell me to look over stuff, but y'all not looking over. Y'all don't
He's
look
already
at me.
signed the man. He's already
M,
signed the man. What do you
MJ
mean?
doesn't like LeBron and his camp, so it may need to be that separate conversation between Miles Bridges
Nah,
and
nah.
MJ.
Well, I mean, they could do that, but no. Rich Paul runs a reputable agency, and they're gonna do it by
I
the book,
didn't say
basically.
nothing about his agency. I said MJ do not like LeBron in his camp, so it may need that extra
Hey,
conversation
tell me the source on that.
on
Tell me
the
the source on
table.
that.
He said it himself.
Tell me, just shoot the link in the chat, please.
When he amen what Phil said about LeBron's camp being a posse,
I just need the link so I
LeBron
can check it out.
amened it.
I need the link so I can check it out.
Me, Michael
MJ
Jordan, man.
amen. Yeah, MJ amen when Phil called LeBron and his camp a
Can I get the link
posse.
to that, please?
But all the thing I'm saying is this right here, Gemini.
Yes,
If
sir.
Miles Bridges is on the phone with Michael Jordan, that's
Uh-huh.
optics. They doing that for a reason, a purpose. He's
I'm
basically
not
telling
saying they're
everybody
not,
hands
Dex.
off. Oh,
I'm not saying they didn't. I said maybe a
okay,
extra
that's cool.
conversation is needed.
Yeah. Well, they have extra conversations all the time, but
Surety,
I'm
not
asking you.
numbers, not numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, extra conversation is a different
Numbers
from
may come up.
listen. An extra conversation is different from negotiating your contract.
Numbers may come up within that
So
conversation.
Rich Paul's not doing the negotiations with Mike. Is going to be Miles Bridges. Rich Paul's is going to play the sideline because Mike don't like him. Is that what's happening?
I said a extra conversation may be needed.
But I'm
And
asking
you
you, is
started
Rich? I'm
jumping
asking
saying,
you, is
"Oh
Rich
no,
Paul?
he got it. He does it.
Hold
He
on,
does it."
Gemini. I'm asking
No,
you.
it
I'm
may
asking
be
you, is
needed.
Rich Paul standing outside the room because Mike don't like him, and he's negotiating with Miles Bridges? That's what I'm asking.
It may be.
All
It
right, man.
Oh,
Y'all
may
got
stop
it.
it,
Y'all got it,
Gemini.
man. Y'all got it.
be.
They're going. Miles have his team. Rich Paul's a part of it, and his lawyers. And Mike gonna have his team and his lawyers, and they're gonna hammer it out.
See,
And boom.
s- see what everybody fail to realize is this: with or without your agent, once again, you can represent yourself. That's the part y'all looking
No,
over.
we know
I
that.
know.
We
No,
Yeah,
know
we
that.
stop,
know
sir.
that. We
No,
know that.
no, stop,
No,
stop, stop.
no, we know that.
I let y'all speak the
Ah,
nonsense.
in
Yeah,
all
Stop,
you
sports.
speaking
No, no,
nonsense.
stop. I let you speak
we
the
never
nonsense.
denied.
Dex,
No,
stop.
I can't let you get away with that because
Come
we
on.
never
No,
denied you
no,
cannot
because every
represent
time I
yourself.
said
That
that,
you can
Dex,
go pro
he
per.
jumped up.
We never
No,
denied that.
Dex, every time I said that and I articulated that, this gentleman said, "Oh no, he got an agent. He can't. He can't. Yes, he
I didn't
can.
say
It's
he
his
can't.
bag.
I
So
never said he
regardless of
can't.
the sir, let me finish. I
I
let you
said if you
talk that
quote me, you gotta
nonsense.
quote me
Let
right,
me
man.
finish.
You gotta quote me right if you're gonna quote me,
You're
brother.
saying that, oh no, he can't do it because Rich Paul. No,
You see that? You
with
see
the
that?
mentality of Michael,
Hey, chat. This
when
is what it
Mike
sounds like
don't
when you
like
down
when
bad, chat.
Mike don't like somebody,
This is what it sounds
Mike
like when
does
you
not
down
do
bad.
business with you. Then you need a third person mediator to
But
actually
honestly,
come
though,
to the
Gemini,
table
we
and
know that
talk.
you.
But here's where the players themselves honestly do not even need a agent, because the player association actually reviews every contract. So regardless of the fact of having representation or not having representation, the player can actually get
But
all their bag, and still because the
and
players union is going to review every contract before it hits the
mhm,
NBA
that's
table.
true.
So they do
And
review
listen,
everything to make sure
but but
everything
but
is
go to
just
the
right
core
for you.
essence.
So
Go
to
to the
tell
core essence.
me, hold on, Dex. So to tell me that this man need a agent and he honestly don't. No, I will not stand on that, and I don't
Nobody
give a
said he
damn
needed
who.
an agent.
I,
Nobody
I,
said
I,
that.
I don't care who is trying to tell
We
me,
agree with you on
oh,
that. We
because
agree
it's
with you on that.
MJ and Chris Paul. That no, is across the board. No, when Phil said what he said and MJ said what he said, that that was the done
Yeah, but
deal, regardless
they
of the
made up
change.
since then though. But actually, they made up since then when they announced the top 75 players. Jim and Mike shook hands and hugged each other and all that. But that's
Uh huh.
nevertheless. But only
All
thing I'm
right.
saying is this right here. Check this out.
All right.
You
Mm-hmm.
got the core essence of it all. The reason why it's like that is because each and every player is an independent contract. I want y'all to know
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. That's why they do not need representation because the players union reviews everything. I can still negotiate my stuff, and as long as you get your commission, you can't even complain. You can't even say nothing. If you try to take it to court, you're gonna lose because why? You got your percentage. So I can still pay you for not working. You're trying to make it sound like a player can't do that. A player can do that. And that's all I've been stating and quoting the whole time. Stop saying what a player can't do and know what he can and can't do. He can negotiate his own contract. He
Once
could jump.
again,
He could jump on the phone with
nobody
the
said he
GM.
can't do
He could jump
something.
on the phone with the owner. He can jump on the phone even with the coach and just tell a coach, tell a
Once
front
again, you're making a
office to
straw
call
man.
me.
You're making a straw man, Gemini. Nobody
You
said
say
what
I'm
Miles
making a
Bridges
straw
cannot
man.
do.
You said the player couldn't do it. All I've
No,
been saying is that they can do
no,
it.
Gemini, no. No. Nobody
Bruh, cut
said
it
what
out.
Miles Bridges cannot do. Nobody said that. I asked you a straightforward question and you refused to answer it. That's what happened.
What's the question? I'll answer it right now. What's the question?
Is Miles Bridges negotiating his contract with Michael Jordan while Rich Paul is standing on the outside?
I said it can be done.
I'm
And that was my answer
I'm
before.
asking you, is that what's happening?
I said it can be done,
I
and
know it
that was
can be
my
done.
answer
I know
before.
it can be done. I'm asking you, is
So
that what's
why so
happening?
why are you trying to get me to conform my answer when that is my answer?
I'm asking you, I'm asking you, is that what's happening? You're not
I
telling me yes or
said
no.
it can be done.
All right. Thank you,
That is
sir.
my answer.
Thank you, sir.
Gemini, are you being
So
evasive?
no, I'm answering the question. Just because I don't answer the way you want, no, I will not
And
get
let
a
me close
Uh-oh.
that
commendamy
out.
for no
Hey,
person
is
on this
that's
earth.
the
If
one
I
right
gave
there.
my
Just because I
answer,
don't answer
I
the way you
stand
want me
on my
to,
answer.
man,
I stand
that's
on my answer. I said it can be done. Then you
you're down
started saying,
bad,
"Oh,
Gemini.
Chris Paul not gonna let him.
Gemini, you showing both
Rich
sides right now,
Paul is
Gemini.
not gonna let him do that. He's gonna do that, and it won't be done." And boom, boom, boom. No, it can be done.
You're making up stuff, Gemini. You're showing both sides.
No, I'm showing only one side. It
Nah,
can
you're
be
showing
done.
both sides.
Man, you tripping. Cause most of the time when
Somebody's in the
player
background.
when player
Oh, there we go.
is getting close and they may not be seeing eye to eye, who talk?
All right. So according to Gemini,
Who talk?
Miles Bridges and Michael Jordan were on FaceTime negotiating his contract. All right. Thank you.
Who talks? When contract negotiations are close. Because think about it, the agent only looking at the money. He's not looking at the whole situation. Miles Bridges may be looking at the whole situation. See, just because you hire somebody as your representation, you don't put
You're
all
going on
your
a
faith
tangent now,
on them.
Gemini. You're going on
No,
a tangent.
I'm actually saying.
You're going on a tangent now.
All right, hey Dex, I'm gonna ask you two questions. I only need two answers.
Okay,
Can you do
before
that
you
for
ask
me,
that
Dex?
question, let me. Okay, hold on. Before you get, but also remember the agent is part of the agency. An agency is plural, right? So when the agent is there, it's possibility they have a contract interpreter to go over the fine details of that contract.
Dex, I have two questions. I just need you to answer them. I heard
hmm
you out, sir. All right. You you didn't do something. You go into court. You get a lawyer. You found guilty. Is it the lawyer fault or your fault?
It depends. You
No.
have rules. Oh, wait,
Okay.
Got
That's the
rules.
first question.
And the lawyer have
I'm
guidelines
taking your
that he
answer.
have to stay within, or else it could become a mistrial, and your attorney could be cited for it's a term for that. How he
I know what the
misrepresented.
term is. I know
What's
what
the
the
term?
term is, but
What's the
hold on.
term again?
I'm gonna take that answer. I'm gonna take that answer. All
Okay,
right.
give me the term because it's on my head.
Question two. Question two. Hold on. Question two. Question two.
What's the term, real quick,
Can you
Gemini?
be the second chair within your own trial? Within your own trial, can you be the second chair, sir?
The second chair, yes. Someone the assistant, yes.
Take that metaphor. Take that metaphor. This is what players do all the time. People think they don't do this. This is what players do all the time. The player is the second chair as
Hmm.
long as the agent gets their percentage. It doesn't matter if the player does the contract or the representative that they hire. Am I saying Chris Paul, I'm sorry, Rich Paul is not doing his job? No, I didn't say that. I said when the
Hmm.
mentality of Michael Jordan, and when he say
Hmm.
he don't like somebody, he doesn't have to talk to that individual. Because remember, at the
Hmm.
end of the day, the money talk is with the owner. The money talk is always with the owner. Rob just
Or
had the
whoever,
same problem.
or who's ever representing the owner, because sometimes he can be there by proxy.
I said with the mentality of Michael. You know the mentality
Okay.
of Michael.
Uh huh.
I'm speaking of
I
Michael the
know Michael's petty.
individual.
I know he's
I'm
petty.
I,
Go ahead.
I'm not talking about other owners, and that's what I'm getting at. I'm not talking about other lackadaisy owners. Hell, Mike don't even stay in the owner's box. Hell, Mike don't even stay in the bleachers. Mike is right behind the players, if not on the bench with the players. So we know what type of pettiness we can get out of Michael Jordan. Stop acting
Sometimes.
and acting delusional like we don't know this man. We know his antics, even though he does it in a Girl Scout cookie type of way. Even though he does it like that, I mean, it is what it is. Yet, just not act like he hasn't tried to get players here. Remember, I bought up, I want to say a week ago, he even turned down Butler. Butler would have been a strong player for the Hornets. Why did he turn down Butler? So when we
A
talk
shame on
about
Mike turning
being
down his own
petty,
son. Shame on Mike for that.
so when we talk about being petty, not really analyzing everything all the way out. Just not act like Michael Jordan is God. Just not act like he always does the right thing. If you're gonna say GM LeBron, you gotta say GM Michael Jordan. But then you say,
Yeah, you're
"Oh
going
no,
somewhere else now,
it's not."
Gemini.
Is
Respectfully,
no,
we're going somewhere else now.
no, it's the same thing. Other than LeBron is not a owner. Everybody says LeBron has been the GM, and nobody wanted to give David Griffin his flowers and his roses for doing a good job in Cleveland, where the owner did not want to pay for nobody. So now, okay, I get what you're saying. LeBron is the only slash GM ever in the NBA. Okay, all right. I'm honestly
Who
disagree.
said
I'm
that?
gonna
Nobody
take
said
that.
that.
That's basically where you're going with it.
No, nobody
So
even said that.
so
You making up stuff, Gemini.
okay. So if that's not what you're
Gemini, you
saying,
are you
so
are making up stuff to have an
wait.
argument. I'm
So
not
if
sure what you're
that's
talking
not
about
what you're
now.
saying, wait. So if that's not what you're saying, and Charlotte hasn't been picking only players that Mike want this whole time, which is doing the GM job for them and not actually paying attention to the scouting reports and drafting un unproven players for development. And now, I mean, so okay, so picks bad, tells the GM to pick bad, doesn't read the scouting reports, and is not Jordan for. Okay, I got it. Good. All right. I'll take a bend the knee today. Okay.
Thank you, Gemini.
All right.
Thank you. Because I don't know what the hell you're talking about right now.
Mike is a bad GM. Just proceed on.
Thank you, Gemini. All right, back to Scoot Henderson. How do y'all think he's going to fit with LaMelo if he gets drafted with him?
Double point guard situation. Got to run a whole new offense. I've been saying that for 2 weeks. Double point guard. Just that one slashes, one don't.
So you think that'll be fired? You think that'll be fired if they run that kind of offense? You think Cleveland can handle that?
You're still missing two other pieces, and that's going to be your problem.
What
Still
pieces?
missing two other pieces. Still need a decent center because the center they have now is in development, and you're still going to need a
But wait. Okay, hold on. Stay on that center part. Okay, but they got two centers by committee. 2 equals 1. Right?
Okay, you have two centers by committee that still are developing. Okay, and go.
No, I'm just bringing that up because you only mentioned Mark, but they always all have Nick Richards, the jam in Jamaica. So those 2 by committee. Now what's the other part?
Power
Said 2.
forward. Power forward. You need a power.
Okay,
You've
you
been
don't
needing
think
a power.
okay, a legitimate power, not no makeshift.
You need
Hold
you
on,
need a
Gemini.
power
Gemini,
forward.
what end goal are you talking about? Like, what do they need? What do they need a center and a power forward to execute? What do they need to do? What do they need them to do?
They have centers in development, correct?
Right.
And that's what Purple brought up earlier. And I admitted to that. Yes, they do. They have one undersized power forward right now in development, correct?
How tall is PJ?
6'7". I can answer that easy.
Okay.
6'7".
So what do they need those 2 positions in order to what is the goal that you're saying that they're trying to do that they
They
need
need a power forward
to do
that
what?
is built for the trenches. They need a power forward that is built for the
Is this to
trenches.
make the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm saying to make the playoffs.
Okay, I got you. Okay. I just wanted to know what the end game was that you said what they needed these things for. So if they draft Scoot, they still need to upgrade the power forward and the center position in order to make the playoffs. That's what you're saying.
I would say get at that juncture, I would get PJ trained on conditioning. I would do all his training and conditioning. I would switch PJ to the small forward position. I would then draft 2 power forwards, if not get one unsigned or get a veteran. Because they still, Flight had looked it up earlier. They and we just got it off of the internet, so we're spitballing around 32 million
So
available.
you see
So
PJ Washington as a wing player?
yeah, as a small forward with conditioning.
You think he has
Once
the
again,
skills? You think he has the ball skills to play on the wing?
most small forwards are at best average dribblers. Most small forwards are at best average dribblers. They haven't really been a dribbling
I think PJ
small
is
forward
below average
in
dribble.
years.
I think he's below average.
Yeah, but they haven't been a above average dribbling small forward in at least about the last 5, maybe 6 years. Small forward dribbler.
Jason Tatum's a small forward, ain't he?
He's actually they actually drafted him as a shooting guard. They have I thought it was Brown as the small forward. Unless they and those two are interchangeable.
So then Jalen Brown is a small forward, then, right?
Yeah,
So does he have an average handle?
he have above average.
And how many years he been in the league?
I want to say 6 or 7.
Yeah. So yeah.
6 or 7.
So that statement you just said just don't work just based off of that.
I I think it's
Is Brandon
7.
is Brandon Ingram a small forward?
He's actually a shooting guard. Ingram is
Uh,
actually a shooting guard.
so okay. Okay. So he's the Pelican shooting guard right now?
They moved him too small when CJ got there.
So CJ's a shooting guard?
Then they moved CJ to point guard. This all happened in 1 year. No,
Oh my
you're laughing. This all happened in 1 year.
Gemini.
You're laughing. This all happened in 1 year.
Gemini. Brandon Ingram has never played shooting guard in the NBA.
He played it as a Laker.
He never played shooting guard in the NBA.
Yes, he did. He played it as a Laker.
He's listed as a small forward every season in the NBA.
Y'all talking about listings. Y'all need to look at the actual game.
So now I don't watch the game because I'm talking about the listings.
Every time.
You see how that is? You see how that don't work, Gemini?
No. I'm about to hurt your feelings right now. Every time Ingram has had a good game, within his whole career, he has played shooting guard within the game. Every time he has an average game within the NBA, it has been at small forward. He's one of the players I've been following because I didn't like how the trade went for AD, and I was trying to figure out who was the Pelicans gonna get this, that, and why in the third, and how the Lakers actually blow up their whole nucleus. Yes, I followed all of them. That's just like, okay, Walker with the Lakers. What position does he play, sir? Walker with the Lakers. What position he plays, sir?
I don't know. What does he play?
He was the starting small forward for the Lakers this season, sir.
Okay.
Walker is how tall?
I don't know. How tall is he?
He's 6'4".
Okay.
Walker played what at San Antonio, sir?
I don't know. What did he play?
He played shooting guard.
Okay. So what?
I'm showing you your whole argument
so what does this have to do with PJ Washington?
I'm showing you your whole argument because when you're doing this, especially when it comes to PJ, the only thing that I stated about PJ is with conditioning, I will put him at small forward. And Dex brought up the dribbling. The only thing I said is there haven't been that many above average dribblers in the last 6 years at small forward.
You said there hasn't been any, but go ahead.
I humbly apologize. There hasn't been that many. So it's damn near any. Because actually, Paul George, prime example, is actually plays shooting guard. But he's interchangeable with Kawhi at the small forward position. And he was interchangeable at Indiana at the small forward position.
So I'm gonna tell you, most small forwards have an above average ball handle. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Most starting small forwards have an above average ball handle. Most starting small forwards are way better ball handlers than PJ Washington. I'm gonna tell you that too. All right.
Name 3. That's not an all-star. Name 3 that's not an all-star.
That's not an all-star?
Yes, sir.
That's so you want me to name
3? Come on. Name 3 that's not an all-star.
Bro. I need to clarify what you're asking for. Hold your horses, Gemini. Jeez.
Name 3 that's not an all-star.
So you want me to name 3 small forwards that have a better ball handle than PJ Washington that's not an all-star?
No, I say name three that you said that's above average. That's not an All Star.
Is that this season or they've never been an all-star?
Never been an All Star. Never been an All Star.
Okay. So Michael Bridges has never been an all-star, but he's a better ball handler than PJ Washington. All right. OG Anunoby has never been an all-star, but he's a better than PJ Washington. Michael Porter Jr. has never been an all-star, but he's a better ball handler than PJ.
Now, I'm glad you bringing up two players that's on this team. I'm 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 glad. I'm happy. I'm gonna tell you why. Nobody really actually seen the way that he actually dribbled because y'all been playing him as a power forward. So the skill set is actually different what you concentrate on. When he came to Charlotte, PJ was actually dribbling. He was dribbling in college. Was he or was he not? Then
What
when he
college did PJ
I
became
don't
Washington
know
go
about
to?
I don't know about that because not too many people dribble in college no damn way. I mean, you got to be like the Trey Young type dude that dribble in
I know
college.
about the
Most
passing
college,
lanes, Dex. I know about the
yeah.
passing lanes, and for the sake of argument, I'm looking over just the passing the to set up the open pass and shoot. I'm looking over that. I'm saying he dribbled in college, but when he got
With
to the
his back to the
NBA,
basket,
and then they're telling him, and then they're telling him, oh, now you really have to have your back to the basket because wasn't even letting PJ mainly be even a stretch. So we really don't even haven't seen how his first step is.
No, we've seen his first step. We've seen his first step.
His
listen,
lateral step is so
Zion
his
Williamson
lateral
dribble better
step
than
is
PJ.
slow. His lateral step is slow, but his first step isn't slow.
No,
His
I don't
lateral
know.
step is
So
slow.
so listen,
I'll
hold on,
give him
hold on,
that.
hold on,
His
hold on, hold
lateral
on,
step is
hold
slow.
on. So PJ Washington played college basketball with Tyler Hero, Keldon Johnson, and Emmanuel Quickly.
Right.
But PJ Washington was dribbling the ball.
I said he dribbled the ball. You're making it sound like he never dribbled.
No, you making it sound like he was always dribbling. That's what you're trying to do.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
That's yes, you are. You saying he handled the
No,
ball in
I'm
college.
not.
He did
No,
not
I'm
handle the
not.
ball in college. He was not a ball handler in college. He's never been a ball handler from college to the NBA. So what the hell makes you think he could be a ball handler now?
As a small
I'm just gonna
forward
ask you
in the
straight up.
NBA, yes, he can be. Because most small forwards in the NBA, I said most, can't even dribble. Most
And,
can't
and,
even
and,
dribble.
and I'm calling you a lie right there.
All right, I'll take that.
Because
I'll take that.
Gordon Hayward
I'll
dribbles
take
better
that.
than
I'll
PJ.
take that. Gordon Hayward
He
actually
dribbles
wanted to
better
be
than
a
PJ
shooting guard.
Washington.
Jordan Hayward
No,
actually
Gordon
wanted
Hayward
to
is
be
a
the
small
shooting
forward.
guard at Boston.
Gordon
He
Hayward is a
wanted to
small
be the
forward.
shooting guard at Boston.
Gordon Hayward
He
is a
wanted
small
to be the
forward.
shooting guard at Boston.
Hey, y'all got it.
The shooting
I don't know
guard.
how y'all do it, man. Y'all got it. I don't know how y'all do it.
That's why he asked for the money because he wanted to be switched from the small forward to the shooting guard position. Then he got hurt. That's what he wanted at Boston because he wanted the limelight at Boston. And he knew he wouldn't really have a longevity all-star career as a all-star at Boston at the small forward position. Because at the time, who was dominating the small forward position in the East? Watching highlights it isn't the
Yeah, I'm on
only the
basketball.
end
I'm
all.
on basketball reference right now. All right.
Gordon
All right.
Hayward wanted to be the
Hold
shooting
on, hold
guard
on. I'm
at
on basketball
Boston.
reference right now.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Gordon Hayward was a small forward on that Boston roster. All right.
I said what he wanted to
I don't
be,
give a
sir.
damn what he wanted.
Whoa,
I'm
whoa, whoa,
talking about
whoa!
what
I
he
didn't
is.
curse you. Don't curse me.
I'm not
Hold on,
cursing you.
hold on.
I didn't curse you.
Wait one damn minute. I don't know who the fuck you think you
See,
talking
now
to.
you cursing.
I'm
Now you
respecting
cursing.
you.
Now
No,
you
I'm
cursing.
respecting you. No, because you just lied on what you said.
Well,
Don't disrespect me
I
because I'm
said
not
I
gonna
don't give a
disrespect you.
damn. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Stephen A. Smith says that on national TV,
No,
and
no,
and there's
don't
no
disrespect
problems.
me because I'm not gonna disrespect you, pimp. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I didn't
No,
disrespect you.
no, don't do that, pimp.
I didn't
Don't
disrespect
do
you.
that.
I didn't disrespect you.
Be- Before anything, don't
I
disrespect.
didn't disrespect you. I said I don't give a damn what Gordon Hayward wants to do.
No, it's
I'm
the
talking about
energy
what he's
that you
listed
put
at.
behind it. No, no, it's the energy that you put behind it, and
Yo,
that's the
yo,
way I
yo,
took it.
Dex.
You can say what you
Let
want to
Purple
say.
in. Purple trying to
You
get
can
in.
say what you want to say.
Yeah,
The
go ahead and get
energy
in. Go
you
ahead and
had
get in, man.
behind
Go ahead
that
and get in. He
damn,
ain't talking about nothing. Go
no,
ahead.
no, no. I'ma respect you, respect me. Damn that.
Hey, who wanted to get in there? So somebody come in and tell me if PJ Washington is a above average ball
Purple. No,
handler.
I'm saying Purple trying to get in.
Oh, what's up, Purple?
No, P
Oh,
and in.
PJ
That's
could be
it.
an average dribbler, is what I stated. His lateral speed is slow. We can attest to that. His first step isn't. We can attest to that.
I'm gonna just help you out, Gemini. He's not a small forward. What you got, Purple?
I said conditioning and then put PJ at small forward. Don't act like that's not what I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
help you
said
out. I'm gonna
can
help you out.
help him with
There's no
conditioning.
amount of
Don't help me.
conditioning
Don't
that
help
makes
me
PJ
out.
Washington a small
I
forward in
said
today's NBA.
get him with conditioning, which will help him with his lateral step, which he's slow on. And even Purple brought that up. He's slow on the lateral step.
Dex.
If you want to upgrade the center and the power forward, but
Dex
you want to
been
put
waiting to do
PJ at
that.
the small
Purple.
forward, like you ain't
Been
making no
waiting.
sense, brother.
Bruh, you can move a player. Not okay, all right. So basically do this. Trade PJ Washington, trade Haywood, and I know Purple not gonna like none of these trades. Trade PJ, trade Haywood, trade Rozier, and start over. Because just like I said, you're about to get a new ownership in. With the new ownership, you're gonna have a 3-year, somewhat type alleviation, relief from the fans of being over y'all and being on y'all neck. So trade those three, use that money to get the players that you need. A player can as just like putting Bridges at power forward. He's not a power forward, and that's why he get dominated in a power forward position. So you're saying still play him at power forward? That's asinine. But it is what it is. You're mad about PJ with me saying train him to be a small forward, but you're happy to put Bridges to get outpowered and
Hey man,
outmaneuvered at the power
I
forward
never said
position,
I was
which
playing
is
Bridges at the
stupid.
power forward, brother. I don't know what you're talking about, man. But go ahead, Purple.
That's what we was talking about. Then that's why we was bringing up the power forward position, and
Nah,
that's why I
go
say
ahead,
I would
Purple.
get 2 power forwards and I would get 1 center.
Purple, what you got?
Nothing. I'm gonna ask you something. The guy that asked me what I got. Your voice sounds familiar, but I can't put a name to it. What's your name?
Spike Lee.
Oh, for real? Hey.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Okay, so I I want to see if y'all follow me with something. Do you think, in the general sense, when uh speaking of the Hornets and the coaching staff, do you think they look at LaMelo's game as a scorer first or as a playmaker first? How do you think they address this game in general?
Uh I think that's a good question. Um you know, I'm not really sure if they're leaning on one side more than the other because LaMelo is a walking 20 points per game, just period. Since the day he after pretty much after that first game, he's pretty much been a walking 20-point per game scorer. But he's also in a savant at facilitating. So I don't really know if they're leaning one way or another at this point.
The reason why I asked is because it made me think about Bridges, year prior, right? And what we're talking about now with Scoot, which is the people that run the Hornets podcasting and stuff, and even they little Twitter pages, they don't look at LaMelo like a scorer, and I
Mm-hmm.
wonder where they're getting that from. They look at him, and this is the box that they're putting him in, and not just them, but even NBA Twitter. I don't know about as far as like pundits on Fox. I can't really see where Skip leans for LaMelo anymore, or even Shannon, but they are saying like, oh well, we rather have Bridges score, Terry score, even injured Gordon Hayward take over as our leading scorer, that guy. Even Scoot, even though he hasn't touched an NBA floor yet, when Scoot comes in, we want Scoot to be that scorer. And I think that's an unfair box to put him in. And I don't know how he even got in that box to begin with. And so that I don't think Dex gets. That's why it's not gonna work. They want
Purple, if
go
if
ahead.
if I may, Scoop. I mean, I'm sorry, Skip and Shannon. What they was looking at is, don't get me wrong, they took what the father said, Mr. Ball. They took
Hmm.
what he said and they ran with it
And made it.
because he put him in a position of PG. Now, when you're talking to older people about the PG position, the first thought is traditional point guard,
Hmm.
which is playmaker, score second.
Right.
In today's NBA, LaMelo, because of his height, he is up to him to switch what he is per play because of his height. Now,
That's the first thing I agree with you all night,
mo-
Gemini.
I didn't ask for it. So the most at this point is that he is a playmaker. When he sees a play, he's gonna make the correct play. So, regardless of the fact of a matter, he is a playmaker first, scorer second. But when he sees his opportunity, yes, ma'am, he does take it.
And I
You
agree with
dig what I'm saying?
yeah, but that conversation is had because Miles score better. Yeah, he was more consistent and more persistent with his shot. But if LaMelo was put in that same role, and he was took smarter shots and stuff like that, I think you would even see a bigger production. And I just feel like the Hornets in general will, like I said, I see how the new group does. But Mitch and Michael have continuously put players like Terry Rozier or Gordon Hayward. I mean, not Gordon Hayward, Miles Bridges, like around him, and that's what it is with Scoot. Well, we don't. It's not that they don't need him to score. It's almost like they don't want him, even though you say he chooses what he's gonna do, play to play. I feel like
Hmm.
looking at what I've seen this far for the 3 years he's been there is we want you to play make for us because by far from the players that were there previously at that spot, that PG spot, they weren't as good as a playmaker as you are or nor defender. They're better at putting the ball in the hole, and I just think that's bad. Like you don't invest a lot of money in a guy like that.
Okay, but see, you have that's the misconception people are having because that was the same problem when it came to Westbrook as a Laker, and I'm only using him as an example because he plays like a bigger guard, even though Westbrook isn't that much bigger like Lamelo is. And there's definitely a height difference. You have one coach telling you one thing, then you have another coach telling you another thing, then you have the owner telling you something different. That's the dynamic that you can kind of look at when it comes to Charlotte, because prime example on y'all team, and that's what I was trying to pull up. How many small forwards do y'all have on one team?
Uh,
Damn near everybody a small forward.
three or four, something like that. It's three or
So 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 literally, what you're getting at is a stagnant of players, and then you're trying to see where they best fit. But then you have Mike coming down out the owner box and say, "Oh no, I want this one over here and that one over there and this one over here." This has been the problem with Charlotte. Now, mind you, I'm not talking about Mike like I did not want him to succeed. Trust me, I do want Mike to succeed, but Mike then fumbled the bag so much himself to where it's ridiculous that he didn't force himself to go upstairs and just let the coach be the coach. Let the scouting team be the scouting team.
Mm-hmm.
Dig what I'm saying? So at this juncture, the playmaking that this young man can do is the same thing of the two, but it depends on how the play opens up. I played point. I at first I was a passer. I didn't care nothing about steals and assists. That's all I cared about. I didn't even care about rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but then I got to a point where I see my defender lackadaisy on me. Why? Because he know I'm not looking to score. So he's looking to double the other player. So half of the time I will fade, curve, and cut to the goal, or I would just fade off just so I could have an open three. It is did, did I change my mindset? No. I did the right play. So he's still a playmaker first, but can score because of height. And he can shoot. His shot is interesting, but it goes in.
Not interesting.
His shot is interesting. I'm sorry.
I
Kerr,
I
his
agree
shot
there.
and Kerr's shot, I literally go, huh? That went in?
Yeah. I just feel like it's dangerous because I'll give this to Westbrook when he was playing with KD. He should have listened, but he didn't allow OKC to tell him, well, we need you to just pass and make others better and do this and worry about your scoring because that's what we essentially got KD for. And even though James Harden wasn't the James Harden until after he left, Houston, he was, I mean, not Houston, but OKC, you,
Mm.
it was, I just feel like the Hornets is so disingenuous. Like, why you won't allow him to open up his game for his scoring? Why is he continuously getting put in this box? Like, I've never heard the commentary of, oh, he just needs shooters. Now, within this space of YouTube, that's people that are fans of LaMelo Ball. Yes, I've heard, yeah, just put him around a whole bunch of 3-and-D guys. But in general, I've always heard from everyone else of, oh, he needs, this guy to score. And Bridges, he had a good year. But when I look at it, farther down the line, he was never to me a better scorer, or the ceiling wasn't better as a better scorer to me than LaMelo. It was just that LaMelo got in a box where the Hornets was like, we have people that can score, but we don't have anybody that's a good defender, and we don't have anybody that is a good enough playmaker. And so they put him into that box, and he's so used to being in that box now that I am concerned that he won't continue to explore his ability to score. He's too fascinated with being flashy and just getting assists. And although it's nothing wrong with that, it they're not gonna max you out. That's not a max player, if you know what I'm saying.
Nah, he's a max player in Charlotte,
Could you
Kobe.
No, I'm
He
telling you
is.
that.
He's the face of their franchise. He's got to be a max player.
mm-hmm.
I'm telling you that's not what the people in Charlotte think.
Yeah,
They don't think
he's averaging like 20 and 7 and 20 and 7 and 7.
and I understand that, but they were saying Bridges when he did that. Bridges was the best player.
Yeah, but
Uh,
Bridges is not a max player.
and I
Bridges.
I agree with you. He's
Yeah,
not a player.
yeah. So I mean, the consensus is there. Lamelo is a max player. Miles Bridges is not. I think that's pretty clear across the board.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that it's a lot of guys that put up points. Like Brunson had a fantastic year in Dallas, but even now, still to this day, a lot of people are saying that he is not a max player. He does not need max dollars that you can find the other. People are having that conversation about Levine. Of you can find another. It's several players
Well, of
that
course, well, everybody, a lot of people say a lot of things, but I mean, but LaMelo Ball, he's gonna sign a max extension with Charlotte if he chooses to. That's gonna be the offer. The offer is gonna be the same thing John Morant got. Same
I,
thing. Who else? Who else got that same? I think. Damn, did Bam get it too? It's the max
Mm-hmm.
extension. He's gonna get
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
offered that same thing.
rookie max extension. Yeah,
Yeah, he's gonna get offered that same thing. So, I mean, but the thing about it is when we talk about scoring, we kind of got to break it down a little more because yeah, Lamelo averages 20 a game. That's pretty much what he puts up every night he's on the floor. But Lamelo's
Mm-hmm.
scoring the ball from he's the majority of his points are coming from the three behind the 3 point line.
Oh, you ain't gotta tell me, sir.
No,
I know.
hold on. I'm not. I mean, just because I say something that you already know, I mean, you don't mean there's not more to it.
Okay.
Miles Bridges is attacking the basket. He's finishing above the rim, around the rim. He's
Yeah.
pulling up in the mid range. He's also knocking down three balls from time to time. So Miles Bridges, his game is more open as a scorer than Lamelo's is right now.
Yes.
That's just the way it is. So I'm not mad at the coaching staff saying, all right, LaMelo, we want you to put an emphasis on playmaking and we want Miles to be very aggressive as a scorer because Miles can put immense pressure and physicality on the defense that LaMelo can't do.
Yep.
LaMelo is great at spacing the floor and knocking down deep threes and just keeping the defense honest, but Miles Bridges is the one that they're going to want to have the ball to basically attacking the defense on a nightly basis. And that's what Scoot's going to be able to do for the Hornets. He's going to be able to attack the defense, keep them on their heels all night long. LaMelo just doesn't play like that.
Right. Would you agree with the assumption, the overall that they will be the better player, not franchise player, but just the better player with with what you just said?
That Scoot or Miles will be a better player than LaMelo overall.
Yeah, because of the game.
Nah. I think Lamelo is and will probably always be a better player than Miles Bridges. But Scoot, I don't know. I gotta kind of see how that because to me, Scoot projects as like a Derrick Rose type player. But
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 you
yeah,
seeing that, I don't know. Like we'll see how it works with Scoop, But I just think it's a. I don't appreciate the roadblocks people in general put up when it comes to Lamelo and all the excuses. I understand the flaws in his game and stuff like what you just pointed out, but I think it's dangerous. I think you leave it open for guys to be, put in front of you to where they're like, yeah, we're not doing that. Even
Per-
with I heard the conversation with Cade Cunningham when he came out. They were like, Cade's better than LaMelo, and I'm like, I ain't hating. I mean, he okay. I like him, but I'm like, from a scoring perspective, if he was allowed to be in a position as just a scorer first and then a playmaker second, Cade is not better than him. Cade might be more consistent. The numbers across the board would look better, but LaMelo is, has the better scoring
there,
ability.
but
I I
I don't
think their
yeah.
point of view is that he's more of a slasher, and when he does open up for a J, he's aggressive with it. He's not like Daisy with it. That's what I was literally saying about Motor. Lamelo is a finesser. I have
Yep,
no problem
definitely.
with him being a finesser as a PG. I have no problem with that because that's what you want at the point guard position. But when they are coming with their comments, they are looking at they want a more attack the rim type person because they want the highlights. They care more about highlights than the actual situation and scheme of the game that the coaches are bringing. Because believe it or not, these coaches are making plays. They're not just telling the players go for what you know. So it also depends on the way the coach is trying to coach his team and what to get out of these players.
Mhm.
So that's the catch 22 to that double-edged sword. I can have LaMelo, and I can literally tell him, I want you to finesse this game.
Mm.
Finesse this game. That could mean I need 25 points out you with 7 assists. Because remember, people are not putting up 10 assist games like talking about. The main reason why Miles Bridges was able to really get better and have more points was because of the fast break opportunities that
Absolutely.
was opening up.
That LaMelo was given to him.
Yep.
So how can we just honestly say Miles is better when they was balancing off each other?
Yep.
So the knocking out the noise of the peanut gallery, sometimes you have to do that. Remember, they are sports radio. 9 times out of 10 is who you're talking about.
Yeah.
For the local fans in Charlotte, correct? For the local fans in Charlotte,
Yeah.
correct?
Yep.
Okay. They when have one of them picked up a basketball one time in their life and actually been listening to a coach, not just
Yeah,
be around a coach,
yeah, and
not
over
not
that,
not, not just look over the shoulder and be like, oh, y'all running pace 22, all right, alpha, all right. Not, I'm talking about literally being in a huddle, actually know what the scheme of the whole
yeah, yeah,
game
yeah. But
is.
over that, Lamelo shot more attempts than he did with Steve Clifford than he shot his first 2 years. So Steve Clifford is not limiting him to just being a playmaker.
And
Right.
I'm
Lamelo,
glad for that. I'm actually excited about that. So
yeah, Lamelo shot the ball 20 times a game, and he shot almost 11 threes a night. So Steve Clifford is not limiting Melo at all. He knows that was his only goddamn hope last year.
correct.
And he
So
still and he still and he still had a career high in assists per game as well. So Steve Clifford is not limiting LaMelo. Steve Clifford is giving him the keys and letting him go.
Right. But do you
because
think it?
LaMelo, oh, go ahead, Purple. Go ahead.
No, I would just ask both of y'all. Do y'all think it should have been like that from the beginning or not?
Well, I think Borrego was trying to make him earn it, and there's a part of that like that does help a player develop. Some people get it right away, but I don't know. I don't know. I think Lamelo's development. I think for the most part, the stuff that James Borrego.
Hell to the no, no, no.
What happened? What next?
Yeah, look. Some people wish that Lamelo would have got the keys right away, and I don't think that would have been a problem. I think he would be the same player today if he got the keys right away, or if he had to come off the bench. I think today he's still the same player, either regardless.
Mm.
Okay, now I say not coming off of the bench. I say yes to the starting. I probably would have limit the attempts slightly, and I really do mean slightly, to see his overall game. But I would have gave a full analysis of it after the first 10 games. If now
I
from
mean,
day
come on,
one,
guys. He had Devontae Graham as the starter. That's enough
that
said.
I mean, as I
It's
said,
not, you know what I mean?
I
It's
would
not
have
like he
I
had
would
some
have
all
started
star
him.
there.
I'm not going off of that, Dex. What I'm going off of is what I see out of him. And that's the thing that I don't do. I may give you a metaphor as an example when I'm trying to get you to understand a certain situation between certain players, but when it comes to actually certain each player, I do not really compare them to each other because nobody game is the same, and some people may kick it up in the third quarter, some people may kick it up in the fourth quarter, but when it comes to Lamelo, especially when I'm being young, I would have honestly started him, seeing how he would do in the first 10 games, honestly, and then I would have gave a hard evaluation. I would have tried to tweak it before the 10th game to get him to possibly be open to see what I see from the sideline. Other than for that, because it's a lot of point guards that don't give it to the big man when he's open, or it's some of them that pass it when it's too late, and they do it all the time. Know how the man is getting fronted. Know when the person's actually going to cut. Where the balls, where do they like the ball? Not just
But you know what?
pass it from your chest,
Hold on,
but pass
hold
it
on
to
a
their
second,
chest.
Gemini. But purple, to be honest with you, LaMelo came in during the pandemic, so it wasn't much for the Charlotte Hornets to do to get him prepared for the season. I think what he had, what, like a week or 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Because they didn't have no offseason. They did not have a summer league. So that was a tough call based on.
Dex, all he had to do was come in shape. That's all he had to do. As long as he came in shape and ready to ball, everything else is low maintenance. All he had to do was come in ready. He came in conditioned and ready to play. He didn't need to develop his conditioning. He came in condition ready. Now I won't say that he came in needing to work on conditioning because he was ready. He was already playing overseas for a reason. He was playing with grown men.
Yeah, I think
And
Lamelo just didn't start right away because Devontae. I think he was in a contract year, so the Charlotte Hornets wanted to, just wanted to showcase him just as much, so he can still get himself a sizable contract after that. And you see what they did; they gave him the contract, and then they got rid of him. So
But I think that
hmm
I don't think I think if Lamelo didn't show some of the things that he showed as far as his playmaking and his ability to score, that they would have ever, you know, got rid of Graham. And because you see Terry Rozier is still there.
yeah,
So
but Terry Rozier, he's a better scorer than he's
Graham.
a better scorer next to Lamelo than Devontae Graham is.
But per how his game was coming out, do you think outside of Terry's scoring ability that it was smart to ever keep them together as long as they did?
Yeah, I think Terry is an aggressive scorer on the wing. He can shoot it pretty much off balance from anywhere on the court. So I think Terry Rozier was a great release valve for Lamelo in the half court offense.
I would agree with you, but when I watched him play with Aaron Brooks, it to me it was always that he needed guys around him, and still to this day he needs guys around him that it's okay if they score first, but that are also capable and willing defenders around him. I don't think he really needs a two guard next to him where his first thing is just to shoot or score all the time, not shoot, but score all the time, because he's a willing passer that is like, okay, if I'm open and this guy, they show him a double team or they flash a double team at him and I'm open, I'm expecting, that's with any player though, I'm expecting to get the ball back. And I've seen a lot of instances, even with Miles at first initially, where LaMelo would be open and here they go putting up the shot or passing it, on the same side that the double team, whether it's showing or if they're actually getting doubled, which in Terry Rozier's case, he was the only one kind of where they were throwing the double teams and stuff at him. But I don't think that made much sense. You know, to me personally.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
so
yeah. Go ahead. Go
basically,
ahead.
you're saying they need pieces
Right.
at this point. They need pieces, but the pieces that they was getting in, like prime example, Kelly Oubre, and that's why I was trying to pull up y'all roster. Kelly Oubre, more a spotty shooter, better defender. This Scythe, and I don't want to disrespect him with this
Sweet,
Russian
like,
name. Yeah.
yeah,
Um he, he he's a streaky on the court. He's been streaky and lacks confidence within his shot.
yeah,
That's what I was talking about, the small forwards. Then you also have Haywood. Haywood trying to make sure he's able to get another high dollar contract so he can keep robbing people for free with no gun. So I mean, you have people on your roster that's trying to prove themselves, right? They're trying to prove themselves. So they're trying to overreach and overplay their hand. They're bluffing at poker, and they trying to go all in on a bluff. I,
Right.
I so it's hard, honestly, to base Lamelo career off of what he has been around, other than give him a standing ovation for what he has accomplished up to this point.
Correct.
Because the devastating part was Bridges getting in that situation.
Correct.
The other thing was the weed charge for personal use.
Who was
Damn.
that?
Montrezl Harrell.
Montez Harrell.
Oh, I,
With him not being there, y'all could, with them two not being there, honestly, y'all could have had a good year. I was really banking on Charlotte. To be honest to you, I'm not even a betting man unless I'm for sure at something. I almost put down a rack on Charlotte just to make the playoffs.
wow.
But
You
then when them charges happened back to back, I was like, nah, I was gonna bet you pimp, but and the other person wasn't tracking what was going on. Oh man, I thought you said they was gonna make the playoff. I don't think they're gonna make the playoff. Nah, they got two players missing. They was like, nah, I'm looking at the roster right now online. I'm like, nah, I see what's going on with these two players.
So
They
Gemini,
ain't making the
Gemini,
playoffs.
I
Mm-hmm.
hate to be this guy, Gemini, but
Mm-hmm.
uh Montrezl Harrell, it was the off season when he got into that trouble, and he was an
Mm-hmm.
unrestricted free agent, so he was going to be gone anyway. He didn't miss any games due to that. That's what I'm saying. He just that happened in the off season, and he
No, he was
signed with
supposed to
another
come
team.
back. He was supposed to come
Nah,
back before he
nah.
went to Philly. He was supposed to come back.
There was
He,
no guarantees that he was coming back.
well, it was crystal ball for him to come back and run 2 more years. It was crystal ball for that before that weed charge. But it's neither here nor there because he couldn't come back after that weed charge. And then he had to stay close to that county where his charges happened at. They wouldn't transfer the charges. So he he he, he was asked out regardless on how you look at it.
so
But
do you oh, I was about to call him Kawhi. Like, do you agree with the opposition for right now until you get to the trade deadline that if they get Scoot, that he should come off the bench
Nah, I would start Scoop from day one. I was starting with Lamelo from day one.
at the two or the one?
It's pretty much like Gemini said. It's interchangeable. I guess you would just call Scoot the shooting guard because you want to respect Lamelo as the ringleader of the show. But honestly, I mean, in that situation, like, no, it might be more deadly if they got the ball 50-50 because Lamelo doesn't actually need the ball in his hands all night to run the show. It's kind of like how
Uh,
Lamelo could play a Lonzo style game where he's constantly making reads and just kind of making short passes all night, and he can still control the flow, the pace of the game by not having the ball in his hands.
yeah.
So I think him and Scoot will work very well. I start them both together from day one. I would still call Lamelo the point guard because just to respect his stature and his status and what he's built so far in the league, and I'll call Scoot the shooting guard. Yep.
Okay.
literally, it would remind him of his high school days with his brothers. Remember, he
Okay.
was the baby.
Yeah.
Zoe was actually the PG at the time, but then when he came,
And
he just
grew.
he just gave the PG position to Lamelo,
Now I
and then Jello was the actual small forward at the time.
yeah. Um I don't know where it happened. I maybe Miles did an interview or something like that, but they said Miles said that Lamelo has grown an inch But we'll see when they come and remeasure them because they said he grew an inch, and I'm thinking, say, how you know that?
That doesn't that what does that purple? What does that have to do with the price of tea in China right now? 1 inch. Th- eh, This
No,
isn't in a bedroom.
the
What does
reason,
that have to do with the price of tea in China right now? 1 inch is not going to help you. It,
and
it, it, for his game,
but
his the minnows, um, measurements and everything. He has broken people ankles and hurt and broke their backs with his shooting and dribbling now. So 1 inch is not gonna make or break him.
no, that's not. I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm saying it when pertaining to boots because everybody has a. I was about to say a standard reach. They do have that. Everybody.
Hmm.
Oh my God, I can't think of the word that. Oh my God, not a standard reach.
Wingspan.
Thank you. A wingspan. At the end of the
Hmm.
day, Scoot is still 6'2". So for defensive purposes, I'm like, yeah, it's cool, on offensive Scoot, and it's this too sometimes. But when we switch it over to the defensive end, that's the only reason why I mentioned that. I don't know why Miles mentioned that from Miles' perspective, but that's I'm just telling you that's what they said. Miles said, and I was just like, why would that matter? I don't understand. Like
Yeah, so just so you know, Purple Scoot is about 6'2", 6'3", he's something around there, and he's got
they
a
said, he
six.
measured
Hold
6.
on, he's like 6'2", 6'3". We know that. He's got a 6'9" wingspan, so he's got unrealistically long arms. Just so you know.
I mean, so do Terry. I forgot what Terry. They said Terry's wingspan was.
Terry don't play hard on primary defense like that. Scoop is more active hands that's gonna get you steals. So basically, it on the way back down the court on the defensive side, Scoop is going to guard the point guard. LaMelo should be guarding the shooting guard, and that should be wrapped. Then when it come back to offense, LaMelo should be the point guard. Scoop should be the shooting guard slasher, and what's for lunch?
That's true, but I'm looking at
I
these.
would I would let him do both. I would let Scoot run the 1-2. I mean, I would let it happen throughout the game in a flowy manner because you got to imagine if Scoot gets the ball and he attacks the basket, like after those first couple of paint touches, they're going to start collapsing, and he's going to be able to attack the basket and finish above, around, under the rim from day one, from day zero actually. So you got to think once they start collapsing, you can just kick it out to Lamelo. Lamelo is an excellent catch and shoot shooter. So I
That
think
I
I think I think they have value both. I think they both have value on the ball.
Well, I was talking more about the defensive side when I brought that up because of the height difference. Because like right now, you're going through a draft. Like prime example, purple. You're going through a draft where the average players in this draft are between 6'4". No, I would say 6'3" to 6'8". This is the first time in a long time we didn't had more 6'7", 6'8" people that's playing small forward and shooting guard.
Yeah,
And this draft is heavy with small forwards, heavy with shooting guards. It's heavy.
yeah, I noticed that
So
too.
so so when you look at it, this the first time we kind of have a lack of big men, but I don't want to say a lack of big men because what they're counting as a lack is a dominating big man, but they're only pointing out the guy from Oregon and the young man from Duke. That's the only two they pointing out, but they got way more centers that are better.
The guy from Oregon, to correct you, he went back. He's no longer at Oregon no more. I forgot what school he transferred to, but he went back.
Oh,
Where?
okay, he went back.
Yeah, where went back, and I think. So you got. I think both guys from Duke are still in the draft. I think.
Okay, so at this point, now watch this. That's the two they pointing out, right? But
Mm-hmm.
then but then they're not looking at the guy from Kentucky, who's 6'10", broad shoulders. They barely looking at the guy who's more of a power forward at 6'9" from Houston. Um,
Ooh,
but
yes.
he's a dribbling liability. That
Yeah,
but that's what they're on him about as a power forward.
yeah,
Something that he could work and develop on. So when you look at the intangibles of this now, you do have international centers that are in this draft that are more active, younger, and could shoot. Because they think about it now, they're already coming from the international game. They already used to stretching the floor. In fact, they demand to stretch the floor rather than be down in the trenches. But they are big enough and speedy enough to be in the trenches.
yeah.
So there's not a lack of big men, but there's a lack of opportunities for the big man in this draft. So this draft, with being more shooting guard heavy and small forward heavy, it's okay. I don't want to say that the only reason why I won't say it's heavy on the point guard position is because there's not a lot of point guard jobs out there. You can say that there is as a fan, but you cannot literally say where would you honestly put them to start at this point, at this juncture.
Hmm.
Maybe a year or two, or a half a season. Then you'll say, "Oh, I will place him here." But hell, the draft over.
You're right. But I will say this, not the Thompson twins. Some of these guys, a lot of these guys this year, I had a feeling when they got their measurements done. I hate when I don't know where they be getting these people's heights from, but a lot of guys are smaller than what I thought they were. Where they were listed at, like it could have been a guy that was 6'8", but he measured 6'6" and a half, or even 6'5". So you do have a lot of that coming out, and that's my only concern too. Is like it's hurting y'all because what they said y'all was as far as height throughout the year in college, y'all didn't measure that. I don't know why,
Like who?
huh?
Like who?
The Thompson twins, they are an inch and a half, well, an inch smaller than what um people said they were. They measured out at 6'6". And that's what I was saying about Scoot. I don't know why Portland did. Maybe they didn't measure him, but they Charlotte did, and they said Scoot was 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
So
So,
I see the
but
Thompson twins
Scoot's
at
like,
6'7".
huh?
Every profile shows the Thompson twins at 6'7".
But I'm telling you, they said they measured. I don't know who's the last team they worked out for, but they said they measured it out at 6'6".
No,
Well,
actually,
I was
I
shocked.
see that
That's
right
my
here. Actually, no, you're right. You're right. I see that right here. I see that right here.
Portland said it and Houston said it also. One worked out for Portland, one worked out for Houston. I know.
okay. Got you. Because I'm like, well, dang, like, can y'all stop
Yeah,
lying?
they got him listed
Point.
at six, almost a little under 6'6" for Amen.
Yeah, I'm like, can we stop lying? That is, why do you do that
Yeah, see,
for?
they do that to entice themselves as a prospect a little more.
True.
A 6'7" point guard who's doing the things Amen is doing is much more attractive than a 6'5" point guard doing those things.
Correct. Yeah. That's the only thing that I'm like, yo, come on, God. This is getting old. It ain't even funny no more.
Well, I mean, when you honestly look at it, the overall aspect is this draft. You got more. Actually, I'll kind of walk back what I said. You have more 6'8" to 6'9" guys that are small forwards and shooting guards in this draft than I think them been since Tracy McGrady year.
That's
Because
interesting.
because I think that year I think it was only four of them, and I think this draft they have like eight of them.
Mm.
that could either play the shooting guard or the small forward. And I'll be honest, I really like the dude that's from Penn State, and everybody looking over him.
Penn State. Oh, my mind is scattering. I'm trying to think if I looked at a guy.
Steph Landry is his name. I like him. Don't get
Oh,
me
I
wrong.
have.
I like the guy from Arkansas too, but
Oh, Walsh.
I think you saying Steph.
I like the shot of Steph Landry and his defense because he's not afraid to jump with a power forward or a center to block the ball. He's already playing small forward, so and his 3 point and slashing skills are there. Like really on depends on it, really if he was on Charlotte, if Charlotte had the opportunity to draft him, as bad as I hate to say it, I will put Miles Bridges at the 4
Mm,
just to make sure he hits the court too. That
mm.
that's what I see from his game. Now the
They get him in the second round. He'll be there in the second round.
no, but I don't know if he'll be there in the second round
Yeah.
because to be honest, I think either New Orleans gonna jump on him. I forgot the order. Hold on.
Yeah. So
I
you got to keep in mind he's a senior.
yeah,
So
but
he's almost a finished product.
so the Pacers may get him. I'm trying to think of actually who need him like right now. Right now, the
Houston.
Magic the Magic could get him.
Yeah, but
Hu-
they're
eh,
reserving that play. He's probably gonna be a second round pick. That's pretty much what I'm saying.
So I mean, if anything, even in the second round, I
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I don't what hold on. I'm trying to Charlotte. Oh, y'all picked 34. Yeah, he should be available by that fourth pick. He should be available. But I'm gonna be honest. You watch them highlights and look at what he did in the pre-draft workout
Okay.
with the scrimmages. He averaged
Okay.
22 points. He had a 18-point game. I mean, his game is there now, mind you. All of them are playing not to get hurt. So take that into consideration after watching his college highlights. In the NBA scrimmages pre-draft, they are playing but not playing to get hurt.
Right. I agree with that.
So don't think his motor just tapped out when you look at the college highlights and then you look at the NBA scrimmages,
Hmm.
because it's gonna look like everybody's trying to let everybody score and play and whatnot. But
Right.
then there's an international center. They talking about the Lakers should get him, and I forgot his name, but he was knocking down threes like water. 7 footer, seven
Hey,
footer have the body to play the five position, and runs the floor well. Not just run the floor, he runs the floor well. So when you look at the intangibles, that that's why I don't get caught up on measurements
me
because
either.
that like they're talking about um Juwan Howard's son is
Jay.
good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they they're talking about he's good, right? All
Hmm.
right. If you really watch this young man play, he's an offensive liability, and he's definitely a dribbling liability.
I agree. I agree.
So how can he be a first round pick if he's that big of a liability?
I feel like he moves. Like I remember looking at his highlights. For him to still be listed, which is listing at the two guard, I think whatever team takes him, they gonna move him to the three. If he grows a little bit more, he'll end up being a four. He's to me, he's clunky and he's real slow. Like he moves his feet slow, like real slow. And that kind of aggravated me when I looked at him. I'm like, he for him, he don't move quick enough for me at the two position to play a two, and he's not athletic. I think he can be a skill shooter, in my opinion, eventually. But like he's slow. Like I think a team that'll be good for him is like Miami. That'll be a solid pickup because look what they did for Duncan Robinson, you know. But I'm like, he's very slow to me. Like he moves slow.
But they have him as a first round pick, and that's the only reason why I
Yeah,
point that out is
yeah,
because of his dad and the school that he went to. If
Nah,
you look at
and
this
it's because of his
schools,
age too. You got to think when you 6'8".
yeah, development.
Yeah, exactly. Like these team, the first round is reserved for potential. It's for
right,
positional size and potential.
right.
But and notice, the first round was never built for that. The first round
Yeah,
was
it became
actually
that
built
once the one and
for
done era came.
right now starters. It was actually built for right now starters, and the second round is for development players.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So
that was
so that
before the one and done era.
so when you look at it, they flip the script, but also trying to control the narrative at the same time. That's when what you're saying about the players. They're happy to have big guards now,
Hmm.
but the drawbacks to having big guards is now you got to have a big small forward. Now
Yeah,
you got to have a big power forward
right.
and a big center.
Not
So
necessarily. If you got a 6'8" shooting guard, you can still have you like for instance, Chris Middleton is a 6'8", 6'9" shooting guard, but PJ Tucker played next to him as a 6'6", 6'5" power small forward power forward.
Right.
So it's really just you just got to piece it together however you can piece it together. But if you got a big shooting guard, you can have a small forward that's the same size as
I
that
think
shooting guard.
the greatest
But
example of that is
but
the
you're talking about an active player though. Now what I mean about active player, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Purple. I'm humbly so sorry.
okay.
Your PJ Tucker is a active player. No one can honestly say that that man has actually been lackadaisy on any play. It's hard to find a player with a motor like that. There's no team that he didn't went to where he hasn't given it his all on the court, regardless on if he was overweight boxed out or boxed out at all. Now, once that age got up on him, that's a little different because that's breathing and conditioning, which we all can attest to. But PJ actually is a small forward slash shooting guard that just plays power forward. He's been playing out of position for years.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I
What
mean,
do
they could put him there because of how tough he is. I mean,
yeah.
look, you could
Same
you could
with
you could
Draymond.
say yeah, you could say what a guy is. You could say what he actually is, but like if he works at a certain position for a certain team and the way they run their game, then that's just the position he's playing. Like he was thriving at the power forward position too.
Yep.
So he was thriving
Mm,
defensively.
mm,
Defensively, he was thriving.
mm, mm, mm. I disagree.
PJ Tucker was a lockdown defender for the majority of his career.
Mm.
Is that right?
Depends on who he went against.
Nah,
Depends
just,
on
no, just, no, just in
the motor
general.
was there,
He
but
was regarded as a lockdown defender for the majority of his career by widely across the league. It is
I
what it
I
is.
I disagree with him on that point because it was spot like
You see, you can't even say
you
it.
can't put him you can't put him against Anthony Davis. You couldn't put him
But
against
that's that's the best
Tim
of the best.
Duncan. No,
That's the
but and that's why I say shoddy purple because when you look at it, the players that I can mention and trust me, I respect this man. I
You
respect this
talking
hustle.
about Tim Duncan though?
I burned them up because those was the first names that
Yeah,
came
but
to.
I didn't say PJ Tucker was an all-time great defender. I
right.
said
But
all I said was he was a lockdown defender the majority of his career. That's true.
hmm,
That's true.
Serge Ibaka was better, but okay, all right. I mean, all right, all right.
To know what's y'all take. I finally found out his name because what they was calling him. I'm like, there's no way his mama named him that. But Gregory Jackson from Mississippi State, I think that
GG,
might be Mississippi actually. That he played. What y'all think about him?
talking
I'm
about
not I'm
GG.
not familiar with his game.
DJ, yeah,
GG need development.
definitely agree on.
Gigi need development. You gotta think. These are PWIs. First of all, yes, quit the fugaziness. These are PWIs that are competing for incoming talent. So the PWIs are also putting influence behind the marketing dollars.
Hmm.
So even though this draft is heavy, and trust me, it I wouldn't be ashamed of nobody who don't get their name called this draft because this is the time where I would scoop up a whole squad, a whole bench. I'm talking about a whole bench with draft measurements and a lot of the hungry players. They're not even mentioning. Now, when I say hungry, I mean the person that's going to be that dog, not not just give you one side and and leave it out there. And I'm sorry, and not leave it out there. I'm talking about they got dogs in this draft that they're not even mentioning.
Mm,
If
agree.
if if you honestly look at that, the scrimmage, the guy from BU from Baylor, who was he transferred in shoot he they kind of say he reminded everybody of Kevin Durant. He's 6'10". He's weak on defense. He's been weak
Miller,
on defense the whole time in college. He's been weak on defense the even with the scrimmages.
you talking about Leonard Miller?
Uh, have dreads, 6'10".
I think that sounds like Leonard Miller you're talking about. Cause he was in last year's draft. He had worked out for the Hornets and he went back. No, Leonard Miller was in the G League. That's a different player. I haven't heard about that player yet. Then
Well, this the one from Baylor, and trust me, as of right now, in fact, hold on.
I haven't
I'm
heard
about
about
hold
raving
on.
about another
I'm
guy.
about to look up his name right now. I'm about to look up his name right now, cause it
What about while you looking up his name, what you think about what do y'all both think about Jordan Hawkins from what did he play at BYU or I forgot what school he's coming from.
Hawkins. Oh, you
Yeah,
talking about the 6'5" guard, but
yeah.
they kind of got him as a small forward. Uh,
He reminds me of Jordan Clarkson. I ain't gonna lie.
um, I me personally, he's from UConn. If
Yeah.
I remember correctly, he's from UConn. Him and the guy that I mentioned to you
Mm-hmm.
have that same type motor, but the guy I mentioned to you have more of a defensive motor.
Okay.
They both are shooters, but I mean I'd rather deal with a 6'6" small forward that can come off of my bench now rather than hope and pray for the 6'8" one to develop.
Right.
If that kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm giving up 2 inches, but I mean, I have a player right now that have that dog in him that can play, shoot, and help my team now rather than wait all 3 seasons for him not to produce and then have to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
Bates, that's the
Monty
guy
Bates.
name. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank y'all, um, Mr. Reynolds. Thank you. Bates is who they're talking about. He's the next Kevin Durant. But he's so
What?
weak on defense, he doesn't even acknowledge it. But I have seen him do decent on help defending, but
Right.
on the ball defender, nah, nah, nah.
What's hurting him too? Honestly, um, the amount of times he switched colleges. Because I was hearing when he had committed, I think he had just committed to Memphis at that time. But a lot of the things that you addressed with him, I heard that they addressed that with him, and I don't know if he was just unwilling to fix those things and acknowledge those things at the time. But he switched schools, and I don't. I hope because he's supposed to go in the second round. I just hope his attitude is different now, and he starts to address those deficiencies and things like that because I think he can be a really solid, good, maybe third or fourth option with his skill
Cavani,
set. But
Cavani. No, I'm talking to Cavani. Slide up, Cavani. The link is in there somewhere. Light just dropped it not too long ago. Just gotta scroll up.
I
All right, go
just
ahead.
dropped the link. You don't see it?
Okay.
yeah,
Where
I
you
like
at?
Bates.
Huh?
I said I like Imani Bates as long as he's willing to address his weaknesses in his game. Because what's gonna happen with him, I fear, you know how KD's playing the power forward position right now, where he spent the earlier part of his career playing the three. I think uh, they're gonna come in and put Bates at that four and stuff like that, and run him as a stretch four more than anything before they ever put him at the three. So
Okay,
he,
but see but that's gonna be a problem because what?
I
His
agree,
lateral motions are slow. His lateral motions are slow. They're
right?
so slow that it's ridiculous. And that's like prime example. When I say motor, that is what I'm talking about. Cause he's slow on this side, but on this side, oh, is green light. Well, that's a stall out motor. You didn't stall out in the middle of the highway.
Not the highway.
Yeah, that middle of the highway in the
But
middle lane.
but that's what I'm saying because like he hurt himself bad, man. Like I think he switched schools like maybe four times or three, something like that.
I
And
I thought it was three, but
yeah, it might have been three. Cause I know it was Memphis, Michigan, but I think he went to it might have been Michigan, Memphis actually, where he had went to a Division II school before whatever school he came out of. But you might be right.
Yeah, but he has some legal problems too, though.
Yeah, but prior to those legal issues, when he was in Memphis, it was being brought up when with his AAU. I remember the stuff that he just said. People was talking about it then.
well, I mean, at this point, that I understand that you said they have him projected as a second round, but that's not what they really had him projected as. They had him as a first round, baby.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was he was the
He
first
was Memphis.
round. That I'm talking about this draft. At
Who?
first,
Bates?
they at first they actually had him being drafted by the Lakers at 17, and I was like, hell no, to the
No,
no, no, no.
prior to his little situation and him with didn't help him switch in schools. I've always heard about Bates being in the second round. I never knew people was projecting him to go in the first. I've always
Hmm.
because of his lack of competition and his deficiencies in his game. And it
Well,
didn't he got in trouble.
well, ESPN the first time I even looked at the mock draft, they
Hmm.
had him down at 17. Then I looked at it a week later. Then they had the Michigan son, the Jawan son.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
I looked at it. Then I'm looking at it now. Now they talking about and I'm only talking about them at 17, but now they're talking about the guy from Baylor.
Hmm.
So it's like I know it's going to change, and I understand that, but I'm like, bruh, y'all thinking about the wrong teams and situations because there's no way in hell. He's gonna go be a lady. Jenny wouldn't even do that to herself. Jenny would not do that to herself. Get
No,
somebody with a low motor.
it ain't even a low motor. I'm gonna be honest. The Lakers have never, in my opinion, ever gotten players like that. So I don't know what they was ever thinking about. So him and Gigi to me would benefit greatly if Miami was to take him. But I think Miami is just so focused on winning now and being more successful in the playoffs and everything that I don't see them taking either one of those guys. But if they did, I would be so excited.
No, I think Miami's gonna take the power forward. I think he's from Nigeria. He's like 6'10", broad shoulders. Didn't really get no playing time overseas though, but I think that's who they're gonna take.
That's a
If they don't take the 7 footer, um, I think he's from France. In fact, I'll look it up right now. I think he's from France.
yeah. I just what other team got good?
Oh, you talking about Wimbenyama teammate?
No, this guy is Caucasian. Him
Oh,
and
it's okay.
Wembanyama not teammates. That shoot.
Who else is Miami? Golden State, they I don't know. Oh, who can both of them go to that I think the Spurs, I think the Spurs would be a good situation for both of those young men.
Wait,
Uh,
wait. The Spurs. Who to the Spurs?
Bates or Gigi Jackson, either
I
or.
could I could see Gigi. I can't see Bates. Pop,
I'm
Pop Pop not gonna deal with that. Pop not gonna deal with that.
I think he's learned his lesson. You got to understand how far he fell. He was supposed to be going in the first round, even with the deficiencies prior to him getting in trouble. He was supposed to be a first round pick.
Did you see what Bam?
I don't.
What happened with Bam and Pop? And Pop thought he had a low motor. And I'm only bringing him up in comparisons to literally show you Pop not gonna waste time on somebody he think it don't need the time.
And I agree with you, but the thing is, they said I guess Kerr is supposed to be coaching. I guess one more year with Golden State, and then he's leaving to go to San Antonio. So it'll be whatever.
Now I'll be shocked if that happened.
Who?
If Kerr leave for the Spurs, and here's why I'm gonna tell you that because if anytime they're gonna mention tampering, if anytime they're gonna mention tampering, they're gonna mention it that time
I I I doubt it. I'm trying to tell you because I feel.
because the 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 young lady that's there is gonna make her argument why she isn't the first female head coach.
I mean, she can make it. I'm just telling you what they said. It's been all over since they announced that the Spurs was getting the first pick. They said Popovich is retiring finally, and Kerr is supposed to be taking over for him. And the first question I had was, well, how that's gonna work? You don't have Draymond and them are up in their age, and what? I mean, Curry's still okay, So why you leaving?
Well, I mean the ownership did now talking about the Warriors, the ownership of the Warriors did say, and he came out once once the Warriors lost in the playoffs. He came out themselves and stated what everybody could hear. Basically, everybody, a lot of people will be taking a pay cut because there's some BS. This was his statement, not nobody else's. The owner of the Warriors, that is what they stated on the national channel. People
Mm-hmm.
will be taking pay cuts.
Uh,
So if you notice, the one executive already left, right?
Bob Myers, yes.
Okay. Is Bob Myers not supposed to be there? Can we agree that he should be there? But he
Yeah.
left though, right? I'm only pointing that out because he left though, right?
Yep.
Okay. There's a reason for him leaving.
I agree with you. It's the
So
same. why they said Kerr is supposed to be going.
Okay, but Kerr, prime example. You're saying you don't see why he would stay. Granted,
No, not
I'll give you that because of longevity with the organization, right?
right.
But Kerr is already living off of somebody else's resume,
That's true.
and so to make the argument, he for him to be a coaching Hall of Famer, he would have to produce.
Yeah.
Because right now he is living off of the Jackson bandwagon, regardless on how we want to say it. He is off of that bandwagon.
Yeah. I agree.
So at this point, I don't see it. I'm sorry. I was trying to look for the center, but the guy speak good English. He may be this dude, but he has a overseas name. But he may be this dude from Florida. Um, no, that's not him because they say 6'11". But there's a center from overseas Caucasian that he can rain threes. He can rain threes like throwing a grenade. So he 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 also runs the floor. Now, am I saying he's a franchise changer? No, I'm not. I'm saying, can he plug a hole right now? Yes. Look at what happened with Utah with their center situation. Even though they promoted their starting center, he wasn't supposed to be their starting center. It was supposed to be the guy from Nigeria, who's also on the Jazz. So when when it comes to listening to the media, is all about team chemistry, how they're gelling, and basically who they want to put the marketing dollars behind.
Hmm.
Because think about it, before Joker, I'll bring this up on only the points I'm not. Before Joker won the MVP, had the MVP season, did you hear about Joker all on the TV?
Nope.
All right, now there's plenty of people that say, "Oh, Joker been a dog." No, he wasn't. He
It
he
was a
he,
process.
he no, he didn't want to put in the effort. That's why he chose to stay overseas after he was drafted by Denver because he didn't want to be a problem for the other person from the same country that was the starting center because
You
he
saw
was supposed to be the backup.
Nurkic. That's who
No,
was.
uh,
Timothy
could it be
Mozgov. Timothy Mozgov.
Mozgov?
Ugh.
And then Mozgov left Denver, and that's when he said, "Oh, I'll come and play." And then, in fact, if you remember correctly, he came off of the bench. He didn't
Yeah,
even start. He
I
came off
know
of the bench.
it was Nurkic. Him and Nurkic was there at the same time, and then they traded Nurkic. And once they traded Nurkic, that's when he started.
Okay. Okay. So I mean,
I thought it was
what?
Mozgov on that.
I just remember him and Nurkic being there at the same time. I know Mozgov played for Denver, but I just remember because I remember getting on 2K and I'm like, why do they have? Because they had really solid ratings. I was like, why do Denver still got both of these talented Denver, like I wasn't trying to follow them. I ain't gonna cap. And then they
Mm.
traded Nurkic, and then that's when West. But I think prior to trading Nurkic, I believe they might have started Joker, but they was like it was like in between. But if he didn't start, he didn't start. But I think that's how
No, he
it went.
never started. No, he
Right.
never started. He never
Okay,
started. In fact,
but
he didn't even come from overseas. When he really found that he came over that summer, he found out the situation with the center. He flew back home and didn't come back. He didn't come back for a while. Then they traded him, the starting center on Denver. Then he hopped on the plane and came back over here.
No, he was always there.
No, no,
If you talking
no,
Yusuf Nurkic, that's on Portland. He what's the name
no. I'm
was
talking about the Joker. I'm talking about the Joker. He went
that's
back
what I'm
overseas,
talking about.
baby. He
No, he
went back
wasn't.
overseas.
No, he wasn't. He was on the roster. I forgot
He-
what year he traded
He's
Nurkic. He
on
was
the roster because he's drafted, but he went back overseas. He did not play here until after the starting center for them was traded.
I could have sworn he was on that roster. He was
No,
getting minutes,
on the roster because of draft rights.
not
On,
even because of draft rights. He was on the bench. I
he
don't
was
remember
on
that.
the bench after that trade because they're from the same country. He didn't want no beef. He didn't want it to seem like he was pushing that the other guy out of his position. He went back and played overseas. Then he came once that guy was traded. Then he came off of the bench. Then he got in the starting position.
I don't remember that. I'm just telling you.
They're like from the same region.
I know
And
that, but I'm telling you that Nurkic. I remember. I don't. It was something, and because it's a reason why they traded Nurkic, and it had everything to do with Joker.
it had nothing to do with Joker. They got into it with that man. They got into it with that man. That had nothing to do with Joker. Joker wasn't even stateside then.
I'm
That man,
telling
that man
us.
was still playing overseas. In fact, I I
Let
want
me
to say they made the playoffs that year
let me
in his home country. He made
wait.
the playoffs
Let
because
me
it's him and another big man. I can't remember if they literally if they literally won that year. Either I think they made the playoffs in his
So,
home country.
Yusuf Nurkic, the center before Joker, played in Denver for 3 seasons. He came over in the if this is correct, if he had a contract with his home country, he came over to Denver in 2014, 2015. He left Denver in 2016, 2017. Nurkic did. And then Joker, let me see.
That's when Joker flew back into the country. That year right there that he was traded. That's when Joker came back. Joker wasn't here before that.
Uh, let me see. Because I didn't know they can do dual pay them contracts, if that makes sense. Like I thought they couldn't get
Yeah,
a contract in
international
the
players can
NBA.
do that. The team keep the rights on them.
I know they keep the rights, but he had a contract. Denver was paying him money.
Yeah, I mean it's not a high paid contract.
Uh, what is? Oh,
You
I don't
paying
even.
them to keep their bird rights. Is not. Please don't think of it as I'm paying you just to pay you. I'm paying you to keep your bird rights because your bird rights are what's important. But actually,
Okay,
everybody thought Joker was going to be good, like
so
average, but he wound up being above average.
it says here that Nurkic, uh, his first season with Denver was 2015, 2016. He played 80 games. He averaged his minutes per game were 21.7, 9.9 points a game, 7 rebounds, and 2.4 assists a game.
That's after the trade of the other guy, right?
The 2015, 2016 seasons. Let me see. They traded Yusuf Nurkic in 16, 17. So he played the year prior to them trading him 80 games off the
I
bench.
see that. I see that too, and
I
that's
told
not
you I
what I
remember him.
remember.
I remember
I'm
him playing.
saying that right here. I'm saying it right here, and
I
I can
remember him
humbly
playing.
take a bended knee. But
Yeah, I remember
they
because I'm
they
like,
trade that was the beef. I remember that beef in Denver. That was pure beef. But that had nothing to do with the players. They had to do with the front office. I remember
yeah,
that
I
beef.
agree with you there. But I always wonder. I said, why do they got? Because trust me, with them 2K ratings, I'm like, why the fuck do they have? And I just never looked farther into it. And then all of a sudden, I had looked up, and Nurkic got traded. And then they was talking about Joker. And I don't know the conversations prior to Nurkic getting traded, but I do remember hearing that Joker was always better than him.
But I
And
thought he got traded 14, 15.
who? Nurkic?
Yeah, I thought he got traded 14, 15.
They played 2 years. I mean, a year, because they say his first season was 15-16. Joker was, and
Right, but I
Nurkic.
thought the other guy got traded in 14, 15.
No, he got traded in 16. The 2016-2017 season.
Okay, all right. I
Yeah,
humbly
I do remember
apologize.
him. Joker was better. That's why I said I remember him playing. And then they said that he was Joker was better, and that's why they was getting rid of Nurkic and they traded Nurkic to Portland. And we see Nurkic ain't a bad player, but he stayed getting dunked on, dog. Like he stayed. Like every time I look,
The hustle not there. That's all that is. The hustle isn't there, and nobody's. That's the difference. But that's what I was talking about earlier when it comes to international players. You are asking them to commit to the foundation of the NBA, right?
yeah,
How can you do that when that's not of their foundation? They're not used to hustling, getting in the trenches. Their boxing out is done so gentle to where it's ridiculous. I could put snuggle toilet paper in between them and the other player because it's that gentle. So how can you command that dog out of 'em? Now, if you able to catch them in shape, you better keep them in shape. If you able to catch them in shape, keep them in shape. Because think about it now. Has Joker weight changed? Body mass size and everything? Has his dimension changed? Not one bit since he's been drafted. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look at it well. Now I'm not talking about getting the older weight. I'm talking about basically you if you look at his draft picture and you look at him right now, there's not too big of a difference. Just that he may look a little heavier.
yeah,
But
yeah.
but
But
his
look at how
first
his
love
brothers
isn't
is.
basketball. Huh?
But look at if you don't mind me acknowledging something. If you look at his brothers, it's like they just not meant to be big, but like I don't know how to put it. It's something in the family that they just got that thick stature. I would say like a thick stature build. Cause I was looking at, it, I'm like, dang, they got the same body types and everything. His brothers do.
You talking about the one with the heat?
No,
You just
Joker.
talking about the regular family picture? No,
No,
I'm talking about
his
Joker.
yeah, his people. Cause I remember looking at him and I'm like, Joker kind of looked fat, and then I seen his brothers and I'm like, oh, that's just how they body type run in the family.
Oh yeah. They big bone for real.
Yeah.
They big bone for real. I get what you're saying. They eat they potatoes and sausage a lot. Yeah, borscht, borscht. Yeah, they eat borscht.
Yeah. I'm like, dang, Joker. I'm like, listen, his brothers, they will kill you. You better stop playing with them. They do not play. There
But
ain't nobody to go around joking around or nothing. I'm like, hell no. When I seen them brothers,
but
they ready.
if you look at it, Giannis is another one. When Giannis first came, he was slender, right?
Yep.
Okay, Giannis did what from day one, and
Muscle.
and, and he concentrated on the fundamentals that he needed for the NBA. It's hard for an international player that don't commit to the fundamentals.
Yep. Unless you Luca, he stay. It's easier over
He,
here.
no, he's not committed. Luca's actually overweight. If you
Oh,
look at Luca in regular clothes, if you
we
look at Luca in regular clothes, Luca is not committed. That's why he's saying it's so easy. He's still overweight and
yeah.
and not playing up to his potential like he was overseas. Luca weighed less when he first came into the NBA from the international
Yeah.
game.
He enjoying American food.
He,
That's for sure.
I don't
He enjoying
disagree.
it.
I,
And
I
and
don't
actually,
disagree.
Luca just he it's crazy. Like Luca's just that's sad. That's all I'm gonna say. How you gonna put out a workout video after the season? Where was
Yeah,
this?
he do the workout video, then go drink a beer, and then you know go watch some
Yeah.
TV. That's
And
what he
then
do.
what's disingenuous is he was like, I heard him talking. Yeah, I looked up to Dirk and stuff like that. I said, man, please. We know what we heard when you first got here, dude. That was not true.
I mean, honestly, yes, it
I
sounds good for the fans. It
right.
it does sound good for the fans, but honestly, they with the way they was trying to put him as the open the way they was trying to put him as the new face of the NBA, that was a lot of pressure. And yes, it did come fast because you had Mark Cuban spearheading it after it was just suggested at the owners meeting, and then next you have everybody trying to figure out who, what, when, and where, and you started seeing them on all type of commercials. It, it, the paparazzi really started following him. I mean, you name it, it started happening. But he didn't live up to that hype of being the new poster child of the NBA. And in fact, they need one, and that's why they're throwing it at Joker because they want more international players.
And like, oof, Luca's something else. I've never seen somebody with so much talent that you just like, dude, for real. Like, we really about to do this.
Yeah, I mean, as far as they're concerned, I mean, yeah, it has to be done.
But
It's
that
time.
goes for he too. He's just so he. I don't know if Luca's playful because I don't, really follow him that close. But Embiid is like I remember hearing somebody talk about Shaq, and they were like they didn't really mess with Shaq. They acknowledged Shaq's talent, but they was like he was goofy. He was. I don't want to use that word because I don't like that they use that word about Shaq, but it was a particular word they used that I didn't like, and I was like, "Yo," but I can see why. And Embiid is like Shaq, where he's just so unserious. He's too playful. He, I'm gonna leave it there.
Well, I mean, at this juncture, honestly, at this juncture, the knock I have for both of them is this. Because trust me, I look at Joker as a big Larry Bird, an oversized Larry Bird,
Okay.
before the back problems.
Hmm.
Before back problems, that's how Larry was playing. Old man game, didn't try to do too much with jump when he have to, but didn't really jump. Um, but would beat you to the rebounds, the long rebounds as much as he could.
Right.
Okay. Um, Embiid, especially with his injuries, he should have dropped weight and maintained, and he should have dropped at least 20 pounds and maintained that weight. That would have helped him on the injury list, and he would have been off of that list sooner because they've been talking about his knees for years and years and years.
Right.
So both Joker and Embiid have the same problem. It's a weight problem. It's not that the gym isn't available because the team have the gyms. In fact, he can have a gym at his ranch that he have overseas because he care more about horses than actually the NBA. Nothing bad. I love his hobby. It is what it is. But
Yeah.
he literally tells you he's more worried about his horses. He doesn't care. In fact, didn't he just lose the MVP trophy? Talking about I left it in the equipment room and it was gone. Okay. So you didn't care about it. That's why you left it there. Your wife and your daughter was there, man. You could have gave that to your wife and your daughter. Had security bring them to the car. Come on, man,
Right.
cut it out. So you it, both of
But
them have the same problem in their game. Weight, durability, nothing else.
but I will say with what's the name? MB does. I wish he would care more about his production is there, but when it comes to the playoffs, more than he care about awards. I understood his frustration this season of listen, hey, I felt like I should have won it last season. Look what I'm doing this season, and y'all still don't want to give it to me. But it's just like, dude, like just even if it hurts you, stop being so um what word can I use for how he acts? Because Draymond acts the same way. Stop being
Childish, childish,
so not just
childish.
but animated. They're too animated. Like one thing I hate about Shaq, it was just like, bro, people already like you. Stop being so animated. You are too big to be sliding across the floor, too big and strong for that matter, to allow somebody to push you on the floor. If you do not stay on your feet, that's one thing that irritates me about Embiid is you too big and you too strong in today's league to ever be on your butt, to ever be on your back. Stop doing that. This ain't football. Stay on your feet.
I mean, but but at this point, you you have him on the team. I'm not trying to be funny, and no, I'm not trying to help. I don't help up for no player when it, especially when it's a conditioning problem. But um, he's been asked to play without a power forward. I'll say without a power forward. Yes, I know one is on the roster, one is in the start lineup. Yes, I acknowledge that. But I'm saying without a decent power forward, and that's part of the problem. So then in in his mindset, you you tell me only to do this, this, that, and the third. You dig what I'm saying? But then when you get on that court, it's a totally different thing.
Correct.
So it is like we was mentioning last night. Is the commitment of the players that is especially remember when we was talking about Zion, the problem
Yeah.
was commitment and this person needs to commit, this person needs to commit, and it was the reason why I brought up MJ because he was playing two sports at that time.
Right.
So regardless of the fact of the matter, he had to be in the gym. If he wasn't going to be in the gym for basketball, he had to be in the gym for baseball. Now he was on the semi-pro team before he actually got um really called up and everything, but he still had to be in the gym regardless. So at that point, the only example that we can openly acknowledge that we know is public is Kobe. Okay, look at what Kobe did. Kobe would even sometimes sleep at the gym.
Right.
I'm sorry, at the workout facility because I don't want people to think I'm talking about the stadium at this time. Why? Because they have a chow hall there. He can eat there. He can shower there. He can work out. The trainers are there. They gotta come in. He could get a massage where at the building.
Right.
He need a sauna. He don't have to pay for it. It's at the building.
And then
Everything is at his fingertips.
now on the opposite approach, another guy that still remain productive and even still good to this day is LeBron. I hate when I would see LeBron go to the basket and then you turn around and look up and he on the floor. If you don't stay off the floor, you can't say you so much bigger and stronger than what's going against you that it's nobody that can really guard you. But I'm looking down and you all on the floor underneath the rim with your hands thrown up, especially the LeBron I see today with the Lakers. Get your behind off that floor and stay on your feet.
Well,
Nobody is physically built like you in today's game, and really nobody can still guard him. He's just slower. But as far as strength, nobody stop doing that. Aggravates me when I see like
well, what
that's
they're doing is undercutting him. Purple is okay. As a fan, and I'll say this: I'm cutting to the goal, right? I'm cutting to the goal, right?
right.
What most fans look at as a small bump to them. Now, mind you, that's 260 to 265 coming down that lane, and I admit to that. But those don't be no soft bumps that he be getting, and that's also why he's complaining why he's not getting the foul call.
Yeah, and I understand that. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, a smaller guy in Derrick Rose, where it harmed his game, he I understood why he was getting knocked to the floor, and he also wasn't landing correctly too. But if he could stay on his feet, Derrick Rose would stay on his feet. So I understand LeBron was getting fouled, but so was Derrick Rose, and Derrick Rose would stay on his feet when he could, and he was way smaller than LeBron. Like I just was like, come on, dude. At this
I
point, you know which reps is gonna give you your calls and which ones ain't. So
I,
just stay on your
I
feet.
get it. I I I I get the comparison, and now I can see your point of view from it, and somewhat yes. I mean,
Like I say,
it's 50-50.
nobody nobody has took it to the extreme that Shaq did. Like as much as I complain about that with LeBron, LeBron didn't do what Shaq did. Like every time I turned around Shaq, I'm like, really? If you don't get
Nah, you
up,
talking about Bloody Devos, baby. He get the Academy Award. Bloody get that Academy Award. No,
but
nobody
Shaq
get the
too
award
far.
over Bloody.
Listen, Shaq ain't too. I was looking at. I think that's when he was with the Suns. I think, and I'm looking at Shaq. I said, I know you old and you done lost a step, but come on now. If you don't get up off that floor, and when he got by the time Shaq got to Cleveland, it was just ridiculous.
Well,
Throwing his hands up in the air.
Shaq has admitted. Honestly, Shaq has admitted that if he would have took it as serious as he took it in Miami,
Right,
he would have more rings. He stated that. But just like when he got to Cleveland, by the time he got to Cleveland, he was what on the down spiral, right?
right,
Well, the funny thing about it was the owner didn't want to give them nothing else to build around them.
right,
I mean, we can only blame the players so far as fans and have
right.
that outlook, and then we have to be accountable of management and owners, regardless on the attitudes or everything else.
Same thing
Now,
with Dirk. Dirk can make that argument also.
no, Dirk was actually the first. Dirk was, believe it or not, since Larry Bird, and I mean this in all respect to Steve Nash. I mean this in all respect.
Uh, Lord,
Since Larry Bird, they made Dirk the face of the NBA. The
you
only the
really,
only reason they made Dirk the face of the NBA. Dirk was one
really?
of the yeah. They talk more about Dirk high release off shot and playing with Jason Kidd than they did of any highlights. They
I,
always talked about. In fact, most players they was talking about how he will put the knee up there for to get room, and they're like, man, he almost hit me. So
Yeah,
like
I do
players were
remember.
complaining and everything. So what the NBA did, they spent it. They made him the face of the NBA for a minute. It wasn't just because he won that title. It was before that because Dirk was getting high on the list, and that's unusual for an international player. I gotta give Dirk his credit. I I can't take that away from him. I'm sorry. Dirk was the face of the NBA for a long little minute,
Players
huh?
for international talent, I would say, but I never viewed him as a face. I thought it was, of course you got LeBron, you know, if it wasn't for, the situation with Kobe, Kobe, but I never thought Dirk was he was a good player, but I never.
But that's the marketing dollars they put behind him. Dirk was in way a whole bunch of commercials and everything. That's what
Yeah,
I mean about the face. Like you started seeing Dirk around.
but I
Like
just felt like not more than LeBron though. You wouldn't say he was more out there than.
I'm not saying more commercials than LeBron because LeBron at that time was only like in Nike commercials. Because remember, he used to damn near do every commercial by himself.
Right, until
But
they did up the Kobe versus LeBron stuff.
right. So that I'm not including that aspect of it. I'm talking about you started seeing Dirk in car commercials. You started seeing before it was Aflac, it was another company. Dirk was in that commercial. I mean, you seen them in the Wells Fargo commercial. I mean, you started seeing Dirk around, baby. That's when you're the face of the NBA. Marketing dollars get thrown at you. People don't just throw it at you just to throw it at you.
I mean, yeah, Dirk is an interesting guy. Like I'm starting to, since his retirement and bonding, I'm like, what? Like the
No,
stuff he
no,
was.
his game was there. His game was there. Just that we had to open our eye expectation to the international game. He plays an international way. He didn't change for
Yeah,
the NBA. At first, remember he used to just shoot a regular jumper. At first, I'm saying at first, when that didn't work for him, Dirk said, "Nah, man, I'm going back to playing how I play international." And if you look at
but
his tape from international to his whole career, that's how he played.
and I agree with you. But another thing I kept hearing because her when Dirk came in, they kept saying Dirk compared to the other guys at Dirk's position, and that includes Tim because Tim's in this conversation. That they felt like Dirk was soft. Like, yeah, from a statistical standpoint, I don't think he was ever above Tim Duncan as far as his statistics and stuff for league. But I know he was over like Bosch and KG for a long periodically time, statistically and whatever. But people thought he was soft, and so a lot of people on the American side, and it didn't help that he was in Dallas either. Wasn't that into him? They were more into like KG, even Bosch at that point. Kevin Love too, because Kevin
Okay,
Love was putting up pretty good numbers in Minnesota.
but but okay, I don't want you to take this out of context. When they were saying soft, they was meaning that he did not like to bang down low.
Yeah,
Now,
I know that.
so KG, Bosch, and Love, when all three of them was doing their thing, and I'm so mad that Bosch left his heart in Toronto that is ridiculous. But when it comes to that, the situation was he was not aggressive for a 7 footer at the power forward position. That's what they mean by soft. He wasn't built
Yeah,
for the trenches, but he didn't have the speed to be at a different position.
yeah, I know that.
Okay,
I
all right.
actually said that. I was like, oh, he not playing like Tim and them. I never hated him like people did. I liked him. I actually preferred him. I just would lie when people would be like, who you choose? I really wanted to say Dirk so bad, but I would say like KG or something because I knew they was like, man, that man's soft. But I
I
always had
mean,
like Dirk.
I mean that
His
uh,
game, right?
game wise. That's just like with Tim Duncan. That's why I can't put Tim Duncan on the Mount Rushmore of the power forwards because he only plays certain years at power forward. Then he was switched to center by the Spurs.
You're
So
right.
I can't lock him in as an all time great as a power forward. But if you want to look at rings, I mean, then it's an argument. But overall, I can't put him down as the ultimate power forward if, once again, if you're going to change him to the center position.
So who, if you don't mind me asking, who do you have?
Power forward,
Mhm.
and I can't put a center in the power forward. Nah. I'm I say Mosley.
Oh, that's interesting. I
I
just,
say Mosley.
I'm not gonna lie. Us talking about these guys, that looking now, I mean, today's NBA is good, but that NBA back then with Rasheed Wallace being and being in them, I like that the most. KG,
Cause really, yeah,
Evan,
yeah, yeah, just be technical for a sec.
Stoudemire.
Yeah. And I'm about to bring up a name who also started at the power forward position, and a lot of people don't even acknowledge that he was a power forward.
Who?
D- Elijah Wan. Elijah Wan was the power forward because they was known in Houston as the Twin Towers. Now, here's the funny thing: out of all the people in the NBA, if it wasn't for the Ramadan season, Elijah Wan definitely would have went down as the all-time great as a power forward. Because
Mm,
that's the only time if you look at his career stats and if you look at his by game output, Ramadan season was the only time he slowed up. That's the only time he slowed up and had to take the foot off of the gas because he could not eat until it became nighttime.
mm,
So if people really want to be technical, if you're not gonna give it to Moses, Elijah Wine honestly should be the next one up.
right.
And
I'm with it.
mind you, that David, the with David was helped. I would still put David as a Hall of Famer because he was loyal to a team, which was great at that time. But I mean, you you had a good help. You had a good supporting cast. You had a couple of Hall of Famers on the same team with you. Even though that was the spiral of your career, but you were still being aggressive and everything else. So I mean, I would still give David a gold jacket for loyalty, but past that, mm-mm.
Mm. Well, I
All
gotta go. It's
right,
nice to see.
same here. In fact, I was wondering why Dex didn't pop back in. Sam's, what you talking about? Stop it. Are you saying Elijah Wan was not a good power forward? Or are you saying David Robinson deserved more roses than he got? Sam's, could you clarify for me? Jack was goofy. He needed to show Lakers how to play. Wow. Dex, where you went? Hmm. Flight. Let me put. Hold on. There was a comment. Mr. Cutter, yeah, Shaq did show up. Shaq was goofy, and yes, he did show up to Lakers practice naked. He did that because he lost a bet. I think he had lost like a $500 bet when he showed up naked. That was funny. But I mean, Shaq also took up a bathroom face bowls taller than urinals too, and nobody clinked them off with a hose pipe. David West even hugged him to calm him down. I wouldn't have did it. Mr. Bus was a better man than me because I definitely wouldn't have touched him after putting his hand all on toilets and urinals. I don't care how clean you keep your bathroom. So, Mr. Cutter, what trade would you like to see? Honestly, I can't comment when I'm on the panel thing. I can only see y'all comments. Okay. But I still don't see Zion getting traded nowhere because the Pelicans could sit him down for a whole season and still give him time to get right, or at least half a season. I say half a season. Sit him down for half a season to get his core back right and everything. I do not see. I can see the Hornets possibly reaching out to certain people, but I do not see them getting Bradley Beal. And I could see them running a double point guard situation by drafting Scoop. Then yes, see if it's gonna be Showtime back in the back in Charlotte to make the playoffs. I could definitely see that happening. But they'll have to pay Bridges, have Scoop, and they'll have to get I say at least a decent power forward. Cause around 32 million is available. I could definitely see that happening. And at this point, I don't see the Pelicans trying to trade anyone. I can see the
But we
Pelicans
got to get
running.
up out of here. We're gonna pull back up tomorrow.
Thanks for because I was wondering where you was, pimp.
Yeah, shout out to you, man. What y'all was on here talking about?
Well, me and Purple was running down the reason that the last topic was exactly what happened with the Joker with his career, and I was telling her how the guy got traded, and then Joker came back because he was overseas at the time, and then he started coming off of the bench and everything. Then it was we was just talking about the greatest power forward, but she didn't know Elijah Wan was a power forward at the beginning of his career. She didn't know that, so we pointed that out too.
Okay. Well, we're gonna touch bases tomorrow, man. Shout out Gemini. I appreciate you coming through early, man. Pop out a little bit early, just like you did last time. Man, you were good tonight, man. Your analysis is great. You know, I can't wait to the summer league. I think we're gonna shine.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to see it neither. Thanks so much, pimp.
Thank you, Gemini. I appreciate you.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.